sa bawat pag-unat. Kasama, kasama ang lahat. Nasa kahit na anong oras, hindi matatangay sa agos. Nangarap, nagsisikap,
Niyayakap at pagkakaiba,
may kasiyahan,
pagmamahalan
at respeto sa bawat isa. Hindi masamang umasa sa pangarap nating magkaisa. Magkakaibang tuwis at lipat-hirating, subalit sa muling nagwawagi-wagi. Marahila'y iba't iba ang kulay kilos at salita, subalit sa muling nananalig ang pusong biyuwenyo. Pusong biyuwenyo, pusong biyuwenyo, pusong biyuwenyo.
problema. Kahit sobrang hirap na sama-sama, lang hindi magkagawa.
At sa kahit na anong bagyo, hindi tayo susuka. Magkakaibang tuwis at lipat-hirating, subalit sa muling nagwawagi-wagi. Marahila'y iba't iba ang kulay kilos at salita, subalit sa muling nananalig ang pusong biyuwenyo. Pusong biyuwenyo, pusong biyuwenyo, pusong
Sa pagsabog ng dilim, liwanag ay kaperaso. Muling bumangon at isipin normal ang pagkabigo. Tibayan ang loob sa bawat pagtapa ay tumayo. Butin mo ang pangarap na buong buo. Kung sa tingin mo kinawawala ng pag-asa, di ka nag-iisa sa hamon at problema. Kahit ang magkakapareho may pagkakaiba, ngunit ang pinagkaiba sa di ng pagkakaisa. Sulong lang, sabay-sabay sa bundok na matarik. Parang sugat talikan na maapakan ng tinig. Diretso lang, kahit gano'ng kalupit, hindi ikot ang segundo sa relo na pabalik. Tumingin ka sa liwanag na sa'yo'y papalapit. Makinig ka sa katotohanan na aming sinasabit. Madadapa ka minsan, kakayanin mo pa rin dahil ang pusong biyuwenyo sa data mo sa dilim.
Pasalubungin ng ngiti ang bawat pagsubok, pakinggan mabuti ang bawat pagtibok.
Ang pusong nangangarap, biyuhenyo,
Nagsisikap,
sama-sama sa pangarap. Kapit bisig, tayong mga
kakaibang tuwis at lipat-hirating, subalit sa muling nagwawagi-wagi. Marahila'y iba't iba ang kulay kilos at salita, subalit
Whoa, oh, 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 whoa, oh, 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 whoa, oh, oh, oh.
Bawat biyuwen yung nandirito, taglay mo ang galing na sigurado. Kahit saan man mapunta, galing mo ay ipapamala. Tunay kay tatak biyuwen nyo.
Kahit subukin man ang panahon, sabay-sabay pa rin tayong aahon. Dahil kailanman hindi nawawala pagmamahal natin sa isa't isa.
Biyuwen nyo, halina't sumabay sa tutugin ng ating tagumpay. So'y nagniningning ng biyuwen ng magaling. Ikaw at ako, biyuwen na tayo. Panahon, oras ay lumilipas. Galing ng biyuwen nyo ay di kumukupas. Panahon, oras ay lumilipas. Galing ng biyuwen nyo ay di kumukupas.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silangan, anak ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisili, sa dagat at may nilagang tulad, awit sa paglayang minamahal.
Recording in progress.
Ang bituin at araw niya, kailan pa mali magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng ating pagsinta, mo'y langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na may mga apilang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo. This is the school we wish to sing, of a school to honor and revere, a temple built by men of firmness, a mold for you to walk with pride, for He will mold.
Thank you, everyone. To formally welcome us to the Bicol University Graduate School Student Orientation, may we hear the welcome remarks from our Dean, Dr. Maria Jane B. Mascareñas.
Isang mapagpalang umaga sa lahat. To the Bicol University President, Dr. Baby Boy Benjamin B. Nebres III, the Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. Maria Julieta B. Bores, my co-deans, and the directors of the different delivering academic units of graduate programs, program advisors, graduate faculty members, and of course, to our dear graduate students who are here today joining us online. Good morning. Welcome to this Bicol University Graduate School orientation for this school year 2026-2027. This event is designed to orient you, our graduate students, of what you can expect and what you are expected of once you enter the portals of the graduate studies in Bicol University. Know that it is not enough being able to be admitted and enrolled in the graduate school. What is more important is to understand the responsibilities expected of you as graduate students in achieving their degrees. As your professors have their role and responsibilities, you too, as graduate students, have your equally important role and responsibilities in getting your degree in advanced education. My dear graduate students, be reminded that at this stage of your academic journey, you are all adult learners. In graduate studies, teaching and learning follows andragogy, where you are recognized and expected as self-directed, self-motivated adult learners and not anymore dependent on spoon-feeding type of learning. In adult learning, your prior experiences serves as valuable resource as professionals and experts in your own discipline. There is independent learning coupled with theory and practice to solve real problems in adult learning. The university expects you to enjoy your stay in Bicol University, specifically in the graduate school, while completing your advanced education. However, be mindful not to overstay, as there is only a required number of years that you will be allowed to finish your desired degrees. There is a residency policy prescribed by BU Graduate School as approved by the Board of Regents back in 2021. Thus, it is important for you as students to seriously consider your studies within the required residency in the university. Graduate study is not a walk in the park. You can keep your eyes on the stars, but put your feet on the ground, as said by Theodore Roosevelt. So graduate education is a serious scholarly academic journey. It is in this context that you must frame your mind as you stay in Bicol University. Your graduate education is a lifelong learning, and thus this must be taken seriously to get your desired degrees and not just enroll for uniting or earning units. Gone are the days of this type of learning in the graduate school. It has gone passé this time. I will not preempt the discussion later on about BOG's policies, so let me welcome you all to graduate school this year. I hope you attend and listen carefully and learn what are the services that the university and specifically the graduate school offers to support you while you are in your academics and even in your thesis dissertation proper. Please stay for this online orientation via Zoom this afternoon for your own benefits. This orientation is for you. Again, I welcome you all to the graduate school and good luck as you step in your advanced education in Bicol University. Marhay na aga sa gabos.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mascareñas, for that warm welcomes. And thank you also for our graduate students to keep our eyes on the stars, but our feet on the ground. At this juncture, may we hear an inspirational message from Dr. Julieta B. Bores, Vice President for Academic Affairs. A round of applause, please.
Good morning. Good morning to all. I'd also like to begin my message by acknowledging very important people, particularly the organizers of this orientation. It's very vital that we conduct an orientation to properly guide all our students. Most of the time, academic issues and problems encountered by the students are simply rooted from not knowing what the basic policies are, and that's pretty much the main essence of this orientation that we are conducting, and we are doing this practically the whole day. So I hope that our students who are attending right now will take this virtual orientation to the heart seriously. To our beloved President, Dr. Baby Boy, and our gorgeous Dean of the Graduate School, Dr. Maria Jane Mascareñas. Along with her is the dashing debonair college secretary, Dr. Dan Cabilis. The distinguished deans of the decentralized programs who are also attending, directors, our dedicated graduate program coordinators, our highly respected faculty members, administrative officers, and personnel, the people behind why the university continuously running and propelling, our academic support personnel, and most of all to our continuing graduate students and those who are new to the graduate programs. Isang napakagandang umaga sa inyong lahat. I want to begin by acknowledging what brought each one of you here today. Some of you might have traveled far from places. Many of you are carrying work, family responsibilities that do not pause for a syllabus. And all of you made a choice, an intentional one, a deliberate one, oftenly costly choice to return to the classroom. Thank you for that choice. It is the first of many that will define your graduate journey, and it is already speaks well of you. Graduate program is not simply the next step after college. It is a different way of being a scholar. And I think our Dean, Dr. Mascareñas, elaborated on that particular point. It asks not what you know, but how deeply you can question, how honestly you can gather evidence, and how responsibly you can create knowledge, and how courageously you can put that knowledge to work in the lives of real people. It demands discipline, intellectual humility, independence of thought, and ethical judgment. It also demands patience with yourself on the days when nothing seems so right or go right. That is the price of the kind of learning that lasts. At Bicol University, we believe a graduate degree is more than a credential. It is a public trust. Every theory you interrogate, every study you conduct, every solution you propose must ultimately answer a larger question: whose life, institution, or community will be better because you choose to learn more. The true measure of advanced education is not how far it allows you to rise, but how much farther it enables others to go. That is why we expect excellence with purpose. We want you to become productive scholars who seek truth with rigor and integrity, transformational leaders who turn insight into meaningful change, collaborative servants who place expertise in the service of others, and distinctive persons whose competence is matched by character. Let this ideal show not only in the quality of your papers, research, and professional outputs, but in the honesty of your work, the respect you extend to others, and the social value of the knowledge you produce. In an age when transformation is abundant and technology can create answers in seconds, your greater responsibility is judgment, to discern what is true, to credit what is borrowed, to contribute what is authentically yours, and to use knowledge in ways that are genuinely consequential. Let me be honest with you. There will be demanding days. There will be readings that test your patience, questions that settle or that unsettle, unfamiliar assumptions, revisions that ask you to begin again and again and again, and moments when finishing feels harder than starting. As mentioned by Dr. Jane, graduate studies is not a walk in a park. When those moments come, and they will return to your purpose, don't forget those that support you, those that you want to be of service to, and those that you are preparing to lead. May each challenge you face toughen you. May each criticism of yours sharpen you, and may each disappointment inspire you more. You are not here because this will be easy. You are here because it is worth it. Thus, on this occasion, I ask you to take an oath to yourself and to the university, which now considers you as one of its precious members, to be fully immersed in your learning, undertake scholarship with integrity, and complete with courage what you have begun with hope. Do not study merely to become more qualified or to reap finally that most coveted promotion that you've been eyeing on, but study to become more capable of serving, more discerning and deciding, and more courageous in leading, more generous in sharing what you know. Throughout this journey, keep asking the simple and but profound question. Ano nga ba ang saysay ng inyong pag-aaral dito sa graduate school? And let your answer be found not only in a diploma, but in the lives improved, organizations strengthened, communities transformed, and society made better because of your scholarship. To you all, I welcome to you to Bicol University, particularly to your own home, the graduate school, and may your journey transform knowledge into wisdom, achievement into responsibility, and success into service. May you become the kind of lifelong scholars and leaders worthy of trust of Bicol University and the future places in you. Maraming salamat, and once again, may we have a very meaningful program today. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, Dr. Boris, for that very inspirational message. And I can say that our graduate student really agreed to what you have said, as evident to the heart and clap reaction that we have right now on our Zoom meeting. Once again, thank you so much, Dr. Boris. At this juncture, let's have another inspirational message from our university president, Dr. Baby Boy Benjamin D. Nebres III. On behalf of President Baby Boy, may we have once again Dr. Maria Julieta B. Boris, VPPA. Madam?
All right, so I am happy to deliver the message of our beloved president, who currently is on an official duty, equally important to his physical presence or virtual presence, rather, in this virtual orientation. May I read? To the Dean of BU Graduate School, Dr. Maria Jane B. Mascareñas, the College Secretary, Dr. Roland Cabeles, Program Advisors, Department Chairpersons, faculty staff, graduate students, BUeños, warmest welcome to Bicol University Graduate School. Future BUeño scholars and leaders. Today marks the beginning of one academic year and the start of a deeper journey, one that will challenge your minds, expand your horizon, and shape the way you will impact the world. Graduate education is not simply a continuation of what you have already achieved. It is an extension of your college years. It is not, rather, an extension of your college years. Graduate education is a transformation from being learners of knowledge to becoming creators of knowledge. As creators and generators of knowledge, you will not only master your chosen field, but also learn to question, to innovate, to lead with wisdom and integrity. This path will not always be easy. There will be long nights, difficult readings, and moments when you will question your strength. After all, nothing beautiful and priceless is ever easy. But remember, every challenge is an invitation to grow. Every obstacle is an opportunity to discover resilience within yourself. Every success, no matter how small, is a step toward greater vision you carry. As graduate students, you are entrusted with more than academic excellence. You are called to be stewards of knowledge, using your learning not only for personal advancement, but for the service of your communities, your nation, and the world. Let your research, your projects, and your leadership be guided by compassion, integrity, and vision for a better world, a better tomorrow, grounded on productive scholarship, transformative leadership, collaborative service, and distinctive character for building sustainable societies as a university for humanity. So today, I invite you to commit fully to this journey, embrace the rigor, celebrate the discoveries, and never lose sight of the purpose that brought you here. Today, let us build a Bicol University Graduate School community that is not only brilliant in thought, but also bold in action and generous in spirit. Welcome to this chapter, your future as BUNU graduate students begin now. So there you have it, the message of our beloved President, Dr. Baby Boy Benjamin Dinebres III, Gismabalos.
Thank you so much, Dr. Baby Boy. And once again, thank you so much, Dr. Boris, for that inspirational message. At this point, we now proceed to the introduction of the graduate school and its programs, including the presentation of our respective deans and directors. To give us an overview of the graduate school and its programs, may we once again invite our dean, Dr. Maria Jane B. Mascareñas. While we are waiting for the video presentation regarding the graduate school program, let us first recognize the presence of the deans and directors that we have today. Okay, first President, Dr. Benjamin Press, as well as to our uh, reminder for our participants, may we request to turn off your microphones unless you are recognized to speak. Thank you so much. And if you have any questions or queries, you can use the chat box for messages. Thank you so much. And at this point, we have 478 Zoom participants, and we are also live on Facebook. May I see some reactions of how you're feeling right now? Okay. Okay. I'm seeing lots of heart reaction right now. and a like reaction. So I hope you are enjoying this student orientation for new and continuing students. Of course, I mentioned earlier, this is very much important for us to know what are the rules and regulations regarding the graduate school. And we are graced today with the presence of the different deans and directors. I think the presentation is almost ready.
As Dean of Bicol University Graduate School, allow me to give you a brief introduction on how the BU Graduate School evolved. As there are now a lot of new faculty, program advisors, and even deans and directors of the different delivering units of graduate programs joining the graduate school, and to our new and continuing students. The BU Graduate School was born in 1971 through BOR number 38 series of 1971, while BU was born in 1969 through the Republic Act 5521. BU Graduate School started with one master's program in education and over the years to date. It has evolved into a comprehensive graduate education system, expanding its offering from education to various fields of discipline to answer the needs of the region. Given the mandate to offer advanced education, the BU Graduate School has now increased its offering with 7 doctorate programs, 34 master's programs, and 24 diploma courses. In its more than 3 decades of existence, enrollment and graduations has peaked into increasing pattern. Just to show you some data from 2010 to date, the total of enrollment range from 4,000 plus to 6 or 7,000 plus. Note that the lowest total was 3,000 plus in 2011 to 2012, and the highest was 7,000 plus in 2019 to 2020. And this was due to the overlapping mid-year and summer as BU transitioned from June to August start of classes, a change in the university calendar at the time. For the data on graduates, you will see that back in 2003 to 2008, BOGS has 2 digits in terms of graduates per year, but it increased to 3 digits in 2009 to date. You will also see that an increasing pattern can be deduced from 2023 to date. This was the day yours truly and Dr. Dan Cabiles assumed the office. It is also worth noting to share with you that as of this date, BU graduate school programs are all COPC compliant, while we are waiting for one more to be awarded. At present, we are following the new graduate education framework, which is provided by CHED CMO 15 series of 2019 and CHED Memo 21 series of 2025, entitled Policies, Standards, and Guidelines for Graduate Programs, and amendment to CHED CMO number 15 series of 2019, respectively. The BU graduate programs are delivered by the different units in the university, following a decentralized organizational structure. Thus, its decentralized graduate programs are lodged in the different colleges where the expertise are present. BOGS, therefore, is following a matrix organizational design per BOR approval in order to achieve its mandate and organizational objectives to be able to offer 45 programs and serve the needs of our clientele in the region and even beyond. This is the matrix organizational design of graduate school as approved by the Board of Regents of Bicol University. It deviates from the strict vertical line and staff units. Instead, it allows a cross-functional scheme. meaning individuals may report to more than one supervisor for purposes of utilizing a wide range of talents and strengths. This design is useful when skills and resources need to be shared across departments, colleges, or units. The BU Graduate School is being supported by the different offices to functionally deliver its services. The Dean of the Graduate School and the College Secretary are being helped by the Dean's office clerical staff, the BOGS Registrar's Office, Cluster 2 Administrative Office, Bids and Awards Committee Office, Cluster 2 Supply and Property Management Office, Accounting Office, Budget and Cashier's Office. Borrowing a phrase from Lenny Robredo, in the whirlwind of past years, BU Graduate School had already 13 deans who serve the graduate school. And yours truly is the 14th dean serving you, all as the dean of the graduate school from May 2023 to date. So I am the 14th dean of the graduate school from its beginning since 1971. I am strongly being helped to serve in the graduate school by the most reliable, dependable, and jack of all trades guy that I know of in the graduate school, and that is your college secretary, Dr. Roldan Capiles. It is also my honor and privilege to introduce to you the deans and directors of the different units delivering the graduate programs of the university. This is not in order according to the best of the best, but this is a presentation in random. So no college or institute comes first or last. They are all of equal importance to the graduate schools and to the university. So for the College of Business, Economics, and Management, the Dean is Dr. Dimson Rivero. For the College of Social Science and Philosophy, the Dean is Attorney Alex B. Nepomuceno, PhD. For the College of Education, where we have the biggest programs in graduate school, the Dean is Dr. Lorna Minya. For the Open University or Distance Education programs, the Dean is Dr. Benedicto B. Balilo. For the College of Arts and Letters, the Dean is Dr. Adrian Aguilar. For the Jesse M. Robredo Institute of Governance and Development, the Director is Dr. Ramises M. Lorino. For the College of Science, the Dean is Dr. Lilibeth Kahuday. For the College of Nursing, the Dean is Dr. Maria Delia Ranieses. For the Institute of Design and Architecture, the Director is Architect Delphine M. Merabete Jr. For the College of Industrial Technology, the Acting Dean is Professor Christian Calleja. For Bicol University Tabaco, the Dean is Professor Ronel Cuneda Sr. For Bicol University Ginubatan, the Dean is Dr. Rosie Fedi. With that, thank you all for listening.
Thank you so much once again, Dr. Maria Jane Carinas, for the introductions of the deans and directors for the BU Graduate School. And I can see the support of the students because they are having the heart reactions and they're clapping their hands for once their respective colleges or campuses are called. At this point, we will now proceed to the presentation of the program advisors by the respective deans and directors of the different colleges delivering graduate programs. For this part, may we also request our deans and directors to introduce their graduate program advisors once respective colleges or institutes or campuses is called. This is an opportunity for us to know the people whom we can approach for guidance throughout our graduate studies. Let us begin. Let us have the graduate programs delivered by the College of Business, Economics, and Management. May we have Dr. Dimson M. Rivero, Dean of the College of Business, Economics, and Management, to introduce to us their graduate program advisors.
Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. In behalf of Dr. Ginson Andrevero, may I have the honor to present the program advisors for the College of Business, Economics, and Management. So BUCBM hosts programs of the BU Graduate School. We have Master in Management, Major in Human Resource Management, Master in Economics, Master in Cooperative Management, and Master in Entrepreneurship. The college is headed by Dr. Dimson M. Rivero, the Dean of the BU College of Business, Economics, and Management. Dr. Nolan G. Bilaro, Program Advisor, Master in Cooperative Management. Dr. Erwin E. Torres, Program Advisor, Master in Economics. Dr. Julieta V. Mojados, Program Advisor, Master in Entrepreneurship. Dr. Julian M. Lustan, Program Advisor, Master in Management. Dr. Janet G. Poha, Program Advisor, Master in Management, Major in Human Resource Management. And in BUCBM, we go beyond the best. Maraming salamat and magandang umaga po sa atin.
Thank you so much, Dr. Julianne, for the introduction of the program advisors for the BU College of Business, Economics, and Management. At this point, let us proceed to the College of Social Sciences and Philosophy. May we have Attorney Alex P. Nepomuceno to introduce to us the graduate program delivered by the College of Social Sciences and Philosophy and its program advisors.
Good morning, everyone, especially to our scholarly students of the Graduate School of Bicol University. The College of Social Sciences and Philosophy hosts the following program: Master of Arts in Peace and Security Studies and Doctor of Philosophy in Peace and Security Administration. As Dean of the College, I now take pride and honor to present the faculty members. Yours truly, as Dean of the College and Program Advisor, also a professor of the Peace Programs, and we have also the Dean of the College of Nursing, Dr. Bambi Dela Ranieses, and we also have Dr. Gina Oropesa, the former Program Department Chair. Can we please see Gina Oropesa? Okay, here we have Dr. Gina Oropesa, and the last one is Dr. Herbert Rosana, the former Dean of the Graduate School. We know, everyone, that there is Herculean headwind when it comes to the peace landscape, which is global. Let us support peace programs of Bicol University delivered by the College of Social Sciences and Philosophy, considered to be the second to none. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Attorney Alex. Next, we have the graduate programs delivered by the College of Education. May we have Dr. Lorna M. Minya to present to us the program advisors of the College of Education for the graduate.
Good morning. Okay, good morning to the faculty members, to the officials and students of Bicol University Graduate School. Let me present the programs and the program advisors of the College of Education, which is hosting graduate programs. First, In the College of Education, we are hosting 3 doctoral degree programs and 15 master's degree programs, with 15 faculty members delivering the doctoral programs and 61 faculty members delivering the different master's programs. Approximately, we have 134 students per semester, comprising 59% of the doctoral population, and 932 students, comprising 61% of BAG's master's population. For our first doctoral degree program, we have EDD and Educational Leadership and Management with Dr. Maria Teresa M. Abainsa as the program advisor. Second program is the PhD in Educational Foundations with Dr. Lorna Minya as the program advisor. Then the PhD in Mathematics Education with Dr. Jocelyn F. Goyena as the program advisor. Master of Arts in Biology Education, headed by Professor Maria Lourdes M. Macasinad. Then the MA in Chemistry Education, headed by Dr. Karina B. Orden as program advisor. For the MA in Science Education, and formerly MA in General Science Education, we have Dr. John Mark Mayor as program advisor. For the MA in Physics Education, the program advisor is Dr. Arnel A. Lorenzana. For the MA in Mathematics Education, we have a new program advisor, Dr. Ruby R. Briones. For the MA in English Education, we have Dr. Angela A. Lorenzana as the program advisor. For the MA in Filipino Education, we have Dr. Gail Ann Abrigo as the program advisor. For MA in Early Childhood Education, Professor Mylene G. Lieva as program advisor. For the MA in Culture and Arts Education, Dr. Shirley N. Maloles as program advisor. For the MA in Music Education, we have Dr. Maria Celeste D. San Pablo, program advisor. For the MA in Reading Education, Dr. Agnes M. Rional. For the MA in Social Studies Education, we have Dr. Lyra Ruth P. Nasayaw as program advisor. For the MA in Guidance and Counseling, we have Dr. Maria Elena C. Ahoro, program advisor. And for MA in Educational Leadership and Management, we have Dr. Reina O. Habalo. And for MA in Physical Education, we have Dr. Karina L. Sales. Now, since this is a new addition to the College of Education, we have here a presentation of the faculty of the Master of Arts in Physical Education. The program advisor is Dr. Karina L. Sales. We are the faculty members, Dr. Arian Arevalo, Dr. Rachel Kate Piguera, Dr. Randy Austria, and Mr. Professor Lyndon L. Bailo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Minya, for the presentation for the College of Education. Next, let us hear it from the Open University, headed by Dr. Benedicto B. Balilo, Jr.
Good morning, everyone. So in behalf of Dean Balilo, so let me present to you the program advisors and faculty of Bicol University, Open University. So our dean is headed by Dr. Benedicto B. Balilo Jr. and the associate dean, Professor Jose Carlo B. Lavape. And our core faculty, Dr. Emily M. Agonos, Dr. Benedicto B. Balilo, Dr. Roldan C. Cabiles, Dr. Ramon T. De Leon, Professor Jose Carlo B. Lavapie, Dr. Maria Jane B. Mascareñas, and Professor Rolly N. Montealegre. and Dr. Julie C. Quinones. And our program advisors of our different programs being offered in Open University, we have Dr. Emily M. Agonos in the Master in Management, Dr. Irene Toralba of Doctor of Education in Educational Leadership and Management, Professor Jose Carlo B. Lavapie, Master of Public Administration, Dr. Ramon De Leon of the Master in Local Government Management, Dr. Benedicto B. Balilo Jr. of the Master of Arts in Educational Leadership and Management, Dr. Roldan C. Cabiles of the Master of Arts in English Education, and Dr. Ramon De Leon of the Master of Arts in Social Studies Education. And our affiliate faculty are Dr. Julieta B. Bores of our VPA, Dr. Henny Lumibao, the Dean of Admissions Office, Dr. Jocelyn Martoleta, the Director of the University Language Center, Dr. Radeline Bautista, the Director of Communication and Public Relations Office, Dr. Reina Habalo, the Chief Presidential Management Staff Office, Dr. Rebecca Rosario Bercasio, the Director of BU Center for Teaching Excellence, Dr. Edgar Barameda, the Entrepreneurship Faculty, and Dr. Imelda Asuncion Barce, the Associate Dean of BUCCIC SSP. Dr. Irene Toralba, the Associate Professor. Thank you.
Dr. Thank you so much, Dr. Jose Carlo, for that presentation for the Open University. May we now have the Jesse M. Robredo Institute of Governance and Development, headed by Dr. Mrs. M. Lorino.
Good morning, everyone. I have the honor to present to you the men and women of the Jesse M. Robredo Institute of Governance and Development. For the graduate programs, we have yours truly, Dr. Rameses M. Lorino, as the Director of the Jesse M. Robredo Institute of Governance and Development, and at the same time, the Program Advisor of the PhD in Public Administration, the MPA major in Health Emergency and Disaster Management, and the Master of Public Administration major in Public Procurement. We have also the Program Advisor of the PhD in Development Management, Dr. Ana Marie R. Abante, the Professor 6 of the Institute and the Graduate School. We have also Dr. K.G. Lusabia, the Community Mobilization Coordinator of the Institute and the Program Advisor of the MPA, or the Master of Public Administration and the Master of Local Government Management. Also an Assistant Professor 3 of the Institute. We have also the Associate Director, Attorney Maria Richelle L. Laurinaria. We have also the University Professor and the Dean of the College of Social Sciences and Philosophy as our affiliate faculty, Attorney Alex B. Nepomuceno. We have also the Dean of the College of Law, a Professor 6, as our affiliate faculty, Attorney Joseph L. Bartolata, PhD. We have also an affiliate faculty from the Open University, Dr. Emily M. Agonos, an Associate Professor 5. We have also the professorial lecturers in the MPA, major in Public Procurement, Dr. Pritzi S. Ray. Also, we have Dr. Cedric D. Daep as our professorial lecturer. And also the LDRRMO of LGU Kamalig. Dr. Romel Negrete. We have also the Provincial Director of the DILG Sorsogon, Mr. Arnel Renato L. Madrideo. We have our clerical staff in the graduate programs, Ms. Catherine B. Arimado. Thank you and good morning, everyone.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lorino, for the presentation for the BU-GESIM Robredo Institute of Governance and Development. At this point, we have the College of Arts and Letters led by Dr. Adrian B. Aguilar. Before the College of Arts and Letters, let us have first for the College of Science, we have Dr. Lipeth A. Kabuday. Sorry, Dr. Lilibeth rather.
Good morning. Kindly share the presentation. So once again, good morning to everyone. So for the College of Science, we have two graduate programs, particularly Master of Science in Biology and Master in Information Systems. So let me now present the program advisors and faculty. So let's start. For the Master of Science in Biology, so we have the following program advisor and faculty. So first in the list is Dr. Charmaine A. Malonzo. She is currently the MS Bio Program Advisor, as well as the DOST Strand and Coordinator. Next, we have Dr. Lilibet A. Kahuday. She earned her PhD in biology with specialization in developmental biology from UP Diliman. So next we have Professor Jocelyn E. Serrano. She earned her Master of Science in Biology, specializing in plant physiology from UP Diliman. We also have Dr. Raymond S. Regalia. He earned his PhD in biotechnology from the University of New South Wales, Australia. And we also have Professor Jaslyn T. Imperial. She earned her Master of Science in Biology, specializing in genetics from the University of the Philippines, Diliman. And we have Professor Phil V. Morano. He earned his Master of Science in Biology, specializing in plant physiology from the University of the Philippines, Diliman. So we also have Professor Dale Meek S. Membreve. She earned her Master of Science in Biology, specializing in cell and molecular biology from the University of the Philippines, Diliman. We also have Dr. Maria Karina Luz Ardiscaya. She earned her PhD in Forest Biological Sciences from UPLB. And we also have Dr. Joanne N. Mallorca. She earned her PhD in biology, specializing in microbiology from the University of Santo Tomas, Manila. And Dr. Anne Arjuneda. with PhD in biology, specializing in plant systematics from the University of Santo Tomas, Manila. So we have two affiliate faculty in the name of Dr. Renan U. Bobiles, with PhD in fish ecology from Kochi University, Japan, and Dr. Lucy P.S. Choco, PhD in biochemistry from University of the Philippines, Diliman. And for the Master of Science, Master in Information Systems, so these are the faculty as well as the program advisor. So let me start with Professor Ryan A. Rodriguez. He has two master's degree. So one is information technology and in computer science. And he is currently the MIS program advisor. Next, we have Dr. Noli B. Lucila Jr. He has a doctor in information technology, or he holds a doctor in information technology. Next, we have Dr. Romel Evan J. Pahe. He holds a doctorate in information technology. We also have Dr. Mary Joy P. Cannon. She holds a doctorate in information technology. So we also have Dr. Benedicto B. Balilo Jr. He holds a doctorate in information technology. So we also have Dr. Leia A. Ostero. She holds a doctorate in information technology. So we also have Dr. Christian Y. C. He holds a doctorate in information technology. So we have Dr. Lani L. Maceda. She holds a doctorate in information technology. Dr. Jennifer L. Llovido. She holds a doctorate in information technology. Dr. Davy A. Balmadrid is another faculty. He holds a doctorate of engineering. So we also have Dr. Aris J. Ordonez. He holds a doctorate in information technology. And then we have Dr. Michael Angelo D. Brugada. He holds a doctorate in information technology. We also have Dr. J.V. Christopher N. Vivar. He holds a doctorate in information technology. And another is Dr. Franklin M. Miranda Jr. He earned his Doctor of Engineering from the Technological Institute of the Philippines. And finally, but not the least, so we have Professor Felix R. Penetrante. He has a Master in Information Technology. So thank you very much. So these are the faculty as well as program advisors of MS Bio and MIS.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lilipet A. Kabutay. At this point, let us have the College of Nursing headed by Dr. Maria Delia C. Reneses.
Good morning, everyone. Allow me to share. Yeah, the BU College of Nursing offers two. Can you see me already, please? Can you see the presentation? Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Okay. So good morning once more. Bicol University College of Nursing offers two masteral degree in nursing. One is Master of Arts in Nursing, which MAN, and Master in Nursing Education, non-thesis. And please welcome our teaching workforce. We have, first of all, the MAN and M&E Program Advisor, Dr. Nera A. Galan. And for the faculty, we have an affiliate faculty from BU Tabaco, Professor Albert B. Balase. We have our very own Dr. Charina S. Sipcon. We have also a faculty affiliate from BU Tabaco, Dr. Dennis B. Gogola. We have the former dean and faculty, Dr. Jean Annette S. Ibo. And we have our Professor 6, Dr. Mary Joy B. Sande. and yours truly, the Dean of the Graduate School. So welcome to all the MAN and MNE students, and hello to everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nices, for the presentation for the faculty for the graduate programs delivered by the College of Nursing. Let us now proceed to the Institute of Design and Architecture. The program and the program advisors will be presented by architect Delphine M. Mirabete Jr.
Good morning to everyone. This is Architect Leo Del Rosario. Architect Mirabete and I are currently attending the conference and exhibits here in Legazpi City Convention Center. Okay. With all the protocols observed, I'd like to greet everyone pleasant morning. Currently, we are only two faculty members in the Master of Science in Architecture and Planning. Recently, we changed the name from MS Architecture to MS Architecture and Planning. Okay, Architect Delphine Mirabete, our director, and I, Architect Leo Del Rosario, Doctor of PhD in Development Management, are the ones holding the current forces in our program. We are happy that we have just been approved to operate this semester after accreditation. So, good morning, everyone, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Leo A. Del Rosario. At this point, let us have the College of Industrial Technology represented by its acting dean, Professor Christian A. Calleja.
Good morning, everyone. May I share my presentation? Good morning once again, and welcome to the Bicol University Graduate School Students Orientation. I am proud to present the program advisor and the faculty members of the Master of Arts in Industrial Education, major in Teaching Technology and Livelihood Education, and major in Instructional Technology. Yours truly as the Dean of the College of Industrial Technology, Dr. Christian C. Calleja, and with me is Dr. Kenji Merenciano, the Program Advisor for the MA in Industrial Education for both specializations. And of course, our faculty members, we have Dr. Jonathan C. Arroco, Professor Joel B. Habalo, Professor Joel Ensales, Dr. Nicanor B. Balbin, Dr. Emerson L. Manzanillo, Professor Wilma E. Pahavera, and Professor Romnick D. Apin. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Christian Calleja, the Dean of the BU College of Industrial Technology. Once again, thank you so much, Dr. Calleja. At this point, let us proceed to the presentation of the Bicol University Tobacco, headed by Professor Ronel Ardioneta Sr.
Maray na aga po sa Induga Boss. Ini po ang Dean Canbio Tobacco, Ronel Ardioneta Sr. Gusto ko pong ipresentar sa Indo ang solo-solo uniko asinsulammenteng graduate program na pig-officer kang Bio Tobacco na yung Master of Science in Fisheries Technology. Ini matibay na pinapanginutan kang program advisor na si Professor Karen Butz Brinyas. Salamat po.
Thank you so much, Sir Leoneda for the presentation for the Bicol University Tabaco. Next, let us have the faculty for the Bicol University Ginobatan graduate program. Let us have Dr. Rusife PD. Okay, then the different faculty members and program advisors of the different programs offered by Bicol University Graduate School. So thank you so much to all our deans and directors for introducing your respective programs and program advisors. To our graduate students, I hope we now have a better idea of whom we can approach whenever we needed guidance regarding our programs. Let us give all our deans, directors, and program advisor a virtual round of applause. Okay, we now proceed to the Graduate Program Manual of Operations, or the GPMO. To discuss this with us, may we invite Dr. Rol C. Cabiles, College Secretary of the Bicol University Graduate School.
Thank you so much, Hannah, for the kind introduction. We have observed that there are two colleges who were not actually present in the Zoom. May I please introduce the program advisors for the College of Arts and Letters delivered by the College of Arts and Letters. The programs are a Master of Arts in Filipino and the program advisor, Master in Filipino rather, the program advisor is Dr. Melanie Golosinda. We also have PhD in Filipino and the program advisor is Dr. Evelyn Olikino, and Master of Arts in Literature. The program advisor is Dr. May Antoinette S. Imran. For the Bicol University Ginobatan, the dean is Dr. Rosefi BD, and we have 3 programs being delivered in that particular college. We have the Master of Arts in Biodiversity and Environmental Management, and the program advisor is Dr. Myla L. Nero. We have also the Master in Rural Development, and the program advisor is Dr. Antonio P. Padayo Jr., and the Master of Arts in Agriculture, the program advisor is Professor Andrian Sola. Just for the information of our students who are enrolled in this particular program. Okay, may I now share my screen? Can I confirm, please, if you can already see my screen po?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll be discussing with you this morning salient provisions of our Graduate Program Manual of Operations. We call this in the past policies, guidelines, regulations in Bicol University for graduate study. But for starting 2025, we renamed the name of our program, and it is now called Graduate Program Manual of Operations in compliance with the recommendation of the technical panel during the evaluation of the Certificate of Program Compliance of our graduate program. So they recommended that it be renamed to Graduate Program Manual of Operations, or what we call GPMO. Let me walk you through first the Bicol University learning outcomes. These are what are expected of our graduates after having completed their respective academic degrees First, you have to be able to demonstrate critical thinking and be able to integrate skills to solve problems and support lifelong learning. You also need to be able to communicate effectively and appropriately orally and in writing for various purposes with the responsible use of ICT tools. You must be able to collaborate with diverse people ethically with mastery of knowledge and skills in given disciplines. In your case, these are the programs you are specializing as of this moment. And you have to create knowledge and innovation to promote inclusive development as well as globalization. All of these are embedded and integrated in the courseworks you are going to tackle across your subjects in your particular program. For graduate school, you must be able to articulate competencies in a specialization or expertise towards contributing to science, development, and economy. You have to be able to analyze issues with critical scrutiny and in-depth understanding of the underlying principles and theories. You have to create framework options for innovation solutions to challenges for research development and innovation. And finally, demonstrate positive attitude imbued with ethics of a world citizen in addressing issues in society. These are also anchored in the Philippine Qualification Framework and at the same time in our Graduate Program Manual of Operations and the CHED Memorandum Order Number 15 Series of 2019. This is the very basis of our policy, the CMO 15 Series of 2019 as issued by the Commission on Higher Education. And if we're going to look into the meaningful objective of the CMO 15, it boils down to strengthening the nation's innovation, research, and development. And it's about the cultivation of a culture of research and innovation in graduate programs. And this is particularly our guide in honing our graduate students, may it be in the master's or in the graduate program. That's why you are expected to really come up with research and innovations in the graduate school. It may be as a product of your dissertation or master's, or it could be an output as an offshoot of your classwork. Basing also in the CMO 15 series of 2019, these are our theoretical underpinnings. There will be a rigorous evaluation of work and interaction with professors and peers. So it's expected that, quote unquote, a while ago, it has been said by our beloved Dean, Dr. Maria Jane Mascareñas, and our Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. Maria Julieta B. Boris, your graduate school journey is not going to be a walk in the park because there is a rigorous evaluation of work and interaction with professors and peers. There is also a professional experience via internships, teaching, and research, and there is production of original research or creative work. I'm going to show you salient provisions from admission to graduation, guided, of course, by our graduate program manual of operations. This is our policy. During the enrollment, there were already a number of students who were given a copy of this hard copy, but naubusan tayo ng kopya during the enrollment. So we're just going to make an announcement. The Office of the Dean will just make an announcement for the claiming of the Graduate Program Manual of Operations once we already received the procured policies for our Graduate Program Manual of Operations. This is approved by virtue of the Board of Regents Resolution number 667 series of 2021. This is a resolution approving the revised policies, guidelines, and procedures for graduate studies in Bicol University, thereby amending any board resolution or any issuance which may be inconsistent with the details of which are reflected in the document here to attached and made part thereof. Okay. Let's begin with the admission. I'm referring to all our students who have been admitted this July 2026, the ones who were just admitted for the first semester 2026-2027. Please take note of the following conditions for your admission status. Kindly check your notice of admission because that's where you can refer to whether your admission is regular or probationary. Admission in the graduate school shall be classified as either regular status or probationary under or denied. You will be put under regular admission if the regular admission is for those applicants whose academic records and supporting documents indicate that he or she is qualified to undertake graduate study in his or her chosen field. You will receive probationary admission if an applicant whose academic records and supporting documents indicate deficiencies but show promise of success in graduate study. Probationary admission is also given to international students whose academic background qualify for admission but who failed to show proof of English proficiency. But the ones who are going to determine and recommend whether you are under regular or probationary will be the admission committee recommended to the Bicol University Graduate School. So they evaluate all your records and they determine whether you will be put under regular or probationary. But there are conditions to consider when you have been put under probationary admission classification. If you were under the probationary status, you have to meet the specific requirements prescribed by the program advisor before his probationary status can be changed to regular status. The applicant who fails to meet the terms of his probationary admission is automatically disqualified from pursuing his intended program of study. And these are the conditions. The student should be able to register 3 subjects. Ano po? Hindi po dapat 2. Dapat there are 3 subjects ang na-enroll natin this first semester, school year 2026-2027. And your general weighted average should be at least 2.0 at the end of the semester. And you're going to submit a certification. The certification is available at the registrar's office. You're going to change your status after the semester from probationary to regular. Only then you can proceed to your enrollment next semester. So again, for those who were issued probationary status in their admission this July 2026 admission, kindly take note of this provision because this is a very important provision before you can proceed to your second semester of residence. Registration. All students can actually carry a load of 12 units in a semester. Our semesters are first semester and second semester. Okay, mid-year is not included in this particular condition. However, students can enroll up to 6 units only during mid-year. Okay, our mid-year will start in May 2026 by next year. So you can only carry a load of 6 units for mid-year. But for regular semesters, you are only allowed to carry a load of 12 units. However, a student may be allowed to carry more than the regular academic load under a justifiable circumstance, which should be recommended by the advisor and should be approved by the dean of the graduate school. Please take note of the residency requirement. This has been underscored a while ago by the dean of the graduate school. Those who have been admitted in our master's program, you are to stay a maximum of 5 years of actual residence from the start of graduate work. This includes all your classwork and, of course, your thesis writing and some requirements for your graduation. So after 5 years, you will be out already of the program. It will either be you restart the program from the very beginning, or you may think of another program so that you are going to be given a 5-year residency. For those who have been admitted in our doctoral program, you have to spend only and spend residency up until 7 years of actual residence from the start of graduate work. For example, if you have been admitted by first SEM 2026-2027, you count 7 years, 2026, 2027, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. By 2033, you should be able to have finished already your program, or else you will be out already from the program you are enrolled in. This excludes, of course, approved leave of absence. Later, I'm going to discuss with you the importance of filing leave of absence so that you could save your residency. Okay. We started strictly implementing the residency since 2023. Okay. So those who have been admitted in 2023, please take note of your residence. Some of you may still are taking coursework, so you have to be in a hurry. You have to strategically plan how are you going to finish the program, or else the consequence of this will be, of course, you will not be able to be allowed to enroll anymore once your residency has already lapsed. Leave of absence. This is a very important provision also in our policy. The leave of absence should be filed at least 2 weeks before the start of the semester. There are some students who are still filing for LOA last week. Unfortunately, our semester started August 4. Okay, so the LOA should have been filed on or before, or 2 weeks before the August 4, in compliance with the provision in our graduate program manual of operations. Okay, so the application for leave of absence of a student who does not intend to enroll in the semester shall be filed at least 2 weeks before the start of the semester, while for students who are currently enrolled and wish to withdraw his or her enrollment, application for leave should be filed 2 weeks before his intended withdrawal commences. It's important that we follow the schedules and deadlines provided by the graduate school, because we respect the provision of our policy as approved by the Board of Regents. LOA in no case shall exceed in 1 academic year, subject to renewal for very meritorious reasons. Total leave time in degree program must not exceed in 2 years, meaning you can only file LOA a maximum of 2 years. Okay, and by that you are saving your residency. Like, for example, if you started your program 2023, 2023, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. For masters, your residency will end in 2028, second semester, 2027, 2028. But if you file for LOA as approved by the Dean of the Graduate School, you're saving your residency. So if you file for 1 year as approved by the Dean of the Graduate School, it's not the second semester 2027-2028 will be the end of your residency, but it's going to be second semester of school year 2028-2029, provided that you have an approved LOA. That's only for 1 year. But if you have 2 years approved LOA, this is a case of masters which is admitted in 2023, your residency end will be at the second semester of 2029-2030. Okay, so in that case, you are still allowed to enroll in second semester or first semester and second semester of 2028, 2029 until 2030 because you're now going to use your LOA. You cannot file for LOA if your residency has already lapsed. There are some students, they are still filing for LOA, but we cannot approve or I can no longer endorse the LOA because there is no residency to be for you to be able to file your leave of absence. Okay, so you can only file LOA if there are still remaining residency left, for your 5 years or for your 7 years. So for our first year students who have just been admitted in August or July, please take note of this, that whenever you are not going to attend any classwork in your graduate school, please file LOA so you can save your residency. Plan of coursework is an official document of the student submitted to the graduate school. You have to follow prescribed number of units of coursework for each graduate program. In the master's and doctoral and in diploma, we have also diploma programs. This comprises courses for foundation courses, for major or specialization, including the cognate for the doctoral programs. There are some. Yeah, may I request those students to please mute your microphone. Yeah. Requesting also our technical assistants to please mute the participants when not recognized, so we could have a smooth flow of presentation. As I was saying, the plan of coursework should be able to show courses in your foundation, major courses, cognate. I'm referring to programs which still require cognate courses, including your years for thesis or dissertation. A graduate student within his or her first semester of residence must prepare a plan of coursework considering the prescribed residency period for a degree in consultation with his or her advisory committee. It's important that I think though I have already made an announcement during the enrollment, and I gave you a piece of paper already. I noticed what to prepare before the semester ends, and later I'm going to show you this schedule or the timeline when to prepare the particular requests. In our policy, it's a must that a first-year student should already be assigned an advisor and panel because you are going to craft your plan of coursework. You cannot craft your plan of coursework if there is no approved advisor and approved panel because your advisory committee are the ones deciding what subjects are you going to take every semester based on the course tracking of your program advisor. So how can you come up with your plan of coursework if you don't have an advisor yet or thesis advisor? The reason why the Office of the Dean had this issuance that all first-year students should be able to request already their thesis or dissertation advisor and request for their panel or advisory committee because these are requirements before you can proceed to your enrollment next sem. I think your program advisors likewise informed you of the compliance for this because you cannot enroll next semester comes December if there is no approved request for advisor, panel, and plan of coursework because this is your official program. The graduate school cannot allow you to enroll if there is no endorsed plan of coursework from your advisory committee because it's your advisory committee who decides what subjects are you going to take for that particular semester as endorsed by your program advisor. So this is your official program and must be completely satisfied. Application for changes in the approved plan of coursework must be in consultation with your advisory committee. So we always go back to our panel. That's the power of our panel. That's why later I'm going to give you some reminders as to how you're going to compose your panel based also on our graduate program manual of operations. This is a sample of a plan of coursework. Okay, this is a program under the old curriculum of the Master in Chemistry Education. And the course tracking for this is based on the course tracking of the program advisor. So if you have been admitted in 2022, you have to connect with your program advisor and ask what subjects are you going to take for the first semester, second semester, for mid-year. Will there be offering of courses for mid-year? And you are going to include already when are you going to take your thesis writing, your proposal, or when are you going to have your comprehensive examination and your final defense. So in this case, it's expected that he or she will enroll 3 thesis writing, pwedeng itong first sem 2023-2024 shall be a time for writing already his paper, but cannot take yet the comprehensive examination because he or she still needs to complete the cognate, the second cognate, because you cannot take comprehensive examination if all courseworks are not yet completed and there should be a grade from the faculty. Okay, so it's expected that by the second semester 2023-2024, the student will now enroll in thesis writing and take comprehensive examination and do the proposal defense. Okay, so after passing the comprehensive exam, the student plans already to file for proposal defense. Okay, remember, when you apply for proposal defense, you cannot be approved once there is no approved thesis advisor and panel. That's why kailangan meron na kayong advisor and panel. And for mid-year 2023-2024, maybe the student will file for final examination. Okay, but notice if the student started 2022, okay, 2022, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, the student can actually stay in the graduate school up until 2027. So it could be still revised, For example, marami ang circumstances na nangyari sa estudyanteng ito, pwedeng mag-file siya ng LOA, after hindi niya nagawa itong mga thesis na to, hindi siya nakapag-compre. He could still file for LOA because his stay is up until second semester of 2026-2027. Okay, so yun ang end ng kanyang residency in the graduate school. You have to take note that you cannot allow your faculty members sign in the plan of coursework if they are not yet approved by the graduate school, particularly by the dean of the graduate school. There are some students, ang ating mga faculty are kind, pinipirmahan ng ating faculty, not knowing na hindi pa pala ito approved ng graduate school. Okay? It's important that they have to be approved first by the graduate school that they're going to be your advisor, chairperson, and members of the committee before they could sign here. Because your committee should be able to look into this, to look into the plan of coursework. So whatever changes you are going to make in your plan of coursework, it has to be communicated very well in all the members of your advisory committee. Kami, recommending approval lang naman kami. So who decides? It's your committee. Okay? It's your thesis or dissertation advisor and your members of the panel. So the program advisor only recommends, double check whether this is compliant with the course tracking of the program or some other requirements of the program, and also checks provisions in the graduate program manual of operations. The same as by duty in the graduate school. I also review whether it is consistent with the policy of the graduate school. And once these are endorsed by the program advisor and the college secretary, the dean now approves the approved plan of coursework. And you are given a copy of this. Okay? Every enrollment, you have to go back to your plan of coursework. Ito na palang iti-take kong courses based on my approved plan of coursework. Okay? So I hope this is clear to everyone. Take note that when you compose your advisory committee based on our Administrative Order number 690 series of 2022, which is likewise based on the Graduate Program Manual of Operations and CMO 15 series of 2019, this is how you're going to compose your panel. Okay, there has to be an advisor, of course, and content. When we speak of content, these are advisors whose specializations are within your field of expertise. Like, for example, in my case, I do not accept advising for MA in Social Studies Education. There are some students who would approach me to sit as an advisor for MA in Social Studies Education. I do not accept. Why? Because my field of specialization is English language education or English education and PhD in educational foundations. Those are my specializations. Those are my content. Yun lang ang maibibigay ko sa inyo. But I cannot help you with social studies education. Okay? That's why you have to select your advisor whose specialization is within your field of specialization. So if you are specializing in social studies education, you have to get a faculty or someone who is also specializing in social studies education. Okay? And for chair, the same. It should be aligned with your program. So if you are MAEL, you get a chair whose expertise is also in line with your MAEL. Okay? And 2 members of the panel. 1 could be under content still, and 1 could be under method. Yung method, these are faculty members who are teaching research or statistics in the graduate school. You could refer to our schedule of classes, or you could request from your program advisor pool of experts for the methodology. Okay, so not all faculty can be requested to sit as advisory committee, but it has to be based on the specialization and skills of your advisory committee. This is to make sure that we really are ensuring the rigor in your thesis, because later on it's going to be the offshoot, the output of your thesis. So we really are paying attention to the quality of thesis and dissertation that our students produce. So there has to be a qualified experts who will sit as an advisory committee, or else later on ang inyong paper ay of no quality. So the graduate school duty is to safeguard rigor and quality of the thesis and dissertation. You have to take note of the following when you are going to choose your advisory committee. You are going to plan your committee together with your program advisor first. You together with your committee will be the one who will plan your study. Again, as I have said a while ago, what subjects are you going to take? Kasi there are some programs that still require bridging courses. So it has to be reflected in your plan of coursework. If you are required by the committee that indeed you have to take bridging courses because of certain conditions during your admission, then it has to be reflected in the plan of coursework you are going to submit and signed by your committee. Your committee will be the one to guide and advise you in your study and thesis or field of study. Be sure that your selected members have appropriate appointments of the graduate school. to avoid delay of processing. Yun nga ang sinasabi ko kanina, that there are some students who would submit applications here. Like, the student plans already to file for application for proposal defense. However, the advisor and the panel are not yet approved by the graduate school. So it will create delay in the processing because the student did not follow proper protocol and steps in accomplishing appropriate documents. So the advisor should have already been approved, including the panel, prior to your application for proposal defense, or else your application for proposal defense will be delayed because we have to wait for your advisor and panel to be approved first before you can be issued notice of proposal defense. Okay. Changes in the committee is allowed, provided that it is consulted, of course, with a appropriate committee members. And finally, be careful in choosing your committee members. You have to consult your program advisor or your thesis advisor if you already have your thesis advisor, so that you could be enlightened how you are going to compose your advisory committee, basing also in the provisions in the CMO 15 series of 2019, Graduate Program Manual of Operations, and other relevant policies in the graduate school. Okay. Again, the composition for the committee ay 3 lang ha. Pero ito kasi isinama namin yung advisor. But yung panel, assuming that you already have an approved advisor, for the committee, for the advisory committee, there has to be 3 for masters, 1 for chair and 2 for members, and 1 of which should be content or focusing on method. And for the doctoral program, the committee chair should be focusing on content, and there has to be a panelist also sitting under method, and the rest could be under content. Qualifying examination for doctoral programs. This is a basis for evaluating the student's ability to pursue doctoral study and for determining a suitable program of coursework. An application should be submitted not later than 1 month before the date of the examination.
Focus na siya ng stress sa buhay mo. As students po, sa mga katulad
May we request? Okay, thank you. Going back. The application, again, should be filed not later than 1 month before the date of the examination. Again, based on the approved, BOR-approved Graduate Program Manual of Operations. Please take note of this, particularly our students who have been admitted this July 2026. You cannot enroll in your next semester of residence without the result of your qualifying examination. If the student fails his or her qualifying examination, no re-examination shall be allowed except on the unanimous approval of his or her advisory committee. If the student fails the re-examination, he or she shall be permanently disqualified from earning the degree. So it doesn't mean na kayo ay nabigyan na ng notice of admission, okay na tayo, no? For doctoral programs. Please take note of this provision. This is a critical provision in our graduate program. If the committee tells you that you fail in your qualifying examination, you lost again the opportunity to be in the graduate school because of not being able to pass the qualifying examination. That's why the graduate school cannot allow you to enroll in your second semester of residence, because again, it is the committee who will decide whether you are going to pursue the program or not. Okay, it is not even.
For example, I should know
May I again request our participants that when you are not recognized, kindly mute your microphone, so you will not be able to interrupt the discussion.
1/4 of
Also requesting our technical host to please also look into those students. Pakimute po kaagad para hindi
total of
interrupt.
18 total rows. 18 hours a week.
Oliver,
Yan.
Gerald
Ganito kami 18
Oliver.
hours. So, 40 hours.
Yeah,
Sa
kindly,
DDR, 40 hours.
Gerald Oliver,
Pero,
kindly
kaya
mute
nag-load
your
kami
microphone,
18
please.
hours na a week. So, ganun siya. So, iba naman. Iba yung ulam. Madalas
All right. So, again, going back to the qualifying examination. The qualifying examination, again, will be decided by your committee, the dean of the graduate school, the secretary of the graduate school, even your program advisor cannot allow you to enroll in your second semester of residence if your committee do not still allow you to enroll in the second semester of residence. So how can you enroll if you don't have an approved advisor? Again, and panel, because they are going to make the decision whether you are going to pursue your program in the graduate school. Okay? Let's talk about the grading system. The graduate school follow a university grading system using number grades from 1.0 to 5.0, where 1.0 is the highest grade and 3.0 is the lowest passing grade, and 5.0 is failure. A grade of 4.0 is conditional and can only be given as a midterm grade. An INC grade indicates incomplete coursework. An incomplete grade obtained from the previous semester must be completed within a year. Otherwise, it will be converted to a failing grade automatically in the online registration in your system. Okay, so please take note of our grading system. If your professor gives you a grade of 2.0 of 2.2, that is still acceptable in the graduate school. So baka magtaka kayo bakit may 2.0. That's allowed in the graduate school. So do not be angry to your faculty members sometimes if they gave you the rating of 2.0 or 2.2, because that is allowed by our policy. The passing grade in the graduate school is 3.0, however. But a graduate student has to maintain a GWA, or general weighted average, of 2.0 or better to be allowed to take the comprehensive examination. That's why we always evaluate for those who are going to take the comprehensive examination. It really takes time for our office, particularly the registrar's office, to look into your GWA, because we cannot allow you to proceed to your compre if you're not able to meet this condition that all takers should have earned the general weighted average of 2.0. Comprehensive examination. Okay, let's talk about compre. This is a test this tests the student's competence in integrating knowledge in his or her major or minor fields. In the case of the doctoral programs, I'm referring to your foundation courses, specialization, and cognate. While for masters, I'm referring to your foundation courses and cognate. There is no, not cognate, but specialization. There's no cognate examination for the masters, but questions are integrated by the committee, either in the foundation or in the major courses. But still, you have to study the major courses because it will be covered by the foundation and major. But for the doctoral programs, we have really a separate schedule for cognate. Okay, so for doctoral, there are 3 categories or areas where you will be evaluated. These are foundation, major or your specialization, and cognate. and shall be based on all courses prescribed for the student. Okay, we are still going to go back to the plan of coursework and to the course tracking of the program advisor. Okay, all subjects you have taken in the particular residency will be covered by the comprehensive examination that the program or unit will administer. For masters, these are written examination, only for masters. But for doctoral, there are 2 examinations to be administered. The first one is the written exam, and the second one is an oral examination. Okay? Registrar shall certify that the student obtained a GWA of 2.0 or better. No student will be allowed to take the comprehensive examination if he or she has an incomplete or INC grade in any courses or a general weighted average below 2.0. Okay? If not, halimbawa, hindi tayo nakakomply ng 2.0, what will happen? A student whose general weighted average is lower than 2.0, you will still be given the chance to qualify by allowing him or her to take 2 additional courses as recommended by, again, we are going to go back to your advisory committee. And what subjects are you going to take so that you could keep up with the comprehensive examination? Kasi kulang ka ng GWA, sa GWA of 2.0. If the student fails to qualify, he or she may avail of the diploma courses for the program if available. So, meaning you have already taken the 2 units or the 2 courses, additional courses, but still the GWA is lower than 2.0. The provision for the diploma courses will now come in. Okay, so you don't have a choice, but you can avail of the diploma courses if it is available, because there are some graded programs which do not have a diploma course. A student who fails on her or first attempt shall be given the chance to take the comprehensive examination, again, not earlier than 1 month, but not later than 1 year after the first examination. Supposing you failed in the foundation course, the dean, your result will have a colatilla from the office of the dean that you have to take the re-examination not earlier than 1 month, but not later than 1 year after the first examination. So if you have taken the compre this first SEM 2026, particularly September, you are allowed to take the comprehensive examination up until next year, September 2027, 1 year. But you cannot file immediately for your comprehensive examination. We have to wait for 1 month. From September, pwedeng mag-apply ka November for your comprehensive examination. If 2027 September 2027, hindi pa natin na-retake, we're not able to retake the comprehensive examination, that now forfeits your chance to prove, to pass the comprehensive examination. It will be counted already as your second kasi hindi mo na-meet yung condition to have it taken not later than 1 month, but not later than 1 year after your first examination. So we have timeline to follow as well. Okay? Supposing that you fail in your first examination, may it be in the foundation course, in the major course, or cognate, you are still eligible to file for another chance for the comprehensive examination. However, if it's already your second attempt to take the comprehensive examination, please take note of this provision that failure to pass the re-examination disqualifies the student permanently from earning the degree. So meron tayong mga retention conditions, meaning you have to really do good in your classworks, because there are phases where conditions are set by the policy, and we do not have an option but to follow the provision, ano. So, if halimbawa ganito yung nangyari, you will now be permanently disqualified in the program. That's why you have to study very well before taking the comprehensive examination. Make sure that you have exhausted the materials, ano, you have exhaustively read the materials, understood the concepts before taking the comprehensive examination. The reason why in applying for comprehensive examination, there is a 2-week provision, no? 14 days you file. This is the deadline of the comprehensive examination, and this is the schedule of your comprehensive examination. We have a 2-week provision so that you could still prepare for the examination, no? The announcement for the comprehensive examination has been posted already in our Facebook page. Please look for the Bicol University Graduate School Facebook page. All the schedules and processes, how are you going to file for the comprehensive examinations, including the policies for the comprehensive examinations. These are all included in the announcement we made through our official Facebook page. Please take note also that when taking the comprehensive examination, you should be officially enrolled, ano? And you should still have residency in filing. Ano? Kasi ang iba, magko-compre na, naubusan na ng kanyang residency. For thesis or dissertation, after earning at least 12 units of coursework with graduate credit, this is equivalent to 4 subjects. Okay, the student may be allowed to enroll and work on his or her thesis or dissertation. So first year pa lang kayo, kunyari, first year, but you were allowed to take 4 courses equivalent to 12 units. After that, second semester of residence, you are actually already allowed to start working on your thesis or dissertation. Okay? Because the wisdom of our policy is that the earlier we prepare our thesis, mas madali tayong makakagraduate sa ating program. Because pagkatapos yun ng coursework nyo, tapos na ang ating chapters 1, 2, 3. Tapos na ang ating concept note. Okay? The reason why earlier I mentioned that even though you are still first year, you are already expected to compose your advisor and panel. Because even though you have just been admitted in your first semester of residence, you can actually start working on your chapters 1, 2, 3. Okay? The student may enroll a fraction of the thesis dissertation as follow. It could be 2, 2, 2 every semester, or it could be 3, 3. It could be 3, 3, 3 for the doctoral program, or 4, 4, 4 for this is composed of 3 semesters. Ano yung 3, 3, 3? This is composed of 4 semesters. So you have to plan it. Ano in your plan of coursework? Ano kaya ang mas feasible sa akin? Could it be the 2, 2, 2? Could I take the thesis writing, which includes the comprehensive examination in 3 semesters? Or could it be the 2 semesters only? Okay? So first year pa lang, you have to plan already. Paano ko siya iti-take? Pwede ba 2, 2, 2 or 3, 3, 3? The same for dissertation. Would it be the 3, 3, 3 or could it be the 4, 4, 4? A graduate student who registered all the prescribed units for thesis or dissertation and still unable to finish thesis or dissertation shall enroll in the succeeding semester or mid-year on residence, subject to the policy on maximum residency of the program, again, which is 5 for masters and 7 for the doctoral programs. And all students enrolled in thesis or dissertation shall report to their respective advisory committee for consultation. The thesis topics should be in line with the student's field of specialization. Okay, again, you cannot study a program na though may pagka-integrative tayo in nature, ano, but you have to really choose a topic that is in line with the program. So if it is about physics education, then the paper should talk about the program. because that is what you are specializing about. If it's about guidance and counseling, then you have to choose a topic in line with the guidance and counseling. May mga cases kasi na, like for example, English. In my case now, I have been also sitting in a defense English, but the paper talks about educational leadership and management. So sometimes the student has to have to redo the paper, go back again to the committee kasi ang papel ay hindi pumapasa sa committee because the paper does not speak for the specialization of the program. So please take note of this. You also have to take note that your research should be based on the research and development thrusts and priorities of the university. You could refer to our university website. You can type in the Google Bicol University and look for the RDE, Research and Development, the development trusts and priorities of the university. Are posted in the website, so that you could also make use of that as your reference in choosing for your topic in your research. Okay. After passing the comprehensive examination, a student who is ready with his or her thesis or dissertation proposal will be allowed to defend it before the advisory committee. So kapag nakapasa lang po tayo ng comprehensive examination, okay, that's the time that you will be allowed to proceed to your proposal defense. And should the advisory committee, again, if the panel suggests that the student should engage for services of a language editor, it is also allowed in the graduate school. Change in the composition of advisory committee is also allowed under justifiable grounds and subject to the approval of the dean of the graduate school through the recommendation of the program advisor. In our case, based on our structure ngayon, based on our policy, we have the department chair, but this is being taken care of by the program advisor, and endorsed by the secretary of the graduate school, that's me, approved by the dean of the graduate school, that's Dr. Maria Jane Mascareñas. A written waiver from parties concerned shall be obtained and submitted by the student to the graduate school. Like for example, papalitan mo yung isa mong content na panel, okay lang naman. That's allowed in our policy, provided that the panel should also conform, should also signify that he permits to be replaced, or else baka mamaya ay ma-offend natin yung ating panel. Bakit siya papalitan? Hindi niya alam. So it has to be communicated, properly consulted with the advisory committee. And you have to present, of course, justifiable reasons why you are going to replace that particular faculty. The conduct of thesis or dissertation may be done in absentia with the approval of the advisory committee. Again, we are going to seek permission from your advisory committee if his or her thesis or dissertation is reasonable to be done outside of Bicol University. But if it could just be done within the country or within Bicol region, why do you work on absentia? So you have to consult that with your advisory committee. The student must be duly enrolled for thesis or dissertation with the graduate school and must accomplish prescribed forms prior to the commencement of work in absentia. Okay, so dapat ay ang documents natin ay well submitted in the graduate school. Just like let me go back doon sa LOA, There are some students claiming for LOA. Meron daw approved ng LOA. Yung LOA pala ay hanggang kay program advisor lang. Hindi naman approved ng graduate school. So hindi yun ka-count ng ating opisina. What we are going to count is the LOA approved by the graduate school. Some students also claiming that their advisor is approved by the dean by the graduate school, but when we check the records, it's only approved by the program advisor, but not by the dean of the graduate school. So what we will honor is a form that is approved by the office of the dean of the graduate school. Okay, the same with this. So before you proceed, maglolowa kayo, make sure, halimbawa, pupunta kayo ng abroad, make sure na before kayo umalis, submitted properly yung documents at approve itong mga documents natin para walang problema later on. The same with this working in absentia. If you're gonna be working in absentia, make sure that the documents before you leave are settled and well accomplished and submitted to the graduate school. Graduate student working in absentia shall make periodic reports of his or her progress to his or her thesis or dissertation advisors for update and recording so that we are aware na okay, ganitong phase na pala ang ginagawa mo. Final exam, I'm referring to the defense or the final defense. The purpose of the final examination is to pass judgment on the research of the candidate because you are already done with your proposal. A student may apply for final oral examination upon completion of his or her thesis or dissertation and in a form of acceptable to his or her advisor who recommends the approval of the application for final examination. Meaning, sometimes it's offending to the advisor when you are already pushing for final defense, when your advisor do not yet recommend you kasi ang dami pang aayusin, no? Kaya kailangan natin coordinate always with the advisor. Ma'am, kumusta na po? Pwede na po ba ito? If the advisor says, okay, we're now ready to go for the final defense, then you now apply. But if your advisor still tells you that we still have much to improve on the paper, wag muna magpumilit. No? Kasi the advisor knows whether the paper is defendable. Baka mamaya, pagdating nyo sa advisory committee ninyo, napahiya lang kayo kasi ang paper nyo, baka pinaulit. So, the advisor knows better. That's why the recommendation will come from the advisor. You have to closely coordinate, have a good working relationship with your panel and your advisor so that conflicts may not arise and that you really are working together harmoniously at nakikita natin na maganda ang quality ng output ng estudyante. Okay? During your final examination, during the proposal, wala tayong grading, ha? But for the final, meron na tayong grade. Okay? You could still do better in the final examination. So your final defense, during your final defense, meron na naman tayo ditong retention. Please take note of this. It could either, the panelists will now give a rating based on your final defense and the merits of your manuscript. This time, chapters 1 to 5 ang tinitingnan dito. The way you answered each question or statement of the problem, the way you presented the data, you analyzed, you look into the implications and the total package of the paper. The final defense, final siya. Meaning, hindi ito draft, this is final, this is presentable, this is of quality already, it has gone through rigor already. Okay? You may be given by your advisor not advisor, but the committee, either a rating of pass, provisional pass, or redefense. Pass if all members of the advisory committee approve the result of the final examination. Meaning, okay, itong papel, no question at all. Very good ang pagkakasulat, nasasagot yung mga tanong ng panel, substantial ang paper. All members of the advisory committee approve the result. Pass tayong lahat. No problem with that. Okay, pass yon. You will be given a provisional pass if the committee agrees that minor revisions are required. And these are all reflected in the minutes of your defense. So if marami pang ayusin, provisional pass. But for the provisional pass, it doesn't mean that you have to end there. When you receive a provisional pass, you have to comply the comments and suggestions of the panel and have it presented again to your advisory committee until such time that the panel gives you already a rating of pass. Okay? As a provisional. Matatanggalan natin yung provisional when your panel says, yes, it's already passed for me. because all my comments have been complied with by the student, then that's the time that is acceptable to the panel. Okay? You may also be given a rating of redefense, which means substantial revision are required by 3 out of 4 members of the advisory committee. I'm referring for the master's program. But for the doctoral programs, 4 out of 6 of the advisory committee. Ang goal mo, para hindi ka ma-redefense, pag masters, 4 dapat, 3, of your panel, 3 naman ang panel sa masters. Panel, the chair and the 2 members, should be able to give you a rating of, not a rating of yes, but perhaps you're convinced rather that you shall be given a provisional pass. For doctoral program, 4 doon sa 5 panel mo ay dapat ay makapag-convince mo that the paper could be under provisional pass. Okay? Please take note of this, that failure to pass the second examination. I'm referring to the final oral examination. Let's say, na-redefense ka. What will happen now? And then, nag-apply ka ulit sa graduate school for redefense. And it's still redefense. The result is redefense. Failure to pass the second examination disqualifies the student from his or her current graduate program. So, mahirap ito. Sana walang mangyari dito sa isa sa inyo, because this is quite this is sad. If the student still would belong to this particular provision that you are still redefense, na ikaw ay nasa final stage na, and out of a sudden, madi-disqualify ka lang pala sa iyong graduate program. The reason why, earlier that you prepare, the better. That's why we already presented your advisor na first year pa lang kayo, meron na kayong panel, first year pa lang kayo, so you already work on your chapters 1, 2, 3 when you are already assigned a thesis or dissertation. And once approved by the graduate school, you can actually start discussing with your thesis advisor, ma'am, gagawa na ako ng chapters 1, 2, 3 ha, isasubmit ko next week. But you're not yet set to do your proposal defense. That's okay, because advising can actually start even though you are still first-year students. Reasons why you have to compose already your proposal at an earlier stage. Okay? Para maiwasan natin tong failure to pass in the second examination disqualifies the student from his or her current graduate program. Okay? These are the requirements before you could be endorsed for graduation. A graduate student is recommended for graduation after being able to satisfy the following. First, completion of all academic courses towards the degree, passing the written and oral comprehensive examination, oral for doctoral, and written and oral for doctoral, and written only for masters. Passing the final oral examination. Submission of approved 3 bound copies of manuscript to the Dean of the Graduate School through your program advisor, and an electronic copy to the university librarian. Copy of published journal or juried creative work. Payment of graduation and other fees, and presentation of the corresponding university clearance. You notice that I have color in red, the copy of published journal or article for juried creative work. This is in reference to the CMO number 21 series of 2025 and CMO 15 series of 2019 that you are required to have publication. But in 2025, there came CMO 21. At iba ang requirement natin doon, and we are still settling on the matter whether we are going to follow what is specified in the CMO 15 or CMO 21, and it will have to be deliberated yet by the council and an appropriate authority. But at any rate, you have to prepare for this. We're not limiting you to have your papers published because these are requirements in the graduation based on the CMOs and as well as graduate program manual of operations. For those who are pursuing thesis or dissertation writing, please take note of the flow chart I have made so that you could immediately look into appropriate process. Okay. First, there has to be an approved requests for thesis or dissertation advisor. We start from there kung kayo ay first year. Second, we request for advisory committee and panel. But for doctoral programs, after requesting for advisory committee, you have to file immediately for qualifying examination. And that's the time, if you pass already the compre, we proceed now to the application for proposal defense. Okay? And yun, after that, this is now the actual proposal defense. And this does not end there. After the proposal defense, some of your advisory committee's comments, of course, you may have different experiences for the proposal defense. Some papers may be redirected, some papers may be rehashed, because of the recommendations of the panel, and some of your papers are retained. Okay, so based on the discussions with your advisory committee, you are going to revise that, and have it submitted to the graduate school. There is a form provided by the graduate school. When you apply, then for example, application for proposal defense, the graduate school provides you the form, for the approval of your revised manuscript. So after the proposal, you once again go back to the graduate school, submit the revised manuscript proposal and the minutes of the defense. Why do you need to submit the minutes of the defense? Because the minutes of the defense is a basic requirement of our administrative office for the payment of your faculty members sitting as an advisor or panel. Kawawa naman ang ating panel, tapos na yung inyong defense, nakaserve na sila ng kanilang services sa inyo, but hindi pa nababayaran kasi the student or the advisor did not submit yet the minutes of that defense. So after your proposal, please submit immediately the minutes of the defense so that the office could immediately process the payment of the panelists and advisors. And after that, once your manuscript is already approved by the dean of the graduate school, you are going to proceed to the ethics review. But please take note that it is dependent on the endorsement of your advisory committee. If your committee suggests that the paper should undergo ethics, then you have to submit the ethics review. I think I have seen a while ago Dr. Bartolata, Richard Bartolata, who is the chair of the ethics review. Their office takes charge of the ethics review, provided that it is recommended, of course, by the office of the dean of the graduate school. But we also base it based on the endorsement of the committee. When the committee suggests that, okay, kailangan ng ethics review, then we submit it to the ethics office for review so that your research protocols will be reviewed before data gathering. Do not hold data gathering. Kaya listen to the suggestions of the panel, because if the panel suggests that there has to be a research review, there has to be an ethics review, do not immediately proceed to data gathering and always consult your advisor. Kasi may iba na nag-proceed din ng data gathering, walang idea yung advisor. The advisor should always be consulted before doing an action, or another step. If the advisor tells you, okay, you can proceed already with the data gathering, then that's fine. Because if nakaproceed ka na ng data gathering, and nirequire pala sa iyo yung ethics review, the ethics review will no longer issue research protocol. May problem tayo doon. Okay? Because in-run mo na yung yung pag-gather ng data. So what is the essence of having it reviewed by the ethics? Okay? So the ethics review will not approve anymore the requests for research protocol because na-run mo na nga siya. That's why before running your data gathering, secure first ethics review from the ethics review office if it is recommended by your advisory committee. This is a very important and critical provision in our policy. That's why please take note of this. Later this afternoon, in our program, we have a talk with Dr. Richard Bartolata on the provisions on ethics review. What considerations are you going to make upon making your research protocols? And after that, you're done with the data gathering, and your advisor already permits you to file for final oral examination, then apply for final examination now and do the final oral examination. I'll repeat, do not apply for final oral examination if your advisor does not permit you yet to hold your final oral examination. Okay? That's why kayo din, para para hindi kayo magkaroon ng, may hinahabol kasi minsan tayo ng deadline. Graduate school will now give a deadline. May hinahabol tayo. Baka mamaya pinipilit niyo yung advisor na i-approve or endorse kayo. That is unethical. Because in doing a research, you have to manage your time properly. Okay? That's why you plan your coursework and you plan where are you going to make your thesis or dissertation. Because again, as what our dean said and our VPAA, our graduate school is not a walk in a park. Okay, so it has to be carefully planned by the graduate student. After, we're done with the final oral examination. After that, what you're going to do is to revise now the chapters 1 to 5. Okay? So, baka mamaya, yay, I'm done with the defense. Tapos na ako Post na tayo sa Facebook na nakatapos na tayo ng final defense. But wait, there's more. You have to revise the chapters 1 to 5. Again, because sometimes during your final defense, there are still comments given by the committee in chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, though it has already been presented during your proposal defense. So they still revisit chapter by chapter, because tinitingnan dito yung alignment ng ating paper based on the approved objectives and the very intent of the paper. That's why sometimes there is a need for adjustments in the chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3. So you have to revisit your chapters 1 to 5 per comments of the panel. Okay? And after that, submit the summary and individual rating sheets in the graduate school. Both the graduate school and the registrar should receive the rating sheets. Again, may it be a provisional pass or a pass rating. It should be both submitted to the office of the graduate school and the registrar's office for recording. Okay, and of course, the minutes of the examination. We need to submit immediately, I think, based on our policy, after a week or 2 weeks. The minutes of the examination should be forwarded to the graduate school for processing again of the payment of our panelists. Kawawa naman yung panelists ninyo. Hindi naman mababayaran because we are not able to submit the minutes of the examination. Okay? After that, we're done already with the chapters 1 to 5 revision. Go back again to your advisor. Have it checked again by your advisor. Okay na po ba ito, ma'am? Or may mga aayusin pa ba tayo? If the advisor says it's now okay, you submit it to or sometimes not just the advisor but the advisory committee. Sometimes there is an agreement na after the defense, i-revise natin ang comment, i-present sa advisor and present it to the committee, to the advisory committee. If the advisory committee agrees that comments have been satisfied with You now proceed to the plagiarism and AI detection. Okay, per policy, 15% for the plagiarism and AI for the 20% for the AI. Okay, so soft copy will have to be submitted to the graduate school. I'm going to show you later the emails where to send for the detection. If you're going to have your papers already detected by our software, then submit you po doon. Okay, but submit the soft copy only if you have already secured permission from your advisory committee and panel. Okay? And after that, submission for editing na tayo. Nakita na doon, pumasa na ng 15%, pumasa na ng AI. We're now going to submit for editing and statistical services if recommended by the advisory committee again. Okay, that's how powerful your advisory committee is. Okay, because they always suggest, they are the ones who are going to suggest whether kailangan pa nitong ipa-edit o hindi. Okay, and then after okay na-edit na, nakakuha ka na ng certification for editing and nakakuha ka na ng certification for the statistical services, you now proceed with the printing. Print when the dean of the graduate school does not approve yet the manuscript. Okay? Why? Because though it's still edited, may mga tinitingnan pa rin tayong compliance sa format. The format is given to you by the office sa email. So you have to strictly follow that. Some of the students, nagabaraklas ki hardbound. Why? Because there are comments from the comments from the office of the dean na hindi pa na-comply but naka-hardbound na. You do the hardbound when you have already secured approval from the office of the dean. Okay? So na-receive mo na yung approved request for printing. That's the time that you now request for, not request, but to submit for the hardbound of your manuscript. And then submit it to the registrar during the deadline, not the deadline, but on or before the deadline. And only then you will be part of the lists of graduates for that particular semester. And that is always the process every semester in the graduate school. And I hope this is clear to everyone, because dito tayo minsan nagkakalituhan, kailan ba tayo magpapa-edit, kailan ba tayo magpapa-plagiarize, kailan ba magsasubmit ng individual rating sheets. So these are the processes. I hope that this is clear to all of you. You have to take note that there is an issuance from the office of the dean that ang ating editing po ay hindi free, ha? Ang ating editing ay nagre-request tayo ng expertise ng ating mga editors at mga statistical service providers. For masters, 20 pesos per page based on the issuance of an admin order from the office of the president as approved by the BOR. And for the doctoral program, 30 pesos per page. And for the standardized statistical service fees, please refer to the infographics. Basic, 1,500 to 2,000. Intermediate, 2,500 to 3,000. And for advanced, 3,500 to 4,000 pesos. So please just take note of this. You can scan, there's a QR code in the announcement. You can scan the QR code for you to be able to check on the details of the admin order. I'd like to acknowledge the CPRO for this PubMat. This is coming from the Communications and Public Relations Office, posted in the Bicol University Facebook page. Please take note also of our university calendar. This is also very critical because for this semester, we are following a short-term university calendar. In the past, the first semester runs from August to December, right? But in our university calendar, as approved again by the BOR, we start the semester August 4, but the semester will end on November 28, 2026. That's the last day of the semester. You have to take note of the midterm examinations, The midterm will be next month. Ano na ngayon? 22 o malapit na. 22, September 28 to 30 would be the midterm examinations, and your final examinations would be 23 to 28. Ano? And the last day of classes would be November 28, 2026. Yung mga magpo-propose at magpo-final defense dito, you have to count 14 days. Bababa. Yun ang deadline ng ating application for proposal and final defense. That's why September pa lang, may we request the participants. So please mute po. Thank you. Let me just check on that. Kyla. Sorry. How do I mute this? Chris, can you mute Kyla Berdin? Thank you. Going back, sorry. So, September, October, you already communicate with your panelists when do you plan to hold your proposal and final. Dito nagkakaroon tayo dito ng concern because punong-puno yung ating advisory committee. That's why some of the advisory committee no longer entertain schedules because there are also humans. Napapagod din po ang ating mga committee. That's why kailangan ay maplano nyo kaagad. Do not hold your defenses na kung saan deadline na, saka pa lang tayo mag-i-schedule ng proposal at final defense. So, might as well that you already schedule your proposal or final defense, maybe October or first week of October. For October or first week of November, because the deadline for the filing will be, it's either mga November 15, 16, 17, mga within those days. So, dapat masubmit yung application doon. Okay? But it is better, if you're planning to have your final defense within this semester, it is better that you have your final or proposal October, safe na yung October, or last week of September. Okay? I hope that this is clear. To everyone? I-advance na natin papunta ng second sem because we do not have orientation for the second semester. We will have our enrollment to 14 to 17 second semester 2026-2027. Usually our enrollment for second sem starts in January, but this sem, because of our shortened university calendar, we will start the enrollment December 14, second semester 2026-2027, and January 4 will be the start of classes for the second semester. Okay? Next, please take note of the BUGS Office Memorandum Number 125 Series of 2026. There are already specified schedules when to request for advisor, when to request for panel, when to submit the plan of coursework, when to file for qualifying examination, and result of the qualifying examination, because these are mandatory requirements before you can proceed to your second semester of residence. I hope that you have already requested your thesis or dissertation advisor, both the master's and doctoral programs. August 4 to 31 is the schedule, and again, approved. What I mean by approved is that it should be approved already by the dean of the graduate school, not approved by your advisor. The thesis advisor or the program advisor are not the approving authority. They are recommendatory, but the approving authority is the dean of the graduate school. So dapat approve siya ng dean ng graduate school on or before August 31, 2026. The request for advisor. Second, Request for panel or the constitution of your advisory committee. It must be requested right after having your advisor approved. It should be requested within September 1 to 30, 2026, and it should be approved on or before September 30, 2026. And after that, the master's programs will have their plan of coursework submitted to the graduate school for recording because it is now going to be part of your official record in the graduate school. So naayos na yung mga subjects, mga bridging courses, primado na ng mga panel at advisor. The plan of coursework again should be signed by the approved thesis advisor and approved panel by the dean of the graduate school. Okay, before submitting it to the graduate school. And this schedule is that you have 1 month to comply that, October 1 to 30, 2026. And for qualifying examination, I am referring to our doctoral programs. We have doctoral programs, the PhD EF, EDD, we have PhD Filipino, we have PhD Mathematics Education, we have PhD Public Administration, we have PhD Development Management. All of these programs are required to have the qualifying examination, or else you cannot proceed to your second semester of residence without presenting the result of your qualifying examination. Later on, maisasama na natin yung program ni Dr. Attorney Alex Nepomuceno, the PhD in PhD PASA, because we are going to admit already new students for the PhD PASA, and MAPS is of course open. This is all open. And after qualifying examination, we will now submit the plan of coursework, the qualifying examination, endorsed by the advisory committee and the program advisor, and we have this schedule November 3 to 28, 2026. I hope this is clear. This is also posted in our official Facebook page, Bicol University Graduate School. Just a recap, nomination of panel, it should be done first sem of enrollment, qualifying exam, first sem of enrollment, plan of coursework, first sem of enrollment, comprehensive examination, all after completing all the courses, thesis and proposal after passing the comprehensive examination, and final exam after completion of thesis or dissertation and your journal before your graduation. That's why the programs are now starting to administer their written comprehensive examinations, because the result of the examination, your program is aware that we have a shortened university calendar and that hindi kayo makakapag-proposal kung wala tayong result ng comprehensive examination. That's why there are already some programs naka-schedule na sila for their comprehensive examination. This is the page of Bicol University Graduate School. You may visit this. This is our official Facebook page. And yan, we have likewise posted schedules of the written and oral comprehensive examination. You just click this schedule of examinations link, then the application forms and some guidelines, and have it processed in the graduate school. We have also made an announcement, credits also to the CPRO for the PubMat. The applications for admission sa mga kaibigan natin who wish to be part of the Bicol University Graduate School community, we have already announced our call for applications for school year 2026-2027 second semester. The deadline of submission of applications is September 15, that's next month, and we will release the results of admission on November, starting November 15, 2026. And if you have clarificatory questions related to admission requirements, admission forms, fees, you can just visit our website. You just type in Google Bicol University Bicol University Graduate School website and look for FAQs or frequently asked questions. Details are there, including the programs, prospectus, and the requirements for the application for admission. Please also take note of our deadline. Today is the deadline of hardbound copies for mid-year 2026. You have to submit the hardbound. If you want to graduate for mid-year, dapat yung hardbound ay masubmit within the day. August 22, 2026. That's Saturday. Today. So our registrar is here. She's waiting for the hardbound submission, and once submitted, only then you will be included in the list of graduates for mid-year 2026. If you cannot be able to submit the hardbound within the day, the student should be officially enrolled for first sem. Because upon submission of a hardbound, the student should be officially enrolled. Unfortunately, our enrollment ended last August 1, 2026. So I hope that those who wish to be part of the mid-year were able to submit already their hardbound, and those who were not ay nakapag-enroll ng first sem para ay first sem kayo magka-graduate. The deadline of payment of the assessed fees for first semester is already scheduled on August 29, 2026. That's going to be next week. So please settle your assessment of fees. Refer to your IBUCs or your portals for the assessed fees. And if you have the transactions should be made directly to this email directory. If your concern is about BUGS admission, then your email should be sent to bugs-admission@bicol-edu.ph. And we recommend that you use your BU email account. When you transact in the university, in the graduate school, do not use your company or institution email because sometimes nagkakaroon ng bug, hindi namin nare-receive yung email kasi hindi magkaparehong email domain. So we recommend that you open your BU email account, coordinate with our ICT or regarding this. I think Sir Aris will have a discussion later on as part of our program. So you can raise questions later if you wish to. So if your concern is about admission concern, email it directly to the bugs-admission@bicol-u.edu.ph. But do not send it sa lahat. Kasi minsan, ang concern ay admission, pero naka-email si plagiarism, naka-email si records and enrollment, naka-email si thesis. That's why there is a confusion, which office should address this. That's why we're making an appeal to everyone that please directly send to the appropriate email directory yung inyong concern. If it's about thesis or dissertation concerns, like for example, requesting for an advisor, requesting for panel, advisory committee, or application for defenses, etc., basta related to thesis or dissertation concerns, email it to this email directory, bugs-d1971@bicol-u.edu.ph. If it is about student progress, you can have it directly emailed to me, bugs-secretary@bicol-u.edu.ph. If it's about enrollment, COG, OTR, whatever requests, records, it should be emailed directly to the registrar. The email is bugsrec@bicol-u.edu.ph. If it's about regular concerns, routinary concerns, requests, letter of residency extension, requests for the approval of proposals and so on, for as long as it is recommended and signed by appropriate authorities such as your program advisor or the dean of the delivering college or unit, you may submit the document to bugs-dean@bicol-u.edu.ph. And again, kanina, yung mga magpapa-plagiarism or AI detection, dito po nyo isasubmit ha. Plagiarism checker at bicol-u.edu.ph. edu.ph. Okay? Baka may mag-submit ng magpapa-plagiarism dito kay secretary, hindi ko yan magagawa kasi I'm not the appropriate office to do that. That's why you have to refer to this email directory. I hope that this is clear. Ano? Thank you so much, everyone, for listening. That's all. I think we have another part of the program, which is the question and answer. I will be joined by the program advisors, the dean of the graduate school, and of course the directors and deans of the delivering academic institutions. So it's now time for you to raise your clarifications, questions. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Dr. Roldan C. Cabeles, for that very clear and comprehensive explanation regarding the different graduate program manual of operations. So we are now proceed to the open forum with the college secretary, Dr. Roldan C. Cabeles, together with the program advisors, deans, and directors. So for our graduate students, this is the opportunity for you to ask questions or clarify concerns regarding graduate school. You may type your questions in the chat box, or you may use the raise hand feature if you would like to ask your question personally. While our participants are still typing their question, may I once again recognize Dr. Maria Delia Reneses, the Dean of the BUCN, for the presentation of the faculty member. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. Wait lang po. Yeah, good morning. I requested to come back. I realized I inadvertently missed mentioning one of the very remarkable teaching workforce of MNE and MAN. So forgive me po. So allow me to present one of the faculty members, and of course, as mentioned earlier by Sir Don, the chair of Bioethics Review Board, Dr. Richard Bartolata. He has, if I may mention, he has two doctoral degrees. One is the Doctor in Nursing Management, which he acquired from the Trinity University of Asia. So forgive me po, Sir Tat, for this oversight, but thank you, Bugs, for allowing me to correct this oversight. Thank you so much. So please remember an added faculty, which I forgot to mention earlier, is Dr. Richard Bartolata for MNE and MAN. Thank you po.
Thank you, Ma'am Delia. How can we forget Dr. Richard
Opo,
Bartolata?
thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Hannah, I think there are questions in the comment section. May I just refer to the comment section? Okay. Is the dissertation writing offered during mid-year? Yes, every semester, there is an offering of dissertation writing. First sem, second semester, and mid-year, the same as the masters, both masters and dissertation, thesis writing and dissertation writing, these are all offered during the three terms, first sem, second sem, and mid-year. Is plagiarism checking request free of charge? Yes, this is free. We have a subscription for the Turnitin. The graduate school has a provision for this, and you just have to submit it through the email provided a while ago or presented a while ago for checking. There is an office, or there is a section that looks into the reviewing for the plagiarism and AI. Eto. Kapag naka-comprehensive exam, kapag nag-comprehensive exam po ba, tapos first attempt po, major lang ang naipasa, kailangan po bang ulitin ang major sa second attempt? No. You are only going to have a retake on an area where you failed. But for the major, if it's already passed, then no need to retake that. Good morning po. May certain requirements po ba or certain criteria in order for someone to obtain outstanding graduate program? If ever po, paano po ba process nito? Yeah, the criteria for the outstanding graduates or for honor is decided or are decided rather by the Student Records Evaluation Committee. But there are already areas na for years, hindi siya nababago, na requirement siya. But I don't know for this particular year, baka may idagdag or may ibawas, ano? But I could just perhaps give you some basic criteria that the Student Evaluation Records Committee consider. First, for doctoral, if I'm not mistaken, 1.2 GWA. For masters, there has to be a 1.3 GWA at least, ano, below 1.2, 1.3, and automatic pass in the final oral examination. Hindi nag-fail ng compre. Okay? Lahat pasado nung nag-compre. Ano pa ba? Did not receive a provisional pass. Dapat automatic pass ang estudyante during the final oral examination. And residency requirement. For the PhD, 4 years. Ito ay standing ha, but hindi ito final pa because we will have to discuss it with the committee. No? But ito yung standing ngayon. No? 4 years dapat ay tapos ang PhD. 3 years for MA tapos ang MA. Yun ay basic, basic, but we don't know, we are not yet sure what will be the addendum for this particular academic year. Okay, next. You don't need to apply ha. The committee looks into your documents and records submitted in the office, and we base it as reference for the evaluation. We also invite your program advisors for the deliberation process. Good morning, sir. Is the first year student is also allowed to submit the constitution thesis, or it is just the second year? Lahat po ay allowed. Lahat po ay required. Lahat po. First year, as I have mentioned a while ago, all first year students, I'm sure I'm referring to the students admitted in the first semester of residence ngayong July and August. You are all allowed to compose already your thesis, advisor, and advisory committee. Yung mga natanggap natin nung January, wala na doong problema kasi hindi ko sila pina-enroll kung wala silang advisor at panel. That's I'm sure na meron na silang mga advisor at panel. Ang iba ay alam nila, they almost miss the enrollment because based on the policy, there must be an approved advisor at panel. That's why those students who are admitted this first sem, yung mga na-issuehan natin ng notice of admission, July and August, you have to follow already the schedule provided by the graduate school. Yung August, dapat mag-request na kayo ng advisor, yung present ko kanina. No? So before matapos ang November, you have to submit already this approved advisor, panel, and plan of coursework to the graduate school. May I ask if we still need to submit a leave of absence for the mid-year term if we are not enrolling, given that we have already completed the requirements? Hindi na po. Pagtapos na yung ating semester, you are not eligible to file for the LOA on that particular mid-year. Like for example, tapos sa yung mid-year, gusto nyo siyang i-file, na-consume na natin siya. Because filing of LOA should be made 2 weeks before the start of the semester. Like for example, ngayong first sem, if you plan to not to attend a classwork, it's better that you should have filed LOA nung July na tayo ay nag-enrollment, 2 weeks before the start of the semester per our graduate program manual of operations, or else that particular residence will already be counted as consumed as part of your residency required in the graduate program. saan po maaaring kumuha ng application para sa advisory committee? It is available in the open access drive of the Bicol University. You can visit our Facebook page, Bicol University Graduate School, and naka-pin or naka-feature doon yung open access drive and forms. All forms are actually there. Yung request for advisor, request for panel, application for proposal, application for final, completion, form, adding, dropping, it's all there in the open access drive. It's pinned in our Facebook page. Ano? You can also request if you cannot be able to have it downloaded, if you find it difficult to have it downloaded, you can request here in the office, look for the thesis or dissertation concerns so that you can be facilitated by the office. Good morning, sir. Nagbigay po ba ang bags ng reviewer sa Compre sa bawat courses? The program may, if the program permits, but we give it to the program if gusto nilang magbigay. But usually, we do not give a reviewer because you just have to go back to the plan of coursework, the subjects that you have taken, and that can be already a reference for you to review anong subjects ang pag-aaralan. But as to the details, we leave it to the program. Hello po, yung proposal defense po ba, need muna mag-compre or kahit 12 units? The proposal defense, ang requirement natin ay result ng compre. Ang thesis writing, you can enroll ng thesis writing kung meron na tayong 12 units or 4 subjects taken. Pwede mag-start doon, mag-submit ng chapters 1 to 3 sa approved advisor. You can already have a discussion. But you cannot have yet the proposal defense because the proposal defense requires the student to complete all the academic courses and take the comprehensive examination. When you file for proposal defense, the result of the comprehensive examination with passed rating for all areas is required. Okay. Next, how do we request for an advisor? Should we do it a letter or is there a form that we should let them sign? There is a form in the graduate school, or you can refer to the open access drive. Meron doon nakalagay request for advisor or request for panel. You just have to download it and then populate it properly and coordinate with your program advisor. Next, with regard to LOA, is if an emergency happens after the standard LOA time, can a student apply for exemptions? And what are the circumstances and documentary requirements? The LOA should be filed. Again, dapat na plano natin kailan tayo maglo-LOA or else yan po ay makakount na. Halimbawa, in the semester, nag-start yung semester but you have not filed yet a LOA, hindi ka nakapag-continue, nag-start na may spend yung semester na yun, ma-count doon sa iyong prescribed residency. That's why there is a timeline that we disseminate, which is also approved in our graduate program manual of operation, that when you have a plan to leave, it has to be filed 2 weeks before the start of the semester. Okay? Next, may I ask if there is a specific listed professors whom we can choose as our advisor and list of panelists we can choose from? For the advisor, you can coordinate with your program advisor because your program advisors know the pool of experts. Kung sino yung mga qualified na maging advisor. Okay, so you have to consult your program advisors first. If you're requesting for an advisor, for thesis advisor, you have to reach out your program advisor first. Kasi si program advisor ang mag-a-assign ng thesis or dissertation. And the program advisor will have to look into your concept note. Okay? So, wag kang magre-request kung wala kang dala-dalang concept note. The application should be coupled with a concept note because the advisor will also check the competence needed by your study. Ano? So, kailangan, for example, ang paper mo is about IT. Kailangan natin na um, kumuha ng advisor na IT ang kanyang expertise, and it is the advisor who will it's the program advisor who will recommend firsts. 3, tatlo yan na nasa form. Tatlo, hindi lang isa ha. Tatlo na sa tingin ng iyong program advisor ay qualified, and it will have to be submitted to the graduate school. Yung form na yon, ay tatlo yung nakalagay na qualified, hindi ibig sabihin na yung tatlo ay aaprubahan. The dean of the graduate school will select the most appropriate advisor among the 3 nominated advisor. But of course, before submitting to our office, yung tatlo dapat nakasign sa gilid ng kanilang pangalan sa request for advisor na it's a heads up that they are being tapped to become an advisor. So pag lumabas yung designation, any of the 3 can be assigned as an advisor. It's not what who the student likes, but it's based on the provision in the CM of 15 in the Graduate Program Manual of Operation. Kaya minsan wag kayong magpapa-advising muna kung ang advisor is not yet approved by the graduate school, because sometimes gustong-gusto nyo yung advisor but yung inilabas ng opisina na designation ay hindi yung gusto nyo. So wala kayong magagawa because that's the most qualified to faculty to serve as an advisor. And we also check because in the policy, the faculty could only handle a maximum of 5 advisees. So minsan ang gustong-gusto nyong advisor, puno na. Like, sino yung mga highly subscribed dito, sino ba mga highly subscribed natin dito? Lahat actually ay mga highly subscribed na mga advisor. So minsan gustong-gusto nyo, but puno na. The office cannot select anymore the advisor because that particular faculty handles already like 5 or more advisees. So hindi na siya pwedeng assignan ng another designation, or else kawawa naman yung faculty. At nako, advising a student na 3 pa lang ay mabigat na. How much more yung 5 at dadagdagan pa natin ng 5. Okay? So you coordinate with your program advisor firsts. At kung meron ng advisor, kunyari, meron ng advisor, meron ng designation for advisor, you now consult the program advisor. Ma'am, sino po ang pwede natin maging panel? So it has to be a mutual agreement between you and your advisor, and the advisor will now choose who among the qualified faculty could be part of your panel. In reference also with the CM of 15 series of 2019 and our graduate program manual of operations. Okay, I hope that is clear to everyone. Another one, doctoral done. Qualifying exam are the students who restarted from old program to the revised program still required to take the qualifying examination po. If you have been issued notice of admission, meaning nagbago tayo, binigyan tayo ng panibagong residency na 7 years because this is an EDD. Yes, you are required to subject yourself for the qualifying examination because your treatment is as new student. Okay po? So, since new student ka at yung notice of admission mo commence ngayong first SEM 2026-2027 where the policy is in effect. So you are covered by the provision that you have to take the qualifying examination. Good morning. Who provides the form of approved certification for change of status from regular to probationary? The form we will request the registrar to have it also uploaded to the drive para may access kayo. But as of this moment, the registrar has it, but we will upload it in the drive para you can have easy access for the form. If grad student would like to have thesis advisor outside BU, what are some of the requirements to be prepared, both the students and chosen advisor? That is allowed based on our policy. However, there are some considerations to make. First, we get an advisor if we do not have faculty experts in the university. We prioritize the expertise in the university. Andyan lang, dito lang naman sila. So, check firsts if merong expertise. If there is no, that's the time that we can tap practitioners or advisors outside the university. However, conditions in the graduate program manual of operations should still be followed, that they must have research, they must be doctor in the discipline to become an advisor, and other specific requirements as specified in your graduate program manual of operations. You can go back doon sa blue nating policy, andoon yung requirements ng advisor, para ay sila maging advisor. But still, this is subject to the approval of the proper authority. Is the plagiarism checking submitted before the proposal and final defense? You can have both. You can, during the proposal, if the advisory committee endorses for the ethics review, the ethics review requires the result of plagiarism result. That's why we endorse your paper to the Intellectual Property Management Office, IPMO, for the scanning. Sila yung mag-i-scan. At yung certification from the intellectual property will be a requirement of the ethics review board. I-attach nyo siya doon. But graduate school will endorse you for scanning. That's after the proposal. Okay? Final defense, that's also allowed. Pero kung hindi kayo pina-ethics review, hindi siya allowed. But we do not limit you to have it scanned. You can actually scan. You can submit it also to the graduate school kung gusto nyo talaga siyang makita yung plagiarism result. By the way, pwedeng baka this month or next month, we have submitted a request already for the software for the quantitative and qualitative. We will disseminate it to the students once the procurement process is already done, and we are already renewing our plagiarism Turnitin, both for the plagiarism and the AI. So we'll disseminate information related to this. So yun, after final defense, that's a requirement. That's a mandatory requirement that plagiarism should be part of the requisite in applying for the hardbound. Hello, Sir Dan. Ask lang po if naka-proposal na, however, di pa nakasubmit ng revised chapters 1 to 3 and minutes 2 months ago, and kasi di pa rin po nakakomply. I suddenly wanted to change my research. Ano po ba ang gagawin? Naka-proposal na. Naku, uuli tayo. Sige, you have to consult your advisor regarding this. You have to consult the advisor and check on ang advice ng iyong thesis or dissertation advisor. Baka malay natin, baka mamagawan pa ng paraan at baka proceed sa data gathering, or baka you may consult internally to the advisory committee what will be their comments kung ganoon yung iyong paper, or i-reconvene the panel kung gusto mo ng another redirection, magpo-proposal ka ulit. Ganun yung pwedeng mangyari sa paper. Can we still enroll or add another subject this August? The adding and dropping ended last Saturday. And that's why nagpa-orientation na kami. merong schedule, the adding and dropping ay after ng enrollment. Yung ating enrollment ended noong August 1. So after a week after that, ay adding and changing siya. So it actually ended. That's why we cannot anymore recommend for the adding and changing based on the schedules and of course policy. May I kindly ask for clarification regarding the application for oral comprehensive examination for doctoral program? May specific dates po ba application or anytime pwede mag-apply once maipasa ang written? In our policy, right after passing the written, pwede na po tayo mag-apply ng oral comprehensive examination. There's no specific date, but right after, halimbawa naka-receive kayo ng result, file kaagad po tayo ng oral comprehensive examination. Good morning, everyone. Okay. So, Sir Ram. Hi, Sir Ram. Regard to LOA, if an emergency, okay, I think I have already answered this a while ago. Okay. Can someone continue the master's program from regular class to distance learning methods due to very unavoidable circumstance? If yes, what should be taken into consideration? Current program being taken is MM. There is no MMHRM in Open University. I think the programs offered in OU are EDD, MA in Social Studies Education, MA in English Education, MA in Master in Management, Master of Public Administration, MLGM, and MAL, but there is no MM program. But if you want to transfer your residency from the residential to Open University, I think the best person to ask this is the Open University. I don't know if Dr. Balilo is around. Dr. Ben? Or somebody, a representative from OU? Meron po ba tayo? Wala po. Sir, Sir Fernand, I think you can just send an email regarding this to Open University. The email of OU is bu-ou@bicol-u.edu.ph so that you will be given assistance how you are going to transfer. I don't know ang internal policies ng Open University for this. Next. Accepting pa rin po ba ng concept note ang grad school during weekends? Yes, we're open from Monday to Thursday, but we are on work from home every Friday, and we are open every Saturday. So, open kami Monday to Thursday, and Saturday, work from home every Friday. You can submit it to the receiving staff in the office. How long is the comprehensive examination for doctoral students? I do not know I think this is Open University. Please check the schedules. These are already posted in our Facebook page. There are already schedules for your Cognate Foundation in major courses. But usually the examination runs, for example, isang area, 8 o'clock to 12. Okay, 8 o'clock to 12. And then 1 to 5 yung another category. And then I don't know what will be the arrangement ng iyong program advisor. If this is doctoral program, EDOU, you may connect with Dr. Irene Moral for further details of the comprehensive exam. Sorry, Dr. Irene M. Toralba. Next, attach na po ba yung concept note sa request ng advisor? Yes. When you are going to request for a thesis or dissertation advisor, there must be an attached concept note. Question on the program coursework. The university sets specific timeline for each program. However, if certain courses are dissolved, what will be its bearing on the coursework and any other alternative attendance track? You have to revise. The revision of coursework is allowed. So if na-dissolve siya, that is we cannot that is uncontrollable because that's part of the policy. So hindi mo offer yung course na yun unless that the course meets 5 students and above, a minimum of 5 students and above. So you have to go back to the advisory committee and relay your concern that the subject is dissolved and that there will be some adjustments in your plan of coursework. Better that you connect first with your program advisor so that the program advisor could come up with a customized plan of coursework for you and have it presented to the advisory committee for review and have it approved again by the graduate school. Qualifying exam are the students who restarted. I think tapos na ito. Dapat plan na po. Paano po if within the semester nag-emergency wala tayo exempted circumstances? Yes, that's going to be counted po because that is not explicitly provided in our policy. So kung nagka-emergency po tayo doon, counted po pa rin yun, ma'am, kasi wala po siya sa provision natin if you check the policy. I would like to ask about the topic indicated in the concept note that we are going to submit together with the application for the constitution of our dissertation advisor. Once we submit the concept note, is the topic already considered final, or are we still allowed to change or refine it later as we explore other possible research topics? Will the topic indicate in the concept note also be the one that will defend during the qualifying examination or before enrolling for the next SEM? And lastly, what will happen if the application is approved after August 31? We will still be allowed to enroll. For the first question, that could be your initial plan, for your dissertation. This is PhDEF, and it could be sharpened as you present it to the committee and to the advisor. But what is important is that you already have a research in mind, and you could improve and continue sharpening it along your residency or when you are taking your coursework in your program. Pwedeng mag-change siya. Just that whatever changes may happen during your proposal defense, it should be reflected in the minutes of the defense so that we could have a trace na ito pala ay nagbago yung title niya kasi makikita yung title sa request for advisor and panel. Okay? And even during your requests for panel, sometimes titles may change. That's why it's okay. You have to just coordinate it. But we encourage students na when you think of your dissertation or thesis advisor, as much as possible, it should be finalized already para wag nang paulit-ulit. And the reason why we are posting schedules, what will happen to August 31. Of course, it's no longer part of this schedule. That's why we encourage that you follow the schedule of the program. It's the essence of having a memorandum if hindi lang naman masusunod yung memorandum. That's why when it's August 31, 1 month is enough for you to prepare, then submit it based on the schedule provided by the graduate school. Though we exercise consideration, pero as much as possible, remember, we are graduate students and we have to be responsible. And again, it is not a walk in a park, and that you have to really carefully plan your attendance in the graduate school. I would like to ask if we may still be allowed to take the exam if we are unable to attend on the scheduled date of examination. Like, I am from Masbate, and there may be instances when transportation is unavoidable due to the bad weather. Or in case we got sick, would it be possible for us to take the comprehensive examination on another date if any of these situations occur? It's better that you immediately inform your program advisor. I know that you cannot be able to take the comprehensive examination. And officially, you inform kasi nasa database ka namin na ikaw ay magte-take ng compre. So we are actually going to wait for the result Okay, but if circumstances like this, immediately inform your program advisor, so the program advisor could inform the office that you cannot take the comprehensive examination. Ano? So, kaya i-report sa amin yung examination para informed yung office na kayo ay may ongoing application and that you're not able to appear during the conduct of the comprehensive examination. Sir, open pa po ba ang admission for second sem daw po until when daw po? Good morning. Yes, we're open up until September 15, 2026. Ano po? And the release of results will be on November 15, 2026. Follow-up question. Wala naman pong deadline ang compliance ng revised chapters 1 to 3 and minutes if nakapag-propose. Meron po. In the policy, 2 weeks after your proposal defense, you should be able to submit already the revised proposal to the graduate school to be approved by the dean of the graduate school as endorsed by the committee, recommended by your program advisor and the college secretary. Ako malayo po, pwede pong allowed naman po ang e-signature. You could do that option. Need po ba mag-publish ng journal article ang mga old student? Hindi pa po. Wala pa po ang ating final decision for this. We will be issuing a memo or a written document regarding to the requirement. But again, we're not limiting you to have your papers published. Kung kaya pong ma-publish, just that you have to be very careful with the predatory journals. You have to check the credibility of the publishing company. If a student receives a rating of redefense in his or final oral exam, what are the process that must be undertaken? And will he pay again? No, you're not going to pay. You just have to execute the redefense by filing again another application for final examination. But you are not going to pay. Nilalagyan naman dito ng redefense and then wag na magbayad sa cashier. May I ask the schedule for the release of ID for the graduate students, both masters and to doctoral? As far as I know, Sir Halmasco, you just have to proceed to the OSAS and have your bring your COR, or if not, certificate of registration, so you can be given an ID. Sa OSAS po ito, sa Office of Student Affairs and Services. And later this afternoon, Dr. Salvacion Villafuerte, the Dean of OSAS, will be around. You could also raise this particular concern. Is it permissible to change our advisor or any member of the panel after approved by the dean of the graduate school? Yes, that is allowed, provided that the one who will be replaced will also signify na pumapayag siya na palitan siya. That's why upon submitting or upon composing your advisor and panel, isipin natin yung ito na yon, dapat final na ito, or else it will add to the bureaucratic process na paulit-ulit tayong magre-request. Kayo lang din ang mahihirapan, okay? Because requesting for an advisor really takes time. Even the request for a panel really takes time. And in our Citizens Charter, it takes 7 days each. When you request for an advisor, you have to give the office 7 days for us to decide whether this particular faculty is qualified to become an advisor or not. The same with the committee. Kaya dapat pag-iisipan po natin kaagad, carefully select the panel and advisor, and as much as possible, avoid conflict with them because they are your partners in the graduate school until you graduate in the program. May I ask if the concept note I have created during my admission enrollment may be changed now that I will be requesting for an advisor? Yes, that is allowed. You could refine your concept note. Yung sinubmit mo doon ay basis yun ng admission committee natin. But In this one, with of course, I understand that some of your subjects may have influenced already in improvements na magandang framework ng paper ninyo. That is allowed. Ano? You could sharpen further your title and submit it to the yes, submit it to the office of the graduate school. Okay? For as long as it is presented sa program advisor ha, para baka may input ang ating program advisor. Better that the program advisor gives input doon sa concept note. Like for example, in my case, I think I remember last week, there is someone, one of my students, someone is requesting for an advisor, but the program is ME in English Education. But I suggested that the paper be revisited, and I gave some comments. I did not approve yet the concept note because the paper is not English language education. Ano? So dapat ay balikan niya yung mga topics talaga na mag-satisfy ng kanyang competence as English language educator, because the paper is somewhat parang multidisciplinary. Any program could come in, but not talking about competence or outcomes of an English language education. Okay? Pero kung walang comment ang advisor, okay ng advisor, then okay lang naman yun. Thank you for the comprehensive explanation. We appreciate your patience and eloquence in these matters. I am always glad of help, and I thank you, Ma'am Christine, for that kind words. I think we don't have questions anymore in the comment section. I thank you for your time. We're able to manage our time. It's already 11:57, and we are able to clarify matters related to the graduate program manual of operations. Wala na po? Yeah, okay. Thank you. We also thank our program advisors that are here. Our graduate faculty members are also here, and deans and directors of delivering our graduate programs. Maraming salamat po sa inyong attendance. Of course, our dean is here, our VPAA, and some officials. And we're still live on Facebook. This is facilitated by the Communications and Public Relations Office headed by Dr. Renelyn Bautista. Thank you so much, Dr. Ren. All right. I guess that's it. Thank you so much, everyone.
Once again, thank you so much, Dr. Roldan Cabiles, for entertaining and for answering the questions that our graduate students have. And of course, thank you so much for our participants for staying throughout the morning session. So we have over 420 participants in Zoom meeting and about 58 participants in our Facebook Live. So that concludes our morning session. Thank you so much, everyone, and we will resume later at 1 p.m.
Recording stopped. I did not think it would tell me that I need to prep better the day before.
Your lineup needs work. Yeah, it did call me out.
Can you repeat the question? All right.
Ask the question, how can I be more productive this week?
So within seconds, I'm seeing be more
Find your inner anthem, write another stanza.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon session of our BU Graduate School Student Orientation for new and continuing students. While we are still waiting for the other participants to join us for this afternoon session, may I request once again our participants to please mute your microphones while you are here in our meeting, unless otherwise you are recognized to speak. Thank you. To begin our afternoon session, let us start with a prayer. Once again, good afternoon and welcome to our afternoon session. I hope everyone had a good lunch and a little time to rest. Let us continue now our afternoon session. To begin with, we have Dr. Emily M. Agonos, BGS and Open University Guide Coordinator, who will discuss gender sensitivity orientation and guide relevant laws and mandates.
Recording in progress.
Okay na. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so for the gender and development orientation, we will be discussing about the gender and development laws, mandates, and enabling mechanisms. I am your GAD coordinator. The discussion or the presentation rather will focus on structural framework on how we build inclusion towards a gender-responsive academic community. Just an information, BU was named the Philippines' most improved university in gender equality at the Global Sustainable Development Congress last June 2022, 2026. It was held in Jakarta, Indonesia. And also, Bicol University is a finalist for the Gantimpala for state universities and colleges. This will be facilitated by the Philippine Commission on Women and the CHED or the Commission on Higher Education. The validation for the indicators to get the award will happen this October. So this will be the presentation that you're seeing refers to the legal foundation for building inclusion in the university. It all started in the 1987 Philippine Constitution that declares fundamental equality before the law of women and men. And then after that, the Magna Carta of Women, also known as the RA 9710, it promotes the women's empowerment, equal opportunities, and integration of God concerns into the whole development process. And next to the Magna Carta are all issuances and that were actually initiated by the CHED, the Civil Service Commission, in the PCW. One of that is how to have a non-sexist education, also inclusive language and budget allocation, which we will discuss in a while. And after those legal foundations, there are also series of Republic Acts that were implemented in the country. One of which is the RA 7877, or the Anti-Sexual Harassment Law of 1995. It was the first Philippine law that addressed sexual harassment in the workplace, educational, and training settings. The purpose is to protect individuals from unwanted sexual advances, requests, or conduct that affect their work or education. It covers work, education, and training environments where a person in authority demands or requests sexual favors from a subordinate. Next to that is the RA 11313, or the Safe Spaces Act. It ensures protection of individuals from all forms of gender-based violence. And it broadens protections beyond the workplace and educational or training environment that include public and private spaces, other training institutions, and also even online spaces. Okay, so we are thinking about the Open University. They are into online modality. And going back to the RA 11313, it protects everyone, regardless of gender, from any form of sexual harassment or gender-based violence, whether on-site, online, or during school-related activities. It already covers not only the students, as well as the instructors, the parents, the staff, or all the BU personnel within the academic community from any act that causes fear, discomfort, humiliation, or offense, and to avoid disrespecting a person because of sex, gender, or identity. And to institutionalize all these mandates and laws, the Bicol University issued a series of administrative orders, starting with AO number 358, issued in 2022. This is about the preparation and appropriation of annual GAD plan and budget, and the submission of accomplishment reports of all academic as well as non-academic units of the university. And one very particular provision that all units should be aware of is the allocation of at least 5% of the budget for gender mainstreaming to support projects, activities, and programs, not just for instruction, research, extension, and safe spaces. And you will also see on the slide that every year during faculty enhancement activities, an office memo is issued by the BPAA to make sure that there is an integration of GAD concepts in the syllabus in line with the university's commitment to inclusive and globally relevant education. And another AO is number 597, series of 2021. This is about the use of gender-sensitive language and images in instruction, research and extension, and in all official documents, communications, and issuances of Bicol University. So this is about avoiding the use of implicit or explicit discriminatory language against women and men. You can see here the God continuum. The lens should always be about gender and development. When we speak about God, it is a perspective that seeks to transform societal, economic, and political structures to achieve the overall goal of gender equality. And how do we do it? It is by means of the strategy called gender mainstreaming. It is the way we integrate the men and women concerns into the design, implementation, and monitoring of all policies. The action now is about gender equality. It is how we provide preferential treatment and affirmative action to address disadvantaged positions in society, regardless of gender. And again, the goal is towards gender equality. This is now the principle that asserts equal rights, conditions, and opportunities for all to realize the full human potential. Now, there are also 3 pillars of Bicol University's GOD strategy. One is resourcing inclusion as stipulated in Admin Order number 218, series of 2022. So this is now, we are aware about the mandate of 5% budget allocation for GOD.
Excuse me, ma'am. Sorry po for interrupting you, ma'am, but your presentation is not visible po.
Okay. Can you see it now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So from the start, you were not able to see my presentation.
Yes po.
Okay. So maybe I can just show you, but anyway, you were able to listen to the discussion. So can you see it po, the cover?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry about that. So anyway, you're familiar already about the intent of the university to be able to at least be awarded for the Gantimpala within this year. And this is the slide that I have shown about the legal foundation for inclusion of God in all the undertakings of the university. And likewise, this is the slide for the RA 7877 about the anti-sexual harassment law of 1995. So this is where the law is applicable. So the intent is, of course, to be able to protect everyone regardless of gender and avoid causing fear, discomfort, humiliation, or offense, and avoiding disrespect of an individual. And also, this is the particular picture of the AO issued about compliance of all units in the university in the preparation of annual guidance plan and budget, as well as the submission of annual reports as regards GAD-related instruction, research, extension, and safe spaces. And every year, as I have mentioned earlier, we are mandated to include topic on how we can integrate GAD concepts in the syllabus in particular. And also, we are guided by the AO for everyone to use gender-sensitive language in all our communications and official documents and issuances in the university. I think we are already on this part. So the lens is about gender development. The strategy is called gender mainstreaming, and the action is gender equity. And for the end goal of making the university become gender responsive, and we attain gender equality. So shall I continue even if there are? Okay, so as I was saying, these are the three pillars on how we can be able to implement all the GAD mandates and issuances of the university. Basically, the first pillar is about resourcing inclusion. So it's about the mandating all the units to have 5% budget allocation for GAD-related activities. And another is the inclusive communication as stated in Admin Order number 597, series of 2021. It's about the use of gender-sensitive language. And another is the expressive identity as provided in the Secretary Certification number 26, issued in 2024. This is protecting diverse SOGSC through the formal adoption of gender-affirming attire. So particularly, it is expected that all our colleges and units should be able to comply with the budget allocation for GAD plans and programs. And this is actually seen in the work and financial plan as well as the OPCR of each office. So at this time, we should be able to know what are the activities and plans wherein we can charge it from GAD budget. And take note, some of you are familiar with the HAGADAGA, or the Harmonized Gender and Development Guidelines tool. This is already institutionalized in the university, especially in the manner that we submit proposals for research and extension. There is a corresponding score, and the content should be at least, there is actually an indicator for each of the criteria on how a particular GAD project or activities can be considered as GAD, either it is invisible in your activity, or it can be considered promising prospect, gender sensitive, gender responsive, or fully gender responsive. So that's something good if you are aware, or if we are actually leading towards our intention to be gender responsive in all the things that we do for the university. And under Pillar 2, it's about inclusive communication. Take note that it is not just about being concerned on the use of gender-sensitive language, because language shapes reality. And having gender-sensitive language is necessary mechanism to dismantle implicit and explicit discrimination of men and women. And the impact that we expect is to attain gender equality by ensuring that everyone, including those outside the binary gender system, is addressed as persons of equal value, dignity, integrity, and respect. And the last pillar is about expressive identity. Okay, so the policy is about formal adoption of gender-affirming attire for the university students and personnel with diverse SOGSC. So GSC stands for sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, and sex characteristics. The objective is to provide a safe learning environment, prevent harassment, and formally recognize lived gender identities without systemic barriers. So it will be up to you to be able to declare it in student inventory forms. And also, the gender affirming attire can be implemented on campus during when you are in school, or rather, especially during wash days. So meaning individuals may wear uniforms aligning with their gender identity. Okay, so we would like to protect, or it is about marking people with diverse GSC by dressing up contrary to their gender identity, and it should be subjected to strict disciplinary procedures. And another one, during graduation ceremonies, the students are already allowed to wear the prescribed attire corresponding to their identity, but there should be no unnecessary modifications to maintain the solemnity of the activity. And likewise, for the undergraduate students who are on their on-the-job training, this can be lobbied by the OJT coordinators and should be specified in the memorandum of agreement that our students can also be considered to wear uniform, or that would actually be in compliance with the memo about gender affirming attire. And the slide shows the ecosystem of implementation. On top is the university leadership headed by the president and the vice presidents. And of course, the middle management is actually composed of the deans and directors, as well as the division chiefs. They are the ones that ensure that the GAD budget is reflected in the WFP and the OPCR. And next to that is the GAD focal point system. This is also composed of the GAD coordinators. They are the ones who spearhead comprehensive planning, monitoring, and capacity building across all units. And there is also a participation of the frontliners, composed of the faculty and the non-teaching personnel, to execute the policy through the use of non-sexist language and respectful interpersonal interactions. Of course, it should also include the students. And also for information, the admin order number 337 issued last year, the Bicol University already organized the so-called CODI, or Committee on Decorum and Investigation. So they are mandated to perform the functions of receiving complaints of sexual harassment, investigate the cases or the complaints following the prescribed procedures, and submit reports of investigation or findings for disciplinary authority for appropriate decision. And lead also in the discussion about gender-based sexual harassment and other related cases. On your part as students, these are the ways where you can be able to be part of attaining the goal of the university to be a gender-responsive university. One can be through institutionalization of student representation in the GAD programs. So it is better if you are part of organizations, student organizations, and be involved in the planning, decision-making, and evaluation processes so that the students' voices and needs will also be reflected on the plans. And another is to create platforms for inclusion and dialogue. Take note that we have the Center for Gender and Development. It's always open, and it can be considered a safe space for students. You can get more information if you're interested to be part of this advocacy. And another is The students, you are actually encouraged to be fellow watchdogs and partners. So we encourage you to participate in implementing the GOD initiatives and be part of celebratory events or activities. And it's good if you can be able to coordinate with your respective GOD coordinators in co-organizing or participating in advocacy work, extension activities, or capacity building or trainings. And also, you can continue to be a champion, okay, in proactive legislation. You can advocate for policies that support gender fairness, inclusivity, and protection of students' rights within Bicol University. And you can also consider making your General Assemblies a major arena for consultation. You can likewise declare your college to be a zero tolerance for gender-based sexual harassment, and also think about coming up with a resolution that institutionalized mandatory GOD orientation, like what we are doing in the graduate school. Every time we are having student orientation, we see to it that we also include a topic for gender and development. And there also exists a reporting mechanism if you know of some cases that are related to what we have been discussing. And you can visit the Facebook page of the Bicol University Center for Gender and Development, as well as the official FB page of the Bicol University Graduate School Students Alliance for Gender Equality, or BAGS-SAGE. Actually, they are now, you can visit us also at the GOD office located at the graduate school, BU Main Campus. Our officers are there. They are preparing for the accreditation of the BAG-SAGE. So we encourage you to also participate for the remaining activities scheduled this and the next semester. So with that, I encourage everyone to be active in building a safe and empowering environment for all towards having a gender-responsive Bicol University. That ends my presentation. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you so much, Dr. Emily M. Agonos, for the presentation regarding the gender sensitivity orientation and the relevant laws and mandates. At this juncture, may I request our participants, if you have any questions or clarifications regarding the discussion earlier by Dr. Emily, please type your questions in the chat box. Or you may also use the raise hand feature if you would like to ask a question personally. Thank you. Again, we are open for questions. If you have some questions or clarifications regarding the presentation by Dr. Emily M. Agonos on the gender sensitivity orientation and relevant laws and mandates, you may type your questions in the chat box. Currently, we have 337 participants here in our Zoom meeting. And we have 33 participants from our Facebook Live. I think there are no questions. Perhaps we can proceed to the next topic. Okay. Can I see a heart reaction or a thumbs up button if you don't have any more questions regarding gender and development relevant laws and mandates? Okay. If none, let us proceed to the student services to be presented by Dr. Salvacion L. Villafuerte, Dean of BUOSAS. On behalf of Dr. Villafuerte, we have Dr. Dison A. Perez. Dr. Perez.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. So allow me to present my screen. So on behalf of the Dean of the Office of Student Affairs and Services, Dr. Salvacion L. Villafuerte, I am here to discuss all about student affairs and services. Student Affairs and Services in Bicol University is in charge of the services and programs that are concerned with academic support, experiences of students to attain holistic student development. Also, these student support services are those that relate to the following. The OSAS is clustered into 3 divisions, namely the Student Welfare Division, Student Development Division, and institutional programs and services. The OSAS works alongside the academic colleges and units in the development of well-balanced and well-rounded students through the promotion of their general welfare. In the graduate school, we also have the CSAS, Professor Eda Salvacion J. Paje Adornado, who is in charge of the student affairs and activities of the graduate school students. Its mission is to promote students' access, welfare, achievement, development, and postgraduate success. These are the objectives of the OSAS as stipulated in CMO number 9, series of 2013, or the so-called Enhanced Policies and Guidelines on Student Affairs and Services. Number 1, ensure the proper balance between the rights of the university as an institution and the rights of students by promoting the well-being of the students through informative activities designed to facilitate student adjustment to life in an academic setting. Number 2, it improves the quality of student affairs and services in the university by providing an environment which is generally supportive of students' welfare. The third objective of the OSAS is to promote access to quality, relevant, efficient, and effective student affairs and services by providing opportunities for students to learn skills needed for optimum learning in the university and appreciative of the dynamics of humanity. Number 4 is support student development and welfare by helping them to utilize their potentials to the fullest, pursuit of further education, economic enterprise, free expression of one's religious orientation, and activities that would cater and provide equal opportunities to marginalized students, persons with disabilities, indigenous solo parents, and etc. Number 5, the OSAS ensures that Bicol University provides a holistic approach for student affairs and services and comply with the minimum requirements for SAS by establishing a more dynamic and person-oriented student welfare, development, and institutional student program services that respond to student needs and concerns. So basically, if we are going to consider all the objectives of the OSAS, it will eventually lead to holistic development of students, be it from the undergraduate levels up to the graduate level. The next one are the services under the OSAS, again, as stipulated in the CMO number 9 series of 2013. These are the divisions of the OSAS. Number 1, student welfare services. These are the basic services and programs needed to ensure and promote the well-being of students. These are the basic services that are necessary to serve the well-being of students. Examples of the programs under the SWS are as follows. Number 1 is information and orientation services, the reason why we are conducting this orientation seminar for our graduate school students. Number 2, guidance and counseling services. In the graduate school, we have Dr. Maria Elena C. Ahoro as the guidance coordinator of the graduate school. We also have career and placement services, economic enterprise development, multi-phase services, and services for students with special needs and persons with disabilities. The second division under OSAS is the Student Development Services. It refers to the services and programs designed for the exploration, enhancement, and development of the student's full potential for personal development, leadership, and social responsibility through various institutionalized and/or student-initiated activities. These are programs and activities designed for the enhancement and deepening of leadership skills and social responsibility. Under the SDS, some of the programs are student activities, student organizations and activities, In the graduate school, we have the Bicol University Graduate School Student Council, the governing board for our graduate school students. Leadership training, student council and government, student discipline, student publication, student handbook development. Hopefully, the student handbook, the revised student handbook will be issued this particular academic year. Social and community involvement programs. The last division under OSAS is the institutionalized student programs and services. It refers to the services and programs designed to proactively respond to the basic health, food, shelter, and safety concerns of students, including students with special needs and disabilities and the school. These are programs and activities offered by the HEIs to facilitate the delivery of essential services to the students. Examples of the programs and activities under the ISPS are the scholarship and financial assistance, food services. We also have student housing and residential services, foreign or international student services. We also have cultural and arts program, and last but not the least, sports development programs. Again, these are the three major divisions of the Office of Student Affairs and Services. As we proceed, let me present to you some of the grants available for BAG student. We have listed three grants or scholarships under or that can be availed of the graduate school. First on the list is the DOST or the Department of Science and Technology, Science Education Institute Capacity Building Program in Science and Mathematics Education or the CBP SME. This provides graduate scholarships for master's and doctorate degrees in science and math education. This is lodged under the College of Education programs. Specifically, the beneficiaries of these are the MA Bioeducation. We also have MA Chemistry Education, MA Gen Sci Education. We also have MA Physics Education, MA Science Education, MA Math Education, and in the doctoral level, we have the PhD in Mathematics Education. The second one is for the BU personnel. Those teaching and non-teaching personnel can be acknowledged and enjoy a free tuition fee for that matter. And last but not the least, we have the CHED CCAP, or CCAP stands for Scholarships for Staff and Instructors Knowledge Advancement Program. This is a CHED initiative providing financial support for teaching and non-teaching personnel in higher education institutions to support or to pursue advanced master's and doctorate degree level. So the task of the OSAS is to acknowledge, process the documents of the grantees for the said scholarship or grants. The last presentation or the last leg of my presentation will focus on the student university policies and procedures. Some of these are anchored on the CMO number 63, series of 2017, entitled Policies and Guidelines on Local Off-Campus Activities. Just recently, we have the CMO number 18, series of 2026, or the Inclusive and Comprehensive Policies and Guidelines on Student Affairs and Services. Let us take a look at some of the general guidelines on the conduct of off-campus activities. We have to protect all parties, all students participating in off-campus activities, whether curricular or non-curricular, should secure parents' permit and should be covered by a group insurance. Just last week, the College Student Affairs and Services Coordinator, together with the presidents of each council and the various colleges and units in the university, had a meeting on the insurance policy, because our insurance for the past academic year will lapse only until September 15. So we need to renew our insurance policy. Another guideline here is that all off-campus activities should be prepared for by concerned university official as stipulated in this order. As noted, all campus intracurricular activities should be approved by the President through the Vice President for Academic Affairs following the procedures as stipulated in the specific guidelines of the 2019 revised student handbook of Bicol University. Another one is that all off-campus activities should be presented in a proposal indicating the rationale, the objectives, funding requirements, among others. Aside from these requirements, since we are sanctioned by the CHED and of course its guidelines, other documents necessary for the off-campus activities, not only governing the undergraduate level, but also the graduate programs, are as follows. We have to have the endorsement from the CCMC or the College Crisis Management Committee. I think the graduate secretary, the dean, is the chairperson of this particular committee, together with the student council or the CSAS of the graduate school. You also need to prepare risk management plan and preventive measures before, during, and after your activity. We also need to secure the invitation with program from the organizer, the parents' consent, duly notarized by a lawyer, health clearance, duly issued by the University Health Services Officer, insurance policy. Faculty chaperone must have a travel order and the designation, and a certificate of training for first aid or basic life support. And of course, the mobility of the students in the entire duration of the activity. And what are our roles in the Office of Student Affairs and Services? The first one is to receive and process submitted documents. If there are cases that the documents submitted are incomplete, we are going to return those documents for the authorized persons to facilitate the completion of the necessary or pertinent documents. Next is to provide checklist of participants vis-a-vis report of enrollment, insurance coverage, parents permit, and etc. And last but not the least, endorse activity for approval of the university president through the vice president for academic affairs. So you may contact us at the following Facebook and email addresses. We have for Facebook account, Bicol University Office of Student Affairs and Services. The emails are as follows: BUOSAS, ISPS, SDS, and SWS. So these are our email addresses for the Office of Student Affairs and Services. That ends my presentation, I think, for the Student Affairs and Services. If there are any questions, you are now free to ask them. Thank you very much, ma'am, and thank you very much, everyone. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Dr. Edison Perez, for the presentation regarding student services. And for our participants, if you have any question, please type it in our chat box. Sir, I guess we have one question here from Maria Cristina Samson. She asked, what are the specific services provided to persons with disabilities?
Thank you very much, ma'am, for that question. So far, in terms of the PWDs, we have really to establish a very good program that would cater or tailor the needs of our PWDs. So far, in addressing the concern of some of the PWDs, we have the first come, first serve, of course, that is observed in all institutions, not only in university. We also provided ramps for those who are physically disabled. And in terms of specific services, we're working on programs and researches, ma'am, that would really tailor the needs of PWDs. Yun po ang aking kasagutan doon po sa concern ni Ma'am Christina. Our release of ID.
Thank you.
The second question is coming from Ma'am Hannah Joy Econ. The question is about the schedule for the request or release of ID. For the past years, the release of ID is done by the SDS the student development services. However, in the present time, it is already lodged in the University Registrar's Office. I don't know if there is an arrangement already between the Euro and the graduate school for that matter, ma. Maybe we can coordinate with the graduate school on the arrangement on the issuance and release of the ID for our graduate school. But this year, OSAS will no longer be the one to issue and release the IDs. Thank you very much, Ma'am Han. I hope I was able to answer the question. I think there are no more questions, Ma'am MC. So with that, again, thank you very much, everyone, and welcome to Bicol University, especially for those who are new in the graduate school program. Maraming salamat po and good afternoon.
Once again, thank you so much, Dr. Edison A. Perez, for the presentation regarding the student services. And thank you as well to our participants for actively participating and asking questions during our program. At this point, we already have 353 participants from our Zoom meeting and 41 students on our Facebook Live. Let us now proceed to the presentation on the guidance services. This will be presented to us by Dr. Maria Elena Ciahoro, BU Graduate School Guidance Coordinator. Ma'am?
Good afternoon, everyone. Allow me please to share a video presentation of the guidance services that we have in Bicol University Graduate School for a while. May I be allowed to share, please?
Yes po, ma'am. You can share your screen po.
Okay, thank you.
BU Graduate School Guidance
Does it have a sound already, Miss Hannah?
Services.
Yes po, ma'am.
Okay, for a while. I will restart the video. Thank you.
BU Graduate School Guidance Services. Guidance at graduate school level is focused on the responsibility to create opportunities for personal growth and development among its student population. Through careful attention to ethical standards and professional development, guidance endeavors to facilitate the conceptualization of a professional role for program graduates. It encourages students to develop attitudes, values, and beliefs that enhance their abilities to work with others in the helping process. Mission statement. The Bicol University Graduate School Guidance is committed to assist the students to become open to growth, become intellectually competent, socially conscious, and meaningfully aware of a sense of commitment to themselves and their tasks. Objectives. To assist students make maximum use of his educational opportunity that will enable him to develop his potentials and become an effective member of the society. To help improve the ability of the students to understand self and environment so that he grows in self-direction towards the attainment of greater personal satisfaction and adjustment in the light of accepted social and moral values. Guidance services. First, values and creative management for organizational development. To address the needs of students on various self-development issues, the Bicol University Graduate School Guidance recognizes this need among graduate students. Thus, it conducts discussion forums online together with the University Guidance Office.
Madam Malen, excuse me.
Yes, po.
The sound seems not clear on our end po.
Po?
Hindi po clear yung sound.
Oh, I see.
I
Okay.
think I have a copy. May I just be the one to share the presentation? so it's
Okay,
clear.
sir. I will send it to you now.
Okay, while we are having some technical difficulties, may I check first the attendance of the different colleges or the different graduate programs? Can I see the heart reactions coming from CBEM? Okay. How about the students from CSSP? Okay. How about the students coming from the College of Education? It was mentioned earlier that we compose more than half of the population, both of the master's and doctorate program. I think it's very evident in the heart reaction. Now, how about the students from the Open University? Next, the students from the Jesse M. Robredo Institute of Governance and Development. Next, the participants coming from the College of Arts and Letters. Okay, how about those from the College of Science? Next, College of Nursing. Do we have participants coming from the College of Nursing? Can I see some heart reaction? I think they are on duty. Okay, next, let's have the participants coming from the Institute of Design and Architecture. Okay, we have some participants right here. Okay, next, the participants from the College of Industrial Technology. Okay, we have a wow reaction. Next, the participants from BU Tabaco. Okay, and of course, we have the participants from BU Ginubatan. Okay. So I see it's nice to see that we have a diverse set of participants coming from the different campuses of Bicol University. Okay, I can still see some reactions coming from MA Mathematics. They are not yet done. Okay, let's also check our participants on Facebook Live for a while. Right now, we have 353 participants from Zoom meeting and 40 participants from Facebook Live. Okay, we have participants here from BU Tabaco on our Facebook Live.
For a while, Miss Hannah, I will.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so for purposes of me
BU Graduate School
doing
Guidance.
that for a while. Okay. Maybe I can just do it live. I will just share my PowerPoint instead, Miss Hannah.
Yes, ma'am, sure po.
Tama po. Can you see already?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let me just course through the whole presentation. Can you hear me?
Yes po, ma'am.
Okay, so what we're having now is the graduate school guidance services. Then we have the rationale, which I think was already given a while ago. So it is focused on the responsibility to create opportunities for personal growth and development among its student population through careful attention to ethical standards and professional development. Guidance endeavors to facilitate the conceptualization of a professional role for program graduates. It encourages students to develop attitudes, values, and beliefs that enhance their abilities to work with others in the helping process. For the mission statement, the Bicol University Graduate School Guidance is committed to assist the students to become open to growth, become intellectually competent, socially conscious, and meaningfully aware of a sense of commitment to themselves and to their tasks. So we have the objectives to assist students make maximum use of their education opportunity that will enable him to develop his potentials and become an effective member of the society, to help improve the ability of the students to understand self and environment so that he grows in self-direction towards attainment of greater personal satisfaction and adjustment in the light of accepted social moral values. Please take note that these objectives is not just being delivered by the guidance office solely. This is together with the program advisors for each program. What are the guidance services that we have? So we have the values creative management for organizational development. So these are discussion forums online together with the University Guidance Office. So we would have a series of forums, webinars actually being conducted by the University Guidance Office, in which we also invite the graduate students if they are available. Then we have the guidance individual inventory. So the purpose of the guidance individual inventory in graduate school is to systematically collect, organize, and analyze personal and academic information about its student. This inventory helps counselors and educators provide personalized support and guidance that addresses the specific needs and goals of graduate students. Please try to check your emails because within the month or first week of September, we will be already starting to send the link for the guidance individual inventory form. Kindly accomplish those forms, especially for the new students. Then we have the counseling service. In graduate school, counseling services are offered in various forms to address the diverse needs of students. This is with the help of the program advisors, BUGS administration. These services are designed to support students' mental health, academic progress, and personal well-being. Here are the common forms in which counseling services may be provided. We have program planning, helping students choose courses and create study plan that aligns with their academic and career goals. We also have advising on research, assisting students in selecting research topics, identifying appropriate methodologies, and navigating the thesis or dissertation process. Then we have the skills development, providing workshops or resources on advanced academic skills like writing, research, and critical thinking. Then we have the personal counseling, a one-on-one session with a counselor, with a guidance or registered guidance counselor to address personal issues such as stress, anxiety, depression, relationship challenges, and work-life balance. We also have the testing program. Psychological tests are scheduled with the university psychometrician. This is lodged in the office of the Bicol University Admissions Office, conducted to various group or individual clientele as the need arises. Test results help clientele to develop a better understanding of himself through an objective assessment of his mental maturity, attitudes, achievement, interest, and personal social adjustment and social and special aptitude. Results of the test are made available to the clientele for interpretation to assist them in discovering their potentials and overcoming their limitations. These are the types of tests administered. So you have what you call intelligence tests, achievement, aptitude, personality tests, interest tests, and even values tests, all available in the admissions office where our university psychometrician's office is. Then we have the placement service. Placement is ensuring that students are in the right place at the right time, helping them to find a place that will contribute to their physical, mental, and emotional well-being. Assist graduate students on the choice of field of specialization. This is with the assistance of the program advisors and BAGS administration. Unemployed graduate students on possible employment through participation in the annual job fair of the university, which I hope we are all hoping that it will be resumed this school year. Then research and development, integrating research and development as a guidance service in graduate school through the use of psychological inventories and tests is a strategic approach to enhancing students' personal and academic well-being. This service leverages the power of evidence-based assessment to provide personalized support and development opportunities for students. Then we have psychological inventories that were conducted, just to share, psychological inventories that were conducted previous school year. So we had well-being inventory, coping inventory of selected BAG students, comparative assessment of the PERMA well-being profile of the selected MAED students of BAGs. Then we also had nurturing the nurturers of tomorrow, unraveling BUNU pre-service counselors' well-being as basis for a wellness program. For the university guidance counselors, we have several. So we, first one, yours truly, Dr. Maria Elena C. Ahoro. Then we have Dr. Henny P. Lumibao, who is also the Dean of the Graduate School, Dr. Maribel M. Nas, Dr. Linda B. Campopos. All four of us are faculty of the MA in Guidance and Counseling. Then we have the fifth, our director, Dr. Ana Linda G. Marceliana. Then we have Dr. Rudia A. Roalios of CSSP, at the same time, part of the department of the BS Psychology Department. Then we have Professor Rosario C. Frick and Professor Ribena J. Gakos, RGC. So for you to be able to contact us, our office is at the mezzanine of the Dominador Aitona building in the College of Education. If you are a graduate of Bicol University College of Education, this is the old library. So it's in the Gabaldon building. We used to call it Gabaldon building. So ground floor, this can also be the University Guidance Office is located at the ground floor Student Union Center building, City Olag, Legazpi City, Albay. Our email address, you have bugs-guidance@bicol-u.edu.ph if you need to contact us. So we have here, just to share that in terms of your well-being, definitely, that's one of our focus. Well-being is a combination of satisfaction, feeling, and meaning. It is predicted by 5 elements. We have here positive emotion, engagement, relationship, meaning, and accomplishment, known as PERMA. So the combination of PERMA elements promotes flourishing, which is the optimal functioning of individuals, groups, communities, nations, and society. This is by Seligman in 2011. So here, part of our service, you may scan the QR code here, scan the QR code to unlock downloadable resources and get support for your well-being and mental health. So we have this simple task. So if you could see, develop, and maintain strong relationship, you can have your hobbies, try to find something worthwhile, eat a balanced diet, exercise, and so on and so forth. So this can be just pointers for you to be able to enhance your well-being. Now, another, I know signs of the times that at times you may be feeling overwhelmed. So Bicol University cares about your well-being. Need someone to talk to? We have what you call, well, this is my email. Again, you have what you call the Itona building, or formerly the Gabaldon building. If you want to talk to someone, we have what you call the Ka-Ugos program, wherein, for a while, so you have here numbers of registered guidance counselor. So if you would like to talk to someone, you may text or you may call these numbers. Also, another, we have what you call the intake form online. So if you would like to have an appointment, definitely those intake form goes directly to our staff in the guidance office. And this particular intake forms are given to the registered guidance counselors. So remember, you're not alone. Seek help today for a better well-being. We are just around. We're just a click away. Okay? So thank you so much. This is Maria Elena C. Ahoro, Registered Guidance Counselor of the Bicol University Graduate School. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ahoro, on the presentations on the guidance services of the BU Graduate School. Again, to our participants, if you have questions or clarifications regarding the guidance services, please feel free to type your questions in the chat box. Okay, even our Facebook participants, you can type your questions as we can read your questions during this program. Okay. I think there are no questions. Yes, ma'am. Okay, can we see a heart action instead if there are really no more questions?
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. Once again, thank you so much, Dr. Ahoro, for that presentations and guidance services. Next, let us have the ICTO services. This will be presented to us by Dr. Aris J. Ordonez, Director of the BU ICTO. Nandiyan sa
Every day, students across BCol University step into our libraries to study, research, and grow. But how does the university know you were there? Meet IBU LibCheck, your library now just a scan away. Gone are the days of paper logbooks and long queues. IBU LibCheck lets you record your library attendance digitally, fast, accurate, and paperless. It all starts with your IBU Student Portal account. Access the IBU portal using your web browser. Log in, sign in using your official BU email account and password. Open the Student Portal from the main dashboard. Select Student Portal. Open your profile menu, click the profile icon located at the top right corner of the navigation bar. Go to University Accounts from the drop-down menu, select University Accounts. Locate your QR code, scroll down the page until you see your QR code. Click on the image to enlarge it for easier scanning. Scan for attendance, present the enlarged QR code to the library scanner to record your attendance.
Welcome to BCol University, where innovation meets excellence. In collaboration with the Department of Science and Technology, Advanced Science and Technology Institute, BCol University proudly introduces EduRoam, making us one of the first universities in the BCol region to offer this cutting-edge service. EduRoam is a global network that ensures secure, high-speed Wi-Fi access for students, faculty, researchers, staff, and guests, anywhere, anytime, whether you're on the main campus visiting an EduRoam-partnered train station or airport, or traveling to another participating institution worldwide. EduRoam allows you to effortlessly connect to the internet using a single credential. This means you can access Wi-Fi seamlessly at thousands of participating institutions globally. At BCol University, we're committed to integrating the latest technologies to support our community's needs. EduRoam is just one example of our dedication to providing convenient, reliable, and secure access to information for all members of our community. For students, EduRoam credentials can be easily accessed through the IBU Student Portal, available on both web and mobile platforms. Faculty and staff will receive their EduRoam credentials directly via their official email accounts. EduRoam delivers a smart, secure, and effortless experience, connecting students, faculty, and staff both on campus and beyond. With EduRoam, students can stay connected, faculty can enhance their research, and staff can collaborate seamlessly, whether within the main campus or at any participating institution worldwide. Currently available on the main campus, we are actively working to expand EduRoam to all BCol University campuses, ensuring that every student, faculty member, and staff member will soon enjoy the benefits of this powerful tool. For more information, visit edurome.bcol-uedu.ph and get connected today. BCol University, empowering education through innovation.
Thank you so much to our college secretary for the presentation on the ICTO services. At this point, we will be having the presentation of the library services to be presented by Ms. Glenda Aurora Again, the library services to be presented by Ms. Glenda Aurora S. Julianta, the university librarian.
Good afternoon, Ma'am Hannah, and all our new and continuing graduate students. So I will be doing the library orientation in behalf of Miss Glenda Olianda, our university librarian. So allow me po to share my screen. Okay, can you see my screen po? Ma'am?
Yes po, visible ang screen niyo po, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. So again, welcome to Bicol University, and I am Mrs. Laila Belardo, the Reference and Information Services Librarian of the University Library. So in behalf of the Bicol University Library System and our University Librarian, Ms. Glenda Aurora Olianda, magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. So before I proceed with the orientation, allow me to share this overview and a video presentation on the overview of the Bicol University Library System.
Every great university is built on knowledge, and at the heart of that knowledge is a library that continues to grow, innovate, and inspire. Over the years, the Bicol University Library System has become more than just a place for books and studying. It has grown into a learning space where students, faculty, researchers, and the community can access resources, explore ideas, and continue learning in meaningful ways. Today, let's take a closer look at how the Bicol University Library System continues to support learning, innovation, and academic excellence. The University Library is led by a full-time professional licensed librarian with a master's degree in library and information science, who actively takes part in both academic and administrative activities of the university. But beyond leadership and management, the library also plays an important role in promoting literacy and a love for reading. One example of this is the library's book-giving initiatives during events like National Book Week and at the start of classes. A series of library orientations has been conducted to emphasize the importance of the library in supporting students' learning goals. In addition, a functional collection development program serves as the basis for the regular selection and acquisition of library materials. Furthermore, through BU Kugos Share, approved through BOR Referendum number 28, series of 2025, the BU libraries no longer require a researcher's fee, making access to academic resources more inclusive and community-centered. Furthermore, the digitization of the theses and dissertation collection is ongoing. The Bicol University Library System continues to invest in its librarians and staff through its staff development plan. Through the BU Human Resource Development Program, librarians are given opportunities to pursue graduate studies through scholarships and attend seminars, workshops, and professional training. This commitment ensures that librarians stay updated, innovative, and ready to provide high-quality service to the academic community. The library offers a wide variety of resources that support both instruction and research. From books, journals, theses, and dissertations to online databases and digital materials, the collection is carefully developed to meet the needs of students, faculty, and researchers from different disciplines. The library currently subscribes to several online databases, including PressReader, which offers access to thousands of newspapers and magazines worldwide. Philippine e-journals, a collection of academic publications and research materials from Philippine institutions. ProQuest Research Library, a multidisciplinary database with thousands of full-text scholarly resources across various subject areas. And Gale OneFile Custom 100 Titles, which provides peer-reviewed articles and research materials for education, business, and computer studies. Aside from general collections, the library also takes pride in its special collections. The Gender and Development, or GAD section, promotes a deeper understanding of gender roles and inclusivity through carefully selected materials and references. The Bicol Non Corner proudly showcases the rich culture, history, traditions, and heritage of the Bicolanos, celebrating local identity and regional pride. The Rizaliana and Philippine History Collection honors the national hero through books, literary works, and historical materials that allow readers to revisit the past and appreciate the nation's history and patriotism. Another meaningful section is the Peace Education Reading section, which features peace-related materials donated by the College of Social Sciences and Philosophy and the Office of the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity. For aspiring professionals preparing for examinations, the library also offers the Reviewer's Corner, a dedicated space for review materials intended for licensure examinations, such as the licensure examination for teachers, accountancy, and career service examinations. Lastly, the Instructional Materials Collection serves as a repository of instructional materials developed by BU faculty members from different colleges. Through this initiative, the University Library continues to preserve and showcase the academic contributions and teaching innovations of its educators. The University Library is open 64 hours a week from Monday to Saturday with no noon break, making its services more accessible to students and researchers. To keep up with changing times, the library has also strengthened its online presence through its website and Facebook page, where users can easily access updates, announcements, and information about library services. The BU Integrated Library System, or BU iLib, has also improved many library processes, such as cataloging, circulation, acquisitions, and patron management. Meanwhile, the Online Public Access Catalog, or OPAC, allows users to easily check the availability and location of books and other materials across different BU libraries. The library also introduced Ask RISA, or Ask the Reference Information Search Assistance, an online platform where users can ask librarians for help, request scanned documents, reserve books, and request access to e-resources. Free Wi-Fi and internet access are available to support students in their research and academic work. Charging stations for electronic gadgets are available inside the library. The library's current awareness service, called NARIA, or the New E-Resources In-Demand Alert, provides regular updates on new available electronic resources that patrons can download for free. The three-story university library is designed to be both functional and welcoming. It has a seating capacity of 733 and includes spaces for print and electronic resources, discussion rooms, and technical work areas. Accessibility is also considered, with ramps and provisions for elevator access to support differently abled individuals. Printing and photocopying services are also available in the university library. The library has a nap area where students can rest, relax, or recharge during long study sessions. In 2026, 2 new spaces were introduced. The Student Reading Lounge, housed inside the newly refurbished International Relations Office, was created to encourage focused study, meaningful learning, and cultural exchange in a comfortable environment. Meanwhile, the Interfaith Room provides a peaceful and respectful space for prayer, reflection, and spiritual well-being for people of all faiths. The library also ensures the safety and security of everyone through 24/7 security personnel, fire extinguishers, clearly marked emergency exits, and 43 CCTV cameras installed throughout the facility. The library has also implemented an improved QR code monitoring system, which is connected to the BUSIS mobile app of the university. Aside from subscription databases, the library also promotes open access resources, such as ebooks, e-journals, and recommended databases. Requests for these materials may be made through Ask Risa, email, or Facebook chat, and resources are conveniently shared through BU email accounts. The library also promotes platforms such as PHL CHED Connect and resources from the National Library of the Philippines to help users access more learning materials online. To increase awareness and utilization of these resources, the library regularly shares information on free online resources through Facebook posts and disseminates resource updates to faculty members via email. The Bicol University Library System continues to evolve to meet the needs of its patrons while staying true to its mission of providing accessible, quality, and meaningful learning experiences. More than just a place for books, it is a space where ideas grow, knowledge is shared, and communities are strengthened. As the library continues to move forward, one thing remains clear. It will always be a partner in learning, research, and innovation for generations to come. This is the Bicol University Library System, bringing unending learning services for humanity. Thank you.
Okay, so that is an overview of the BioLibrary system. So allow me to continue my presentation. Sandali lang po. Okay, so the library system is composed of 10 libraries, and the graduate school is one of the service colleges of the university library. So we are located beside the food complex at the back of the BU Grandstand. All bona fide students and personnel can use any of these 10 libraries. So aside from Ma'am Glenda as our university librarian and myself, we have 2 other professional librarians at the university library, including our IT coordinator, Professor Rolly Montealegre. Also, we have the ILS Children's and High School Library located at the first floor of the building. And we also have a school librarian manning the Children's and High School Library. Also, we have the College of Library temporarily housed inside our building. It's located at the 2nd floor. So, but this is open to everyone. So if you need to consult legal resources, you can also use the College of Law Library section at the 2nd floor. So the whole library is open from Mondays to Saturdays. But for during this period na meron po tayong austerity measures, we are only open until 5 p.m. from Mondays to Fridays, but we are open pa rin on Saturdays to accommodate you, our graduate students, from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Without noon break. However, we are closed during Sundays, public holidays, when face-to-face classes are suspended, and during semestral, mid-year, or Christmas breaks. And every opening of the semester or the term, we are also open, and we also close on the last day of classes. However, if merong may extension of classes, we also extend our library services. Now, a while ago, the procedure on IBU Live Check, the patron attendance monitoring system that we are implementing now, was open po kanina, pinakita kanina, was shown to you kanina yung video. So, upon entry and exit at the library building, you need to scan po your QR code. So, to have this code, you need to log in to your IBU student portal account and then go to the menu, choose university accounts, and you will will have your unique QR code. But also, it is also good to have with you always your certificate of registration, the printed one, validated and signed by the college registrar, or your soft copy or a screenshot ng COR po ninyo, and your BUID validated and signed as well by your college registrar. Now, if you will not be enrolled in the next semester, you can still avail of the facilities of the library by through our BU Share, or Sharing of Academic Resources for Everyone program, wherein we still admit students who are not currently enrolled during Fridays and Saturdays. So you can send us a message or email us so you can give you the procedure for availing of the services. Now, for BU alumni, so when you graduate, you can still have free access to the university, to the library system by going or having your alumni ID at the you will request this at the alumni office of the BU Alumni Relations Office. And if you have already the alumni ID, you can proceed to the university library and we will give you your library permit. This is valid as long the same as yung validity po ng inyong alumni ID. And with your library permit, you can go to the library anytime during library hours. Now, for the library resources, of course, we have the print and the digital resources. For the print, we have the printed books, of course, we have foreign, Filipiniana, general references, fiction, as well as special collection. As we have shown in the video a while ago. Then we are in the repository of your the hardbound thesis and dissertation. And we also still have print journals and magazines. For the digital resources, we have electronic books, electronic journals, magazines, and newspapers. And these are all within an online platform or online databases, which I will be showing, or kanina po sa video it was already mentioned. So I will tell you later on, give you the link on how you can request for the URL and the institutional password for these databases. We have subscription to three databases four databases, and because of the TriTech Media eBooks database is perpetually accessed, so owned po siya by the university. So we have Gale Academic OneFile database of ebooks and e-journals, ProQuest Research Library, this is for e-journals, Philippine e-journals, this is for local, mostly SUCs, journals of SUCs, the TriTech Media eBooks database, and the Press Reader for magazines and newspapers. So para po sa lahat ng ito, you need to go to this link, tinyurl.com/database password request, so we can give you the link and the institutional password, or the process or the procedure, and how you'll be able to access this electronic resources. But just a reminder, these databases are governed, of course, by copyright and vendor license agreements. So it is exclusive for BU students and personnel. Now, for the first database that I've mentioned, the Gale Academic OneFile. So once we give you the institutional password, you can log it in here, and then you will be directed, of course, to the homepage where you will see two databases, one for electronic journals and one for ebooks database. So it's very easy to use, but if you're having problems of navigating the database, just send us a message so we can assist you. So for the electronic journals, of course, it covers different disciplines. It has thousands of journals, which very useful, especially if you're doing your thesis, but also in your academic subjects. Some of the faculty requires articles, current researches. This is a perfect resource for recent scholarly articles. Also within the academic OneFile database is a database on perpetually owned ebooks of the university. So we have 440 downloadable ebooks for free. The other database for scholarly journals and research articles can be accessed through ProQuest Research Library. This is one of the databases recommended by CHED. So this is also a very good resource of scholarly articles. Also, we have Philippine e-journals. We have 40 subscription to 40 journals, mostly of institutional journals of SUCs. And then we have 140 downloadable ebooks for free under the TriTech Media database. So for TriTech Media, we will register all enrolled students, and then you can check your BU email because TriTech Media will be the one to send you your link and your unique password. So hindi po siya institutional, so each student will have his or own password. Also, we do not subscribe anymore to print newspapers. So what we have is a press reader, which has thousands of newspapers, national and foreign, and magazines. So nandiyan na po yung popular national circulating newspapers. No need to have the magpunta sa library and read the newspapers. You can read it on your mobile. So when you are inside the campus, you can connect to a BU Wi-Fi, an IP registered Wi-Fi, and then create an account so that anywhere you go, if there is a press reader hotspot, you can connect and view this database. This is also true for the in-campus and remote access to these resources are applicable to all the databases that I mentioned. So if you are within the campus, you can access them because we registered their the IP addresses. But then for the remote access, that's the one that we will give you if you request for the database password. So we also have HERDIN for research-related information resources. So we are a member of the Philippine Council for Health Research and Development under DOST. So we have our own BU HERDIN. But if you want to have more extensive health research-related information resources, you can go to www.herdin.ph. Okay, so HERDIN po pala has a document delivery services. So once you have meron kayong nakitang resource that you would need, you can just email follow the procedure and they will send you the full text or kung ano po yung available in terms of access of that material. Also, meron din po tayong Starbooks. We have a standalone computer terminal for Starbooks dito sa University Library. But then again, this is also web-based. So you can go to www.starbooks.ph so you can access Starbooks. It's mostly science and technology related, and then from K to 12 resources, madami po dito sa DOST Starbooks. We also recommend other open resources that are usually open educational resources or open access, such as from the National Library of the Philippines. So they have a number of databases na hindi po natin sinusubscribe, like Wiley, EBSCO. These are good electronic databases, especially when you are doing your research. So you can go to the National Library of the Philippines website and then follow po yung procedure so you can access their databases. Now, for the books and the thesis and dissertation collection of the library system, our one-stop access point is the online public access catalog, or the OPAC. So this is web-based. You can access it remotely. Just go to our website, the library website, sites.google.com/bicol.edu.ph/BULS, or you can scan that QR code, or you can go to the website of Bicol University, then click on the link of e-library, and you will be directed to our website. So if you go to our website, you'll see an image ito po of the OPAC. So just click that image and it will direct you to the homepage of the OPAC. So this is naman po the interface of the OPAC. It's also very simple to navigate. Just type in, you choose po pala a field here. So this is a top-down menu. You can choose any field, title. You can search through title if you know the title of the material you are looking for, or you can search by author, last name first, and then or a subject or a keyword. So just type it in here and then click search, and then lalabas na po yung search hits depending on the keyword or the field that you put in here. Okay, so yung mga search hits po will give you the bibliographic information of the material, and then exactly saan po siya located na library, and ano po yung call number niya or exact location niya or the address of that book or the material in the shelves of that library. Now, for the library facilities, these are some of the facilities that we have. So we have also, aside from the quiet reading areas, we also have alfresco areas along the corridors. But of course, ano po siya, medyo mainit siya because hindi siya aircon compared to the reading areas, which are fully air-conditioned. But then at the alfresco areas, this is where you can also tolerated po yung mga yung ano natin, yung boses natin. You can discuss with your group mates. But also if you need a room to if meron kayong thesis defense or for other purposes that minimum of 5 persons, you can also use our discussion room. And of course, usually the students are looking for charging areas for laptops or e-gadgets. Meron din po kami noon. And these are some of the photos of the facilities inside the university library. And as shown in the video, we have our newest facilities are the student reading lounge for our exchange students located at the International Relations Office at the first floor, and also our interfaith room. So it's just a small space where if you need to reflect or pray or meditate, you can use the interfaith room at the first floor of the building. And a napping area is the napping area is located beside the College of Law Library section at the second floor, inside the reading section. So this is the discussion room. So you can use it for maximum of 2 hours. You can choose between these 4 slots, 8 to 10, 10 to 12, 1 to 3, or 3 to 5. But on Saturdays, it is only available 8 to 10 and 10 to 12. Now for reservations, We have an application for this, but it's still inaayos po for finalists for polishing. So for the meantime, you can email or send us a message through our FB page or visit the Children's Library for reservation, since this is po on a first come first serve basis or for reservation. So we also have the President's Memorabilia Room located at the second floor. Yan po. And then for the services, of course, aside from that you can borrow books, we also issue library permits, referral letters, library clearance. We also have online document delivery and of course user assistance, both online and on-site. So if you need to go to the libraries of other schools or other institutions, we can issue a referral letter, because that is a requirement in the other libraries or other institutions that you will do your research. So just go to the Reference and Information Services desk of the University Library, or send us a message in Facebook or emails for e-referral letters. So present or send us your COR for the current semester. If you are not enrolled, you can get an endorsement letter from your thesis or dissertation or advisor, and then we can issue a referral letter. So before po, we do not issue pag hindi po enrolled, but for now we consider na po those who are not enrolled na need pumunta sa mag-research sa ibang libraries, as long as they give us an endorsement letter. Okay, so we also issue, of course, your library clearance for requests for your academic credentials or for LOA, honorable dismissal, or graduation. As long as po walang library accountability, meaning no unreturned books or unpaid fines yung student. And then for e-clearance, this is not applicable for graduation and for honorable dismissal. But for other purposes, we can give you po e-library clearance by sending in PDF format your graduation, your clearance form, and then email it through our official library email, as you see on the screen po. Now we have also our Ask Risa service for online book reservation and for document scanning. So if you need to have the abstract page of a certain thesis or dissertation, up to 5 materials po, we can send it to you through email. Especially yung mga Open University students or if you do not have time to go to the library. But if you need more than the abstract page, we can also do that. Basta po meron kayong authorization from the author, and then meron pong contact number, because we will verify with the author if the author will give you consent to have access to more to the rest of the content of the thesis or dissertation. But i-announce ko na rin that we are pinapolish lang din namin yung policies on having a waiver for, especially since yung mga first year pa lang ngayon. So yung pag later on, we will if it will be approved, we will have the waiver form for, kasi we are scanning your thesis and dissertation, and we are coming up with a project of having it accessed online para po mas madaming makakapag-access, and if pwede po ma-cite pa yung study nyo, and so if you will be permitting us to let others have the access to the abstract page or the whole content of your thesis and dissertation via the waiver form that meron na ibibigay nyo through sa inyong thesis or dissertation, sa inyong pong work, manuscript. Okay, so this is also the document scanning service, or under our document delivery, Ask Risa document delivery services is also applicable for books and printed journals, pursuant, of course, to fair use of the copyright law. Okay, so ang ating Ask Risa, or Risa, the Reference Information Search Assistant, assistance is pwede po ma-reach via our Aklatang Universidad ng Bicol FB page, through our email, or even our via call or text. We also have our YouTube channel, BU Library System. So if you need the instructions on how to access our online databases, nandito po sila. And of course, that is our Facebook page. Mga updates po, announcements are usually posted on our FB page. And this is our library website. All the information po also are available through our library website. And we have our new service for the information dissemination. We have our library podcast, monthly podcast. So we premiered last July of our first episode. So this is also streamed through our Facebook page. Now, for the basic policies that you should know po, as users of the library for borrowing, so you can borrow or loan books, maximum of 2 books for 1 week for the graduate school, and then for the Open University students, 2 weeks po sa kanila pwede magstay yung libro. However, for thesis and dissertation and print periodicals, since the hard copies are for room use only, unless it is you request for online document delivery, subject to the policies po. So the requirement is your borrower's card. So you need to apply for a borrower's card to our circulation section sa 3rd floor. The schedule of borrowing is anytime during library hours, but you need to return the materials on or before 9 a.m. on your due date. Then for overdue fines, it's still 5 pesos per hour per book after 9 a.m. on your due date. And for lost books, the policy is replacement and payment based on the acquisition price. Borrowed books also may be renewed only once, and renewal can be done, of course, dapat po before the due date. These are just some of the important links that I mentioned a while ago. And you can also participate in our acquisition by recommending books through our book request form and ebook request form. And of course, we value your feedbacks. So if you avail of our services, frontline services na nakastate po sa aming Citizens Charter, which is available online through that QR code po, or also in the libraries, in the library sections, we will be asking you po to fill out our library client satisfaction measurement form. And also for this library orientation, we also have a feedback form. So head on to that link po, tinyurl.com/library orientation evaluation, capital UL, and we will give a sort of thank you for those who will be answered for this particular orientation. We will give also a GCash load as a prize for the first 3 who will answer based po dun sa makikita namin on the spread, on the timestamp dun sa aming monitoring sheet. And winners will be posted in our library page, and we will send also an email or DM to the winners. So for the we will be posting this on the first week of September para po inaantay lang namin matapos yung all of the orientations this month. Okay, again, so this is how you can reach us. So please do not hesitate if you have queries or if you need assistance. And we hope to see you in the university library. So thank you very much po. If you have questions, I'll be checking, and Miss Hannah can assist po me in if meron pong mga questions in the chat box. Thank you very much po, and good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you so much, Ms. Laila, for the presentation on BU Library Services. Okay, and I guess our participants now are very much eager to answer the evaluation form, as if I heard it right, we will be having 3 winners for the first 3 participants who can answer the evaluation form. Okay, at this juncture, may I ask our participants if you have any questions or clarifications regarding the library services, so that Ms. Laila Bilardo can answer your questions po. Okay, I don't think that we have any question here in our Zoom meeting. Let me check our Facebook Live if we have any question. Okay. We also have no question po coming from the Facebook Live. I guess they have understand very well the discussion or rather the presentation regarding the BU Library Services. So once again, thank you so much, Miss Laila Belardo.
Thank you po. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Graduate School.
Okay. So once again, hello to our 337 Zoom participants and about 30 students Facebook Live participants. So at this point, it's already 2:57. So let's have first a recap of the discussion that we had earlier this morning and this afternoon. So earlier this morning, we already have the presentation of the respective deans, directors, and the program advisors of the different colleges hosting graduate programs. We also have a very comprehensive discussion on the graduate program manual of operations, and this was presented to us by Dr. Roden C. Cabiles, and he also eagerly answered all of our queries and questions. Oh, I think we have a question here, Ma'am Laila. Are you still there po?
Yes po, ma'am.
Yes po. We have a question here from Sean Charles Perez. He asked po, hello po, ask lang po if okay lang i-present ang electronic copy ng COR upon entry sa library instead of the physical copy while waiting for ID.
Yeah, thank you for that question, for that clarification. Yes po, as I've mentioned a while ago, you can have with you your hard copy of the COR or yung screenshot or the e-copy of your COR or your validated BUID. But ang ano po namin is you download your QR code from your BU student portal because as meron po kayo noon, hindi na po kayo hanapan ng COR.
Okay, thank you so much, Miss Laila, for answering the question. Okay, thank you. So earlier, we had also the discussion on GAD relevant laws and mandates, the student services, guidance services, ICTO services, and library services. So later on, we will be having the presentation on the research ethics review and the BUGS Student Council. Then after that, we are done with the BUGS student orientation. So maybe if you still have questions or clarifications regarding the presentations earlier, please do so po. Okay, we have 333 participants from our Zoom meeting. At this point, maybe pause for a while for the 3 o'clock prayer.
Prayer, the hour of great mercy. At this time, our Lord Jesus Christ died on the cross and redeemed the world. Let us all together pray the 3 o'clock prayer. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. You died, Jesus, but the source of life flowed out for souls, and the ocean of mercy opened up for the whole world. O fountain of life, immeasurable divine mercy, cover the whole world and empty yourself out upon us. O blood and water, which flowed from the heart of Jesus as a fountain of mercy for us, I trust in you. Holy God, Holy Mighty One, Holy Immortal One, have mercy on us and the whole world. Holy God, Holy Mighty One, Holy Immortal One, have mercy on us and the whole world. Holy God, Holy Mighty One, Holy Immortal One, have mercy on us and the whole world. Amen. Jesus, King of mercy, I trust in you.
Thank you so much for joining us for the 3 o'clock prayer. Let us proceed. Do you still have any questions or clarifications regarding BU Library Services? If there are none, can I see a heart reaction or a thumbs up? Okay, I guess there are none. So once again, thank you so much, Ms. Laila Bilardo. At this point, let us proceed. Presentation of the Research Ethics Review. This will be presented to us by Dr. Richard L. Bartolata, Chair of Bioethics Review Board. Sir?
Good afternoon, everyone. May I share?
Yes, you may, sir.
Okay na ba?
Wala pa po, sir, the presentation.
Wala pa. Grabe. Okay na?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon once again. It's been a tiring but highly informative day. Dadagdag ko ng konti. Konti na lang. So, the next presentation would be ethics review of student protocols. Bicol University has institutionalized the ethics review process by virtue of a BOR resolution and in compliance with the CMO 15 series of 2019, making paper publication as one of the requirements for graduation. And journals only accept papers with ethics clearance. That's why the university has integrated another layer of review, and that is ethics review to promote research integrity and protection of human participants. So let me formally introduce the BUERB. It's an academic institution-based research ethics review board, and it reviews and monitors research involving human participants, and it ensures that research protects participants' rights, dignity, privacy, safety, and well-being while meeting ethical standards and promoting responsible research. Now, let me share you the BUERB organogram. At the top, syempre yung SUC president who provides overall institutional leadership. The BUERB operates within the university's research structure with oversight from the Vice President for Research Development and Extension and the Research and Development Management Office. The Vice President for Academic Affairs also has an important role in the review of student research protocols. This office comes in when the BUERB reviews undergraduate and postgraduate student research, particularly to ensure that student protocols are properly endorsed, supervised by qualified faculty advisors, and aligned with academic requirements. So the chairperson leads the ethical review process and ensures that research protocols protect the rights, dignity, privacy, safety, and well-being of research participants. Now, the organogram also shows the discipline-based review panel chairpersons. So sila ang magre-review at mag-a-approve ng mga research protocols nyo. So these panels provide ethics review based on the research discipline. The panels include applied sciences, education, health sciences, social sciences, natural sciences, business, economics, and management, and humanities. Nandyan sa picture yung mga chairpersons natin for social sciences panel. Ang chairperson natin si Dr. Salvacion L. Villafuerte, Education Panel, Professor January de Chavez, Humanities Panel, Professor Julio Cesar Martinez, Health Sciences Panel, Dr. Nera A. Galan, Natural Sciences Panel, Dr. Lilibeth A. Kahuday, Business, Economics, and Management Panel. Our chairperson is Dr. Julieta V. Mojados. And for Applied Sciences, the chairperson would be Architect Alwin S. Calig. Andiyan mga pictures nila, ano? So each discipline-based panel reviews research protocols based on the nature of the study, the participants involved, the data to be collected, the possible risk, and the safeguards proposed by the researchers. Hinihimay-himay nila yan. So this structure ensures that protocols are reviewed by persons with relevant disciplinary expertise. In practice, the researcher submits the protocol through the required process. For student protocols, the academic unit and the Office of the Vice President for Academic Affairs ensure proper academic endorsement and the faculty supervision. The BU-ERB Secretariat receives and checks the documents, then refers the protocol to the appropriate discipline-based review panel. The review findings are consolidated under the leadership of the BU-ERB chairperson. And the BU-ERB also monitors approved research and may require revisions, suspend data collection, or recommend termination when ethical concerns arise. Okay? Since we don't have the luxury of time, we go directly to Article 7, Special Guidelines for Student Research. This is part of the BOR-approved BU-ERB Manual of Policies, Guidelines, and SOPs, and it contains the following: conduct of student research, permissible research for students, protocol submission, and early termination of student research. So Article 7 sets the special ethical requirements for student research involving human participants, and it explains the type of research that students may conduct, the topics and populations that are not allowed, the review process, and the conditions that may require early termination of the study. BU-ERB has furnished or provided each unit a copy of this BOR-approved BOR or BU-ERB Manual of Policies, Guidelines, and SOPs. Okay, so you may just ask for a copy. And we also respond to invites for orientation per discipline. Kasi iba-iba ang orientation per discipline. So, why did we include Article 3 in the BU Manual of Policies and Guidelines and SOPs? Because it's our very relevant ethical safeguards to protect human participants na mga research conducted by our students. So Bicol University implements special ethical safeguards for student research to protect the rights, dignity, privacy, safety, and well-being of research participants. Student researchers are still developing their research skills as students and may have limited experience in anticipating, preventing, managing, and responding to participant risk, emotional distress, privacy breaches, or other adverse events. Kaya natin ito in-include sa Manual of Policies. For this reason, student research is limited only to minimal risk, non-sensitive, and non-interventional studies that may qualify for expedited ethics review, and considering also the timeline. Okay, so students are not allowed to conduct research involving sensitive topics, vulnerable populations, or procedures that may cause physical, psychological, social, legal, financial, or privacy-related harm. These policies do not prevent students from conducting meaningful research. Instead, these policies guide students toward research designs that are scientifically sound, ethically appropriate, feasible within their level of training and time frame, and safe for participants. So these safeguards also ensure that students conduct research under qualified faculty supervision and that risks are identified and minimized from the earliest stage of research conceptualization. Okay? So ito na ang definition ng student researchers. So student research includes thesis, dissertations, and capstone projects conducted by undergraduate students, students enrolled in a bachelor's degree program, and postgraduate students, students enrolled in graduate, postgraduate law, or medical programs. So the key requirement would be all student research involving human participants must follow the general ethical principles provided by international and national regulatory bodies. Okay? So that means student status does not remove the obligation to follow ethical standards, whether the study is an undergraduate thesis, a graduate dissertation, or a capstone project. The protection of participants remains the priority. Next, all student research must be supervised by a Bicol University faculty member, a faculty member with basic research ethics training, an advisor who monitors ethical conduct throughout the study. So here are the responsibilities of our dear advisors: guiding student research in formulating a clear, feasible, and ethical sound research problem, reviewing the research protocol before submission, ensuring that the study follows the approved procedures, monitoring risk, consent, confidentiality, and protocol changes, and reporting serious ethical concerns when necessary. One best practice of the BU Graduate School is the early designation of a research advisor upon student enrollment, right? This enables students to begin preparing the research proposals early and to work closely with their designated advisors throughout the conceptualization stage. Okay? Research advisors play a key role in ensuring that proposed studies are both scientifically sound and ethically acceptable. They should guide students in selecting non-sensitive research topics, avoiding vulnerable populations, and using research methods that do not expose participants to physical, psychological, social, legal, financial, or privacy-related harm. Advisors should also help students develop protocols that meet the requirements for expedited ethics review. In summary, research conceptualization must give equal attention to scientific merit and ethical soundness. Kasi kadalasan, pag nagka-conceptualize tayo ng research natin, ang only consideration that we have would be the scientific merits, okay? So hindi natin kino-consider yung ethical soundness, okay? So the faculty advisor is not only an academic advisor, the advisor is also responsible for ensuring that students conduct the study ethically, and students must consult the advisor before revising the title, participants, methods, instruments, recruitment plan, or data collection procedures. So ito na ang pinaka-salient sections ng Article 7 the core rule for student research. So student research is permissible only when it is minimal risk, which we are going to define later, non-sensitive. We have a list of sensitive and non-sensitive topics for research na nandyan sa policies and guidelines, non-therapeutic or non-interventional. Ano pa? Designed to protect privacy, safety, security, and well-being. So for minimal risk, the expected harm or discomfort is no greater than what participants normally experience in daily life. Okay, so that's the definition of minimal risk. Kagaya ng like, ano yung mga activities of daily living nyo? Sa paliligo, sa pag-prepare ng breakfast, okay? So, minimal risk ang exposure nyo dyan. Comparable to a study, like nag-survey lang kayo, minimal risk lang yan. Okay, for non-sensitive, the study does not ask about highly private, stigmatizing, and illegal, traumatic, or politically risky matters. For non-therapeutic or non-interventional, the study does not provide treatment or deliberately change participants' healthcare, behavior, or environment. And then designed to protect privacy, safety, security, and well-being, your protocol must include safeguards to protect participants' personal information, rights, comfort, and welfare. Okay, so meron tayong very specific principle sa confidentiality and privacy. Eligible for expedited review when applicable, okay? Kasi ang ina-accept lang ng BUERB, yung eligible lang for expedited review. For students' protocol, we do not accept research protocols for full review because it does not qualify the criteria for expedited review. Okay? Now, student research must not expose participants to more than minimal risk. Okay? Na-define na natin kung anong minimal risk. So the study must not cause significant physical, emotional, social, legal, financial, or privacy-related harm. And then, the research that student must conduct must not involve prohibited sensitive topics. Ano-ano ito? Abuse, trauma, illegal behavior, sensitive health conditions, sexuality, or high-risk political issues. And then for recruitment of vulnerable populations, your research must not involve groups needing additional ethical protection, such as minors, the very young and the very old, the elderly persons, prisoners, persons with mental or behavioral disorders, IPs, pregnant and breastfeeding women. So, the key principle is very simple, okay? So, anong pinaka-ano natin dyan, criteria para maging eligible siya for expedited review at ma-accept ng BUERB? Dapat hindi sensitive yung topic nyo, hindi dapat nasa red flag list, dapat hindi vulnerable ang population nyo, and then dapat minimal risk lang, and then hindi kayo mag-include ng mga research methods that will harm your participants or increase their vulnerability. So yun ang pinaka-essence ng core rule for student research. So naano natin yan, ano? Na-define na natin. So siguro pwede tayo magbigay ng examples. Andyan. Anonymous survey, pwedeng evaluation of a software prototype. Yung mga taga Bicol University Pulangi, they have started submitting software prototype studies. Ang dami. Pero nire-review pa namin isa-isa yan. Kasi there are times na they include vulnerable population. Okay? So nandyan yung mga example. That means minimal risk does not mean no risk, okay? It means that the possible inconvenience or discomfort is low and comparable to ordinary daily activities as mentioned. For example nga, yung pag-answer lang ng short, non-sensitive survey, it may simply cause a minor inconvenience or discomfort, lalo na kung mahahaba yung questionnaire niyo, but should not cause emotional, social, legal, financial, and physical harm. Okay, so dito naman sa mga non-sensitive research topic, ito ang nandoon sa Article 7. Okay, so yan ang examples ng generally non-sensitive topics na acceptable sa BUERB. Okay? So, in other words, a non-sensitive topic does not collect highly private, stigmatizing, illegal, traumatic, or potentially harmful information. However, even a non-sensitive topic can become sensitive if the questions doon sa mga KII guide nyo tsaka FGD may ask about private family matters, mental health, income, enjoyment, or employment problems, sexual behavior, political beliefs, or personal trauma. So let's go to the vulnerable pop. May na mga vulnerable pop. Meron din tayong list ng respondents or participants who belong to the vulnerable population nandiyan na. And then we ask why are they vulnerable? Because they may have limited ability to provide free and informed consent. They may be dependent on others or significant others in unequal power relationships, okay? They may need additional protections against harm, coercion, or exploitation. So, meron tayong list. And then, next would be the sensitive personal information. Pwedeng sa demographics, lalabas yan. So, students must not collect or use sensitive personal data such as, andyan na lahat, okay? Sensitive personal information can expose people to stigma, discrimination, embarrassment, legal consequences, financial harm, or social harm if disclosed, or if breaches occur. Okay? Students should use general, non-identifiable, and non-sensitive data whenever possible. Okay? Ito na ang talagang nilagay dyan na prohibited. Prohibited. Students are not allowed to conduct research involving these topics. Because these topics are restricted. Bakit? They can cause emotional distress, stigma, legal risk, social conflict, or danger to participants. A topic may remain sensitive even if the participant is an adult, even if the participant doesn't belong to the vulnerable population, and probably the interview is voluntary. Okay? Ito ang pinaka-common sa mga estudyante. Yung situational vulnerability. So participants in our research may become vulnerable because of the method or setting. Example, students recruited by their instructors because of undue influence. Students can never say no to their instructors because mamimiligyo palagi yung grades. Pwede rin employees recruited by their supervisors, deans and directors. Okay? Staff asked to evaluate systems used in their workplace. Community members recruited through local leaders, and so on and so forth. So we require the safeguards. We use voluntary and neutral recruitment. We do not recruit through persons with authority. Okay? So kung magre-recruit kayo, hindi through the deans and directors, di ba? Directly doon sa respondents, especially kung students. Okay? Now let's move on to the non-therapeutic research. We have a list. the description and the permissible examples. Ang mga examples ng mga non-therapeutic research na hindi nagbibigay ng treatment, hindi nag-change ng medical care, and studies that do not claim to cure, improve, or manage a health condition. So ito ang mga permissible examples. Ganun din yung ano natin, non-interventional research. Okay? Described as, this research collects or analyzes information without changing participants' environment, treatment, behavior, or normal services. Does not assign participants to an experimental condition. Although dito sa university, wala pa naman kaming na-accept na mga randomized clinical trials unlike sa BRHMC. Pero siguro pag yung College of Medicine starts with interventional research, papasok lahat ito. So the research should observe, describe, evaluate, or analyze. It should not manipulate participants or disrupt their normal environment, okay? Especially sa mga IPs, okay? Even surveys and interviews must remain non-sensitive and minimal risk. We're done with first, sensitivity of topics. 2, vulnerability of the population or respondents and participants, and the level of risk. Punta na tayo sa acceptable methods for students. So meron tayong list, okay, ng mga acceptable lang na methods. Because these methods do not cause harm or may not cause harm or increase the vulnerability of your participants. Ayan. Okay. These methods can be acceptable only when participants are competent adults. Okay? Pero kung minors, mga children, or respondents who belong to the vulnerable population, hindi pa rin siya acceptable for expedited ethics review. Okay? Ganun din kung ang topic nyo sensitive, doon pa rin ang focus. Di ba? Kasi nga, tatlo palagi yan, sensitivity, vulnerability, and acceptability of methods for student research. Yun lang palagi ang guide natin because we have the list naman doon sa Article 7. Okay? So kanina, na-mention ko bakit yung BUERB ina-accept lang ang expedited or eligible for expedited review. One consideration is, yun nga, dapat minimal risk lang, and then yung students may have limited expertise, diba, in protecting their participants. Especially if their participants develop emotional distress, suicidal ideation, etc., etc. Okay? And then another consideration is the time frame. Kasi pag full board review, it may take months bago matapos. Unlike expedited review na within 10 days, the results of the review will be communicated through the panel chairpersons, okay? Papunta sa mga researchers natin. So these are examples of expedited review or research protocols eligible for expedited review. Okay, so unless meron kayong question, at this point, pwede ko na yan i-entertain para tuloy-tuloy na tayo sa protocol submission and review. Wala man? Ma-moderator, wala naman? Okay, so let's proceed to the protocol submission and review. Okay? So ito ang process na pina-follow ng BUERB. The student prepares the research protocol and required documents. And then there is the review of the protocol with the faculty advisor. And then ma-obtain ng college review via the advisory committee. And then register and submit the protocol to BUERB. Undergo BUERB recording, oversight, and monitoring. And then begin data collection only after required approval is issued. Okay? Since nga student protocol ito, hindi dadaan sa RDMD or sa Research Development Management Division. Okay? So meron tayong advisory committee na magre-review ng technical merits, okay? Ng student protocol. And then once the proposal, kasi proposal ang term na ginagamit natin sa pag-technical, protocol pag ethics review, once na yung proposal, i-endorse na ng dean sa BUERB for ethics review. Kailang, para hindi tayo magpabalik-balik, concept paper pa lang, ipasilip nyo na sa BUERB. Kasi nga, kahit na-approve na yan ng advisory committee, kung yung mga red flags nandyan pa rin, yung na-mention natin na sensitive ang topic, vulnerable ang population, yung mga research methodologies, magkukos ng harm sa mga ibabalik namin yan sa advisory committee and advisor. So, pabalik-balik. Okay? So, ngayon, before we accept the full research protocol package, we conduct initial evaluation para hindi pabalik-balik. Okay? So, this week, we have received at least how many? 20 to 25 submissions for initial evaluation. Para pag nag-prepare sila ng research protocol package, we are guaranteed na acceptable sa BUERB at qualified for expedited ethics review. Okay? So yan ang natin. Part of the requirements sa checklist ng BUERB for accepting submissions would be yung Certificate of Similarity Index and AAUs from the IPMD. That's part of the requirement. Kaya yung mga estudyante, bago mag-submit sa amin, pumupunta muna sa BU IPMD for similarity and AIUs. Okay? Kasi nga requirement yan for ethics review. Pero pag tapos na ang thesis and dissertation, hindi na kayo dadaan sa IPMD, sa graduate school na kayo magpa-paternity and AIUs. Okay? So ito ang mga required documents, yung research protocol nyo, informed consent form, yung recruitment script sa pag-invite nyo o pag-recruit nyo ng respondents kasi very yan, relevant yan in conducting a research. And then your questionnaire, syempre, isa-isahin namin yan. And then data management plan. And then yung mga permission letters to conduct. Dapat approved before you conduct your research. Dapat may mga approval sa mga heads of offices probably or LGUs. Okay? So yan, isa sa mga principles ng ethics review would be your data privacy and confidentiality. Okay? So student researchers must protect your participants' identity, lalo na yung mga sensitive identifiers like contact information, survey and interview responses, audio recordings and transcripts, digital files and paper records, and institutional or business information. Now, we ask the students to indicate this at least how many safeguards there. Okay? So, depende yan sa assessment ng ano nyo, ng protocol. So, we may require using participant codes or pseudonyms, storing consent forms separately from research data, using password-protected files and devices to provide information breaches. We limit access to authorized researchers and advisors, set a specific data retention period, securely delete or destroy data after retention. And all these actually should be indicated in your ethical considerations kasi yan ang hinahanap sa ethics review. Okay? When research must stop. Okay? So, ang BUERB kasi, hindi lang siya nag-review at mag-approve ng research protocol nyo. Meron din kaming mandate to monitor, okay, the progress of your research, okay? Pag meron kaming na-detect na deviation or violation from the approved or against the approved protocol, BUERB has the right to stop the research. And other factors like yung mga faculty advisors may also terminate student research early when there are unforeseen risks or adverse effects, okay, na makakasama sa participants or sa researchers themselves. Increased physical or psychological harm, lack of valid informed consent, breach of confidentiality, unauthorized changes to the protocol, and non-compliance with BUERB requirements. Hindi na ito ang mga descriptions nito nandoon na yan sa mga policies. Okay? Now, as part of our monitoring and evaluation, pag meron kaming report na na-receive, the research may be stopped. Okay? When there is inadequate or missing informed consent, pressure or coercion during recruitment, di ba? Nagkanda kayo ng study, ang respondents nyo students, and then nag-recruit kayo through their like teachers. Yan. Pressure yan or coercion during recruitment. Disclosure of confidential information, unauthorized use of personal data, use of unapproved instruments or questions, di ba? So nag-deviate kayo sa approved research protocol, inclusion of unapproved participants, nag-recruit kayo na hindi pumasa sa inclusion criteria, change in sample size, nag-change kayo ng methodologies, nag-change kayo ng mga procedures na mag-i-increase yung risk at mapapahamak yung participants nyo, BUERB has the right to terminate or stop the implementation of your research. O yan na ang student research checklist. Okay, so we're done. Giving you the key takeaways. So, ano mga pinag-aralan natin? Ethical student research is minimal risk. Yan. Non-sensitive, non-interventional, and it is conducted with competent, non-vulnerable participants, supervised by ethics-trained faculty or advisor. At syempre yung ano natin, members ng advisory committee, dapat meron din silang basic research ethics training. Kasi nahanap yan ng mga accreditors. Diba? Dapat yung research protocol nyo must be reviewed, registered, and monitored by BUERB. And then, your research proposal or research protocol may be stopped immediately when risk or ethical violations arise. Okay, that's it. And kung meron kayong katanungan, feel free to shoot your questions via the chatbot. Or siguro pwede naman kayo mag-raise ng hand.
Good afternoon, sir. We have a question here.
Ayan, ano ko lang itong ano natin ha. Escape and then i-stop share.
Okay, sir.
Sige, go.
Okay po. We have a question here po. What if the paper is under MA in Early Childhood Education and that the participant, sorry po, and that the participant approved by the advisory committee or the pupils, will that be okay?
Na-mention ko ma'am kanina, kahit na approve na yan ng advisory committee, pag nandoon yung tatlong elements, ano nga yun? Sensitive. Kung children ang ano nyo, ang respondents nyo, vulnerable yan. Kahit hindi sensitive ang topic, vulnerable yung ano nyo, yung respondents, hindi yan acceptable sa BUERB. But anyway, pag nagpa-initial evaluation yung student, we guide them how to desensitize the topic to make the respondents non-vulnerable, and we also suggest research methods that will not harm the participants.
Okay, sir, thank you. Another question po.
Mhm.
What if the research data gathering is already done? Will the ERB still accept application of protocols or the ethics review?
Hindi na po, ma'am. We only review research protocols. Once the implementation started, hindi na yan acceptable sa BUERB.
Okay po, sir. Another question po. These questions were sent po via private message. Here po, what is the duration of the review of research protocols? How soon will the students receive approved research protocol?
We follow SOPs or Standard Operating Procedure, specifically sa expedited review. May timeline kami kasi pag hindi namin inobserve yan, hindi kami ma-accredit ng accrediting body namin. So 10 to 15 days, we ensure na tapos na yung review at i-communicate na yan sa researchers for favorable action, revisions, and then we require them to resubmit using our official BUERB forms.
Okay, sir. Another question po though. Where is the office of the ERB located?
Okay, ma'am. Syempre kasi under kami sa RDMD, nandoon kami sa RDMD office, okay? Pero mas maganda na before they submit their research protocol for probably initial evaluation, mag-ano lang sila, mag-communicate through our email ad, buerb@bicol-u.edu.ph. Look for our secretariat staff, Miss Ria Crisostomo. Okay? Kasi kami, before kasi namin yan pinapadala o pino-forward sa appropriate panel chairperson, kasi discipline-based baga tayo, tinitingnan muna namin initially kung acceptable siya and eligible for expedited review. Okay? So ngayon, magsasubmit muna siya ng kahit na concept paper or kahit na hindi pa approve ng advisory committee. Kung minsan nga man, mas mabuti na before sila mag-proposal defense, masilip na muna ng BUERB para guided sila. Unless na very strict ang advisory committee sa ethical considerations and informed consent at alam ng advisory committee yung mga policies and requirements for BUERB review. Kasi nga, like, ang dami kong na-experience na approve na nga ng advisory committee and magsasubmit for ethics review, nandoon po yung mga red flags. So, ibinabalik namin with the instruction to consult their advisor for the necessary revisions and seek the approval of the advisory committee bago sila mag-submit ng research protocol package. Kasi pabalik-balik, minsan kawawa yung mga estudyante, kahit na i-guide mo sila kung paano i-desensitize yung topic, kung paano i-reduce yung vulnerability ng PAP, kung paano i-replace yung mga methodologies that may cause harm to the respondents. Kaya yun ang issue namin actually sa BUERB, lalo na kung approve na ng advisory committee tapos hindi lulusot sa amin. 'Di ba ang estudyante ang kawawa?
Okay, sir. Thank you po. Another question po, are all graduate students required to submit for ethics review?
Ano pa? Ay, hindi ko masyado
Are
na-get.
sorry, sir. Are all graduate students required to submit for ethics review?
Lahat po, ma'am. Sa undergrad, per CMO 15, hindi, may specific kasi. Sa undergrad, meron din CHED, observations, lalo na sa COPC. Hindi tayo mag-grant ng COPC pag wala tayong established ethics review for student protocols. Ganon din yung mas lalo, ma'am, sa graduate students because nga meron tayong specific CMO 15 series of 2019 making paper publication a requirement for graduation. Paano ka makaka-publish kung wala kang ethics clearance? Kasi isa sa mga requirements for publication would be the ethics clearance. So sayang lang yung effort ng estudyante, hindi niya mapapublish kasi nga hindi nag-underwent ng ethics review. Lahat po, ma'am, in compliance with CMOs.
Okay, thank you, sir. We still have two more questions here po. First is, what if the researcher is, this I guess are in connection with the first question earlier. What if the researcher is already in the phase of data gathering and the approved protocol does not work? What should be done by the researcher?
Ano yun, ma'am? Pero approve namin yung research protocol?
Let me just repeat, sir, the question. What if the researcher is already in the phase of data gathering and the approved protocol does not work? What should be done by the researcher? Yes po, I guess, sir, the protocol is already approved po, but
Okay,
somehow it does not work.
It's a very good question. Na-mention ko kanina, ang BUERB does not only review and approve, but monitor the implementation of the approved research protocol. That means we require progress report. Kasi yan lang ang pwede naming monitoring approach para we make sure na yung researcher adhered to the approved protocol. No? Kasi pwedeng like in the middle of the implementation, napansin niya, hindi pala feasible itong research method, palitan ko. Or like kulang ang na-recruit ko kasi very strict ang inclusion criteria. Babagawin ko ang inclusion criteria. We don't allow that unless na yung researcher magsasubmit siya ng protocol amendments. And then i-review naman namin yung mga protocol amendments or yung mga changes na babaguhin niya, pwedeng sa methodologies, pwedeng sa number of sample size, pwedeng kung any procedure na pwedeng mag-increase ang risk or vulnerability ng research participants. Okay? So that's part of our post-approval review, and that is what we call protocol amendments. kung hindi siya kung hindi siya nagpa-approve ng protocol amendments at tinuloy-tuloy niya yung changes, pag nag-monitor kami, mako-consider yun na protocol violation or protocol deviation. And we have the right to stop the implementation or revoke the research clearance. Na-answeran ko, ma'am?
Okay po, sir. Thank you po for that clarification. I think this is the last question, sir. Good day po. Pwede po bang pumasa sa ethics review kung ang intervention ay para lamang sa teacher, pero ang implementation nito ay ginagawa ng teacher kasama ang mga students bilang bahagi ng regular na classroom activities at under sa supervision niya?
Yes, ma'am, meron na kaming na-review ng mga ganon, okay? That means naging part yun ng probably syllabus niya as one of the methodologies. Yeah, we allow that, ma'am. Kasi part naman niya ng syllabus as mga instructional strategies. Pwede po yun.
Okay po, sir. Thank you. I think that was the last question, sir. Let me see a thumbs up or a heart reaction from our participants if you do not have any more questions regarding the topic on research ethics and review. Okay, sir, we have a pahabol na question po. May I ask daw po for the duration of the ERB process?
Yun na-mention ko kanina, pag expedited review,
Yes.
kasi lahat naman ina-accept lang namin ng student protocols, expedited lang yan. Hindi pwede ang full review. So sa SOP namin, we have like 10 to 15 para i-review at mai-communicate yung result ng review ng primary reviewers. Pero kung ang resubmission would take a while, months, so nakadepende yan sa bilis ng pag-resubmit ng revised research protocol ng mga researchers natin, student researchers. So kung mas mabilis silang mag-submit ng revised student protocol and then masatisfy ka agad, yung primary reviewers, i-approve yan ng panel chairperson kung saan man yan. We have 7 kanina from social sciences to applied and natural sciences. Okay na, ma'am?
Okay, sir. Thank you so
Nakadepende pa rin yan
much.
sa estudyante.
Yes.
Kung mabilis sila mag-comply ng mga comments, suggestions, and recommendations, mabilis din ang approval and issuance of ethics clearance ng BUERB.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. So once again, thank you so much, Dr. Richard L. Bartolata, for the very clear presentation on the research ethics and review, as well as for answering the queries of our graduate school students. So as for now, I think that's it po. Once again,
Thank
thank you
you.
so much, sir. Okay. So at this juncture, we are going to proceed with the last presentation for today. This will be the BUGS Student Council, which will be presented to us by Mr. Adrian Bodopol, BUGS SC President.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Anna. To the professors and directors and to my fellow graduate students, good afternoon. So I will be presenting the Bicol University Graduate School Student Council 2026 to 2027. As to introduction, So we are the Student Council for the year 2026-2027. To formally introduce our business managers, Ms. Arisa M. Dominguez, MPA, and Ms. Christine Joyce S. Ducar, MA Mathematics Education. And our Public Information Officer, Ms. Katrina R. Basilia. And our auditor, Ms. Missy Nico Opadua. Our Deputy Finance Officer, Mr. Ernie Ailio Sala, MA Mathematics Education. And our Finance Officer, Mr. Jerome Boboyo, MA Mathematics Education. And our Deputy Secretary General, Mr. Renato C. Belga, MA Mathematics Education. Our Secretary General, Mr. Mark Joshua Banyega, MS Agriculture. And our External Vice President, Ms. Therese Angelo L. Abion, Master in Public Administration. And our Internal Vice President, Ms. Hannah May Capiten, MA Mathematics Education. And yours truly, Mr. Adrian Budopol, Master in Public Administration, President. And our advisor and CSAS coordinator, Ms. Eda Salvacion P. Adornado. And as to proceed for the what is Bicol University Graduate School Student Council? BU Graduate School Student Council is the duly recognized student governing body of the Bicol University Graduate School that represents and upholds the rights and welfare of graduate students. We are committed to providing quality programs, services, and activities that promote student welfare, leadership, and community engagement. As we proceed for the Constitution and Bylaws, Article 1 for the General Provisions, Section 4, the Executive Council, which is comprised of the elected BAGS SSC officers, shall be the forerunner of the activities and programs stated in Section 3 of Article 2 of this Constitution, which is solely based on the objective of the organization. Section 5, the elected officers shall chair major standing committees defined in the preceding article with the elected representatives as members, of whom regular members of the organizations as defined in Article 6 or the meetings. Next slide, Ms. Reese. For the Article 2, Declaration of Principles and Objectives. Under Section 1, the BAG Student Council shall be autonomous in undertaking programs of actions to the development of the Bicol University Graduate School through student action. Section 2, the BAG Student Council shall pursue the following objectives: to serve as an active forum for students' ideas and sentiments, to uphold the ideals of Bicol University Graduate School geared towards ensuring a well-rounded intellectual, moral, spiritual, and physical development of the students, to develop a sense of service, responsibility, and accountability among the students for the welfare of the society. Under Article 2 for the Declarations of Principles and Objectives, Section 2, the BAGS SSC shall pursue the following objectives: to pursue a dynamic program of the student involvement in campus activities so as to enhance the skills and talents in achieving the goals of the Bicol University Graduate School, to strengthen the ties among studentry, faculty, administrations, and other sectors of the academic community through peaceful and intellectual means, to strengthen and protect the students' rights and welfare through democratic means, to promote civic consciousness among students, all right, Ms. Cerise. Under Section 3, to carry out its principles, the Bicol University Graduate School Student Council shall organize and coordinate activities designed to improve the general welfare of the students, initiate policies, programs, and activities geared toward professional and national development, represent the students in different organizations, committees, and similar bodies of the university concerning students' rights and welfare. Represent the students in seminars, workshops, and other similar activities, and conduct re-echo programs. Conduct visit and consultation to members in such interval as it may deem necessary. Convene and facilitate the annual General Assembly. Coordinate with the Office of Student Services on student matters, affairs, and activities. Under Article 3, Membership, Section 1, all bona fide students of the Bicol University Graduate School shall automatically become members. For this purpose, bona fide student shall mean all those who are officially enrolled at any graduate program for the current semester and correspondingly pay the required BAG SSC fee for the current term. Membership to BAG SSC shall only be applicable for residential students. Under Article 8, Funds, under Section 1, the funds of the organization shall come from the BAG SSC fee collected every semester, excluding mid-year. The amount shall be 100 pesos for both masters and doctoral. And under Section 2, separate fees will be collected amounting to 44 pesos annually for the payment of the following: 20 pesos for insurance fee, 2 pesos for ID validation fee, and 22 pesos for USCP. So we have here the Cocogen Insurance Company insurance policy. That program provides to students of school 24 hours a day, 365 a year in or out of school premises. The details of which are as follows. As you will notice, as you can see on the screen, we have the accidental benefits, permanent disability, unprovoked murder and assault, motorcycling, medical expenses benefit, medical allowance, accidental removal benefit, cash assistance due to natural death, cash assistance due to COVID-19, public conveyance accidents, and annual premium per student, inclusive of tax and VAT. So yan po yung insurance ng graduate school. So as to the Bicol University Graduate School Student Council Accomplishment Report, Ms. Cerise will be the one discussing the accomplishment.
Okay, Sir Adrian. Thank you so much for that. I will present the accomplishment report for the academic year 2025 to 2026. So here are the activities that we concluded during the past academic year. So we have here the BUGS enrollment assistance dated July 22 to August 10, 2026. Next, we have here via Zoom, the BUGS or BUGS Special General Assembly dated December 6, 2025. The Sharpening the Edge, preparing for comprehensive and qualifying exam dated December 6, 2025 via Zoom. We also conducted the activity Christmas Gift Giving Activity to PDL dated December 6, 2025 at the BGMP personnel. We gave food packs for the PDL and BGMP personnel. Next, we have here Sports Fest and Students Day, dated April 25, 2026 at Busang Gymnasium. There we held the Mr. and Miss Bugs 2026, the games that we conducted then along with the volleyball, basketball, chess, Scrabble, and the Laro ng Lahi. We also have here the monthly meeting dated from August 2025 to April 2026. The Baccalaureate Mass and Recognition Day dated June 10, 2026, wherein we facilitated or coordinated with the BUGS and conducted a sponsorship for the choir for the mass. And lastly, we have here the turnover of accomplishment report and financial report dated July 25, 2006. The venue is at the BUGS office, wherein the outgoing officers for academic year 2025 to 2026 gave the key of responsibility to the newly elected officers for the academic year 2026 to 2027. Thank you, Sir Dre.
All right. For the financial status, as of now, the total amount turned over 181,314.25. So for the cash and bank, we have 140,439.16, and cash on hand 140,439.16. The total amount of 181,314 for the year 2026-2027. So Bicol University Graduate School Student Council calendar of activities for the year 2026-2027. So as the calendar of activities, we will be having a training of trainers of BAG Student Council officers and BAG SAGE officers. Target date, September 19, 2026. Objectives, to capacitate the BAG Student Council and BAG SAGE officers and members with the knowledge, skills, and competencies necessary to effectively design, facilitate, and cascade gender-responsive leadership and advocacy activities within the Bicol University Graduate School and the wider community. We will be having part 2 on seminar on comprehensive exam 2026, Sharpening the Edge, Preparing for Comprehensive and Qualifying Exam. That will be on January 23, 2027 to equip students with strategies, tips, and resources that will help them prepare for the comprehensive examination. For our General Assembly, to present council updates, plans, and programs while fostering active participation among members. And we will be having a research ready from idea to research direction. Target date will be on November 29, 2026 to equip participants with the essential knowledge and skills to transform their research ideas into clear, focused, and feasible research directions aligned with their academic, professional, and community interests. Next, research ready from idea to research direction. Part 2, to guide graduate students in enhancing their research and thesis writing skills through expert inputs and discussions. Also, assist in the enrollment period for second semester. And we will be having a partnership with Bicol University Graduate School Student Alliance for Gender and Equality, Gender Mainstreaming and HIV Awareness Seminar, that will be on January 2027 to promote gender sensitivity and awareness on HIV-related issues in support of inclusive and healthy academic communities. And BU Graduate School Sports Fest, that will be on April 24, 2027, to provide a platform for graduate students to present, share, and exchange research findings and ideas. Next is BAGS General Assembly and Election Officers to update members on organizational matters and elect new leaders to continue the vision and mission of BAGS. Leadership Management Seminar to newly elected officers, that will be on July 2027, to equip new officers with leadership and management skills essential for effective student governance. Recognition to outstanding BAGS graduate students on June 2027 to honor and acknowledge students who demonstrated exemplary academic and leadership performance, and year-end assessment for the date July 2027 to evaluate the accomplishments, challenges, and lessons learned from the year's activities and programs. So for now po, meron po kaming IGP, yung lanyard po. We will be selling it for 200 pesos. Kung gusto niyo po bumili, pwede lang po pumunta sa BAGS office. Meron din kaming t-shirt as sports shirt. Ito po yung example for 400 pesos po. Pwede kayo mag-message sa amin for black. Next. So, we request po na sana po pina-follow po natin yung page natin. Yung page, Bicol University Graduate School Student Council. Next, Bicol University Graduate School. Also, for the Bagsage, we request na makapag-follow po tayo sa page na to kasi bago lang po, and we are excited to announce po na the Bagsage is ready for the accreditations for the semester. And for Bicol University, DOST, CBP, SME Scholars Guilds, you can follow as well. So that's it. So mabalos po. Maraming salamat.
Thank you so much, Sir Adrian and Ma'am Therese, for the presentation on the BU Graduate School Student Council.
George!
Okay, at this juncture, if you have any questions or clarifications regarding the BUGS Student Council, please do so. Okay, if there are none, can I see again a heart reaction, or a thumbs up? Okay. I guess there are none. So at this point, let us have first the photo opportunity before the closing remarks. Okay. Okay. So Ma'am Mitzi, please facilitate the photo opportunity. So we will be doing first slides, but since you don't know which slide you're in, so you smell all throughout. Right now, we have over 304 participants on Zoom meeting, and about earlier we have about 50 students on our Facebook Live. Yeah, we only have 26 now. Okay, first slide, 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, second slide, 1, 2, 3, smile. Just keep smiling, everyone. Okay, so we have 13 slides. Next slide, 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, slide number 4, 1, 2, 3, smile. Slide number 5. 1, 2, 3, smile. Slide number 6. 1, 2, 3, smile. Slide number 7. 1, 2, 3, smile. Slide number 8. 1, 2, 3, smile. Slide number 9. 1, 2, 3, smile. Slide number 10. 1, 2, 3, smile. Slide number 11. 1, 2, 3, smile. Slide number 12. Okay, 1, 2, 3, smile. And last slide. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, I'm seeing lots of familiar faces right here. Okay, so thank you so much for attending for today's orientation. But before that, of course, let us hear the closing remarks from our BGS advisor and also the college student activities coordinator for graduate school, the success coordinator rather, Ma'am Eda Salvacion P. Adornado, MPA. Ma'am?
Hello po, good afternoon everyone. Allow me please to give you a little bit more words for this afternoon. Good afternoon again to Madam Dean and to all the faculty present this afternoon, still present with us. As we close this orientation, I hope we don't only live with a better understanding of Bicol University Graduate School. I hope that we are also committed to keep learning, keep growing, and keep contributing to the community through our researches. To our new students, welcome to Bicol University. To our old students, to our continuing students, may you continue to pursue your studies with determination and purpose, renewed purpose. So remember that in graduate education, it is not a journey that we take alone. We take it with our professors and we take it with our classmates. We learn from our experiences and we learn from one another. Let us therefore build a community where we share knowledge, support each other, and collaborate and grow together. May your graduate school's journey prepare you not only for academic success, but also for a meaningful professional service and positive